In the video, the guy was holding a phone in his hand, commenting on everything that happened, that he saw a huge insect in front of him. On his face though there was a fright, but he did not try to save himself. And very wrongly the young man didn't listen to his instinct of self-preservation, because a huge something that looked like a silhouette of a human being that lunged straight at its new victim. Right in the video clip. This video track didn't get very many views, dislikes even more than likes, and certainly sowed doubts as to whether these were real events since it was making such a furor. In the university auditorium, everyone was buzzing. Everyone was talking about their own, and a group of guys were just discussing this video. Someone still expressed doubts about the authenticity of what was happening. After all, such work on Notuba pond. Only now they noticed that this insect is not the size of a beetle, but a real person, and this created the main suspicions. But one student with dark hair and a hat decided to express his admiration for wings. He would be interested to get such, as if some superhero, but because of such statements he was almost called crazy. Only the guy wanted to ask what was the point of such a statement. Wouldn't anyone else want such a feature of his body? As from his hand someone snatched the phone. Turning around to see who had shown such courage, he saw that it was Soo Chang. He was clearly interested in what was happening in the app. The 20-year-old's face was not filtered with disgust, and his green eyes burned even with a kind of joy. Though he asked what could be cool about insect wings, they were disgusting, after all. But getting to the point, the brunette said that the girls offered to sit and drink, so he wondered if the guys want to go with them. One of the company began to whine, saying that not so long ago they had already been drinking, and the second added that the girls are mostly and offer it all only because of Soo Chang, so they have no interest. Clearly, they were mostly just padding, and when the brunette was about to leave and clearly wasn't trying to talk his friends into it, they immediately started sucking up, taking their words back and happily agreeing. This couldn't help but please Soo Chang. He didn't expect any other scenario. He realized that he was handsome and intelligent, which made him extremely popular among all the university attendees. The guy has over 5,000 followers on Instagram, and his school grades are almost always top-notch, which also confirmed his impact on the community. Girls show signs of attention all the time, making other men jealous and mad with jealousy. And in the meantime, Soo Chang attends the constant drinking and university parties. If he judged this and everything and transferred it to the food chain, he realized he would be a lord sitting at the very top. The guy pictured already wearing a heavy crown with jewels and a fancy robe. But of course the brunette tried to convince himself that this wasn't simple infantile reasoning, because it certainly wasn't like that. The fact is that men as well as animal lives in a group. All creatures such as lions or ants have a similar cooperative way of life, and they all have a kind of rank, where there is a chief, and others submit to him, admiring the leader and working for his favor and comfort. So Soo Chang is an object of fascination for the other people who follow the guy around. So he wondered if that meant their classmate was the strongest. And of course, there's no way he'd want to give up this kind of university life. He likes this kind of attention in his direction. Surely few people would turn down such privileges. Suddenly, one of this company nudged the brunette with an elbow in the shoulder, asking if it would be okay if he went drinking with the other girls. And Soo Chang sincerely didn't understand what was being said. And then the interlocutor poked his finger behind their backs, commenting that he was harping on what, or rather who, was behind them. And immediately the guy's face changed, not expecting to see there the persona that had long ago settled in his heart. They were approached by a girl at the other end of the university courtyard, who was screaming and waving her full-length arm for attention. Mihi's short pink hair was developing in the wind, while her brown eyes and the very expression of her face spoke of cheerfulness and friendliness. The short skirt highlighted her long slender legs, which drew attention to herself, distracting from the question of where Soo Chang was going, assuming he was heading out to eat. And then her face changed to a questioning one, because the guys started whispering, teasing the brunette that they were the official couple of the university, even though they were not in a relationship themselves. And someone started biting his nails, jealous that this beauty was running after his acquaintance and not him. They immediately suggested the girl to go drinking with them, adding that Soo Chang was also going, which surprised Mihi. She was incredibly happy about it. She was very attracted by the thought of having a drink with this handsome man, so she immediately rushed in saying that of course she would go, for which she received a subtle rebuke about being a small-minded drunk. As soon as Soo Chang saw the girl pulling her hands towards him, he immediately became terrified, shock seeping inside his veins, mixing with his blood, creating a fear that was yet to be found. He immediately shook off the impending touch on his back, waving the girl away. No one had expected this, and no one could understand what had gotten into him since such a harsh reaction to it all. Soo Chang clenched his teeth. A warmth ran down his back that turned into a fever, making him even angrier. When asked about this behavior, the guy just apologized to the guys and lied that he wasn't going anywhere because he wasn't feeling well, so let everyone rest without him. The whole company was confused. They were completely confused, not understanding why it all happened so suddenly. Sometimes he throws everyone too abruptly and runs off somewhere. In the end, Soo Chang said that it might be because he overexerted himself in the shirim department, a Korean traditional wrestling, and ran 5 laps, which raised more questions, because the guys don't remember the shirim department at their university. So looking after him while the guy went deep into the stone buildings with islands of greenery and trees, wondering what was happening to him, they would like their friend to be like that again. Soo Chang sighed heavily as he walked through the streets of the big city, clearly thinking about his own and what happened, pondering about his actions and how to avoid something like this. He blamed himself for lying so badly about the shield faculty, realizing that his repertoire of excuses was too outdated. He should come up with something better next time. He noticed the masked guy standing at the intersection, wondering if the brunette had one secret no one knew about. This position is the same as this young masked man's, and it was surprising how similar the situations had become. He also changed so much at the beginning of the semester. It is said that he was a guy who was good with people. However, then the question arises as to why he is now a loner. And the reason for all this was complexes. All because you can show people what you are ashamed of, and they without a drop of embarrassment will look at you and despise you, mock and tease behind your back, and perhaps even in the eyes, devouring your gut. Soo Chang had heard that one day he drank too much and suddenly his face became allergic, either from the alcohol or something else. At that moment he saw the disgust on the faces of his classmates and so he ran away. After that incident he lost his confidence and started walking alone, which in his case was pretty obvious. And the whole point is that everyone has something they would like to hide from the eyes of others, and telling someone about it was like showing a weakness. While thinking about it, Soo Chang was already in his apartment in a high-rise building. Behind the ajar door was not a bad habitat as a student. It was a spacious apartment with several rooms. The door was left unlocked. Things were lying on the floor and sneakers were peeking out from around the corner. But to clean it up properly the guy didn't have a thought. His head was completely full of what he had just been thinking about. Soo Chang abruptly pulled off his sweatshirt, and his torso revealed bandages that wrapped around his body both in front and on his back. All his thoughts were then about how some people become scum precisely because he himself has a secret that he hides from society because he doesn't want to slide down the social ladder from the very top. The bandages fell to the floor, exposing the guy's torso. This secret was a complex that Soo Chang also has. 2 pairs of insect wings opened on his back. The guy clutched his hands into the sink from what he saw in the mirror. And when a young man being in the company of acquaintances spoke of seeing nothing cool in the wings of insects, calling them abominable, he spoke the truth. Such things cannot be beautiful. He gazed at the new part of the body, and sincerely thought them repulsive. And the whole reason for such disparaging thoughts about wings was because those wings are dragonfly wings, which the guy didn't like at all. When Soo Chang was in middle school, he sprayed the room against dragonflies flying into the apartment, and suddenly the spray turned them all into powder, after which he suddenly inhaled a compatible poison for the little pesky insects, after which he suffered terrible nausea and could barely sleep that day, still coughing on the floor for a long time. And the next day, while the boy was brushing his teeth, he got a huge shock when he saw the big wings on his back that he dropped the toothbrush. Horror went through every cell of his body. Then Soo Chang huddled under the table, wrapped in a blanket. He was thinking about what to do now, how to be. If people thought he was a monster, they would catch the guy and experiment for their own purposes. A shiver ran through his body. His teeth chattered with fear. Living in these thoughts, the boy could not sleep properly, and tried every way to hide his wings and keep his distance from others. Every time he was called somewhere, he refused for fear of giving away his secret, because the guy didn't want anyone around him to see his wings, which could lead to a real disaster. So he lived his life alone. No one found out about Soo Chang's secret, and he was able to focus on going to university. And although it was a huge plus, but the minus of course, there was also a minus. The constant loneliness was excruciating as hell. I wanted to sob forever thinking about it, but the guy often held back, biting his lip. So he decided to change dramatically, hoping to change his appearance and behavior with a spiritual component. Soo Chang started with his hair, his eyes widening at the sight of his hair falling to the floor, changing the shape of his face and creating a new image. First he had to think of something with the wings, and he solved this problem much faster and easier than he thought. Just folded and bandaged. It was a little tight, but it was tolerable. The guy was ready to do anything to hide this feature. After that, he gained self-confidence, a bright and fresh expression on his face, paid more attention to his hair and clothes, and showed courtesy to everyone, which helped to change dramatically and make good and pleasant acquaintances. Just like the saying that self-confidence is the first condition for great endeavors. And eventually, to Soo Chang's surprise, people started to reach out to the guy. So at one point someone tugged on the brunette's coat. It was Mihi, who embarrassingly held out her smartphone and awkwardly asked the guy for her number, which is how they met. However, it was all standing on the fragile crystal floor, because once everyone saw those disgusting wings, Soo Chang's student life would come to an end. the guy washed his face. Sadness enveloped him. He would really like to hang out with the pink-haired girl he also had some feelings for, but his body feature constantly became an obstacle. Like this time, which was just unbearable. The brunette stretched, thinking about the fact that he'd been spread out on a lot lately, and the wings, as if to remind him that they were a part of him. If the young man kept his clothes on for long enough, his muscles would start to get stiff, like sitting for long periods of time in the same chair. So sometimes Soo Chang has to leave abruptly because he wouldn't want his wings to be seen by anyone, especially me. With this thought, the brunette he went out naked with a towel on his shoulders, but suddenly two widened brown eyes of a pink-haired girl lit up in front of his face. The second moment turned into an eternity. The realization came in time and froze somewhere in his heart, making it pound harder. Only a couple seconds later, the guy shouted to the whole dwelling. Out of fear and he picked up Soo Chang's shout and also squealed to the whole hallway. Just then, the bathroom door slammed loudly. The girl turned away, covering herself with the bag in her hands. She shouted asking why the brunette was naked, but he only tried to convey that Mihi, who he liked very much, just seemed. The guy held the doorknob in terror. His pupils narrowed greatly. Thoughts pulsed in his head. Judging from the girl's reaction, she didn't notice the wings. And then breathing heavily, Soo Chang asked her how she entered his apartment. The same with a trembling voice, fixing her hair, said that the door to the house was open, and the other boys suggested that they gather for a drink at the brunette's, adding that she had been ordered to go first, giving the address and food. The young man's horror and fear turned to anger at the fact that no one had put him on the guest list, so much so that the party was being moved to his apartment. Mihi remained quiet for a while, thinking of what to say next, her beautiful figure still tensed, unsure of what to do next, and then questioned the men at the door about whether he really left because the guy got sick or if there was another reason after all, justifying his suspicions by saying that this wasn't the first time he did this, when he threw everyone so abruptly. Sometimes the brunette looked like he was in pain. Soo Chang also held the door handle while trying to fold his huge wings behind his back. And then Mihi finished with a question, if the guy is not hiding something terrible, which, of course, made the brunette very nervous, and sweat ran down his face from what he heard, and his lips clenched very tightly, and there was nothing he could do but lie that he wasn't holding anything back. Meanwhile, the wings on his back seemed to grow heavier, as if reminding him of their presence on his body. There was a dead silence, growing awkward, and Soo Chang put his fist against the door, not knowing how to get out of this situation. He couldn't lie like this forever. Mihi also kept her head down, as if she felt in her gut that she was being led around by the nose at the moment, but she couldn't prove it, and immediately the girl turned to her interlocutor, throwing the bag of contents on the floor, clearly insisting on a serious and decisive conversation. She shouted to whoever was outside the doors to come out immediately, to which the guy only huffed even more. Soo Chang was surprised at such an assertion. Of course he couldn't just walk out of the bathroom like this with two pairs of ugly wings sticking out from his back. The girl armed herself with a phone in her hands and gave an ultimatum that the brunette was obliged to go to the movies with her today and would sit there until the young man came out. The guy stuck his head out of the door surprised at such blackmail. He said he felt bad, so there was no point in going to his place. And then Mihi said that she realized that she was being lied to and that his lies were too obvious, and that the person he was talking to got goosebumps from being exposed. The girl with her legs tucked up continued that it was obvious that Soo Chang was not sick, and was constantly thinking about something alone, as if he was hiding something, and it was not her dislike. Insincerity was never encouraged by her. And then the tone of her voice changed with a note of sadness. She knew he wasn't going to tell her about all this. That's why it was so sad and a little hurtful. And then she recalled how the brunette had saved Mihi from a student who kept following her around pretending to be her boyfriend at the beginning of the semester, and advising the clingy guy to bugger off and never think of stalking the pretty girl again, and immediately killed him with the confession that at that moment, it seemed selfish, even ridiculous, and the girl thought why he was meddling in someone else's business. However, Mihi became very grateful to Soo Chang for this moment. Her face became as light and smiling as always. Then she looked away, saying that this way, if the guy doesn't hate her, she wants to get in the wrong business too. The brunette heard all this while standing dumbfounded, and the girl continued to say that if Soo Chang was really worried about something, then Mihi would like to support the man who was dear to her heart. Afterward, the brunette threw his head back, leaning against the door, silent, though inwardly he was very grateful to the girl for such words and support. Immediately, the door opened, causing the student to turn around, expecting to finally see her interlocutor. Soo Chang came out with a nonchalant face, as if nothing had happened, and on such an occasion, he suggested to the girl to go to the movies, although there was still anxiety inside that he could not tell her everything, for obvious reasons. So after a short passage of time they were already walking down the road to the movie theater. The guy understood perfectly well that he had done everything right, that he had left the secret in a dark corner of his life where no one would see. Meanwhile, the mysterious silhouette of a hooded man was following them, clearly not just for fun, hoping to find out something. The sun cast his shadow, by which was also visible his peculiar body, which was characterized by large sharp teeth, like the legs of a praying mantis, which were so eager to tear the dragonfly with themselves. The stranger smelled the strong odor of food. The street was buzzing with the sound of passing cars and buses, of people's voices and the wind, the sun heating the gray asphalt. The guys were accosted by some guys who claimed that there was nothing strange about them. They were just students. They hoped that the couple wouldn't mind taking the survey. And Mihi, despite the fact that the movie was about to start, ran up to the strangers in a friendly manner and asked what the survey was about. Soo Chang was a little annoyed by such careless behavior, but he couldn't be angry with her because his friend only showed her good character traits such as kindness, and that was why she didn't refuse complete strangers. And immediately, Mihi decided to brag about the fact that she was given a candy on a stick, a lollipop, and the guy only admired the beauty of the brown-eyed young lady, the way the sun played with her pink strands, and her face glowed with joy. Such a beautiful appearance could not help but embarrass, which of course showed on his face, expressed through a slight blush and dilated pupils. In a huge building, where the movie theater was located, there were a lot of people, and among them and familiar to all the couple, and the brunette began to visit one thought, which in his head spoke for itself even louder. While everyone in the audience was freaking out during the scary movie, Mihi was just as horrified by the movie, sometimes snuggling closer to Soo Chang, which also made the guy blush, and he only concentrated more on thinking that if they started dating, he would have to tell about his wings after all. Just then, the girl accidentally spilled a drink on herself that she had bought before the session, so she apologized and put on the sheet that she intended to go to the bathroom. And carrying a small purse over her shoulder, she began to make her way through the seated people toward the exit. The guy couldn't help but think about the girl. He couldn't predict Mihi's reaction the moment she found out about his secret and whether she would treat him like before. Staring into the huge screen, he assumed that hers would be scary, and that's the only reason he can't admit to anyone that he is the monster he thinks he is. So he tried to calm himself down and not rush things, especially those that could ruin his life. So let things take their course, be what they would. And suddenly the movie stopped, the lights went out completely, and a logical question was raised in the hall, which concerned such an abrupt change of scene. People raised a panic, but it was more because they had spent their blood money on it. And here it stopped at an interesting moment, and Soo Chang was looking around, equally shocked by the surprise. Immediately, an employee came running into the auditorium and shouted that an emergency evacuation had been declared and everyone should leave the theater immediately. And it took a while for the customers to process everything in their heads. And the men went on to say that there was a suspicious object inside the building carrying a weapon. Some people did not believe it, thinking it was just some kind of event. And the employee was already proving with great fury that this was not a prank. So everyone should follow his instructions and evacuate as quickly as possible. But he was not allowed to finish. He winced in pain, arching his back where the blow had struck. Immediately the people were horrified. In front of them stood the same stranger in a cloak, and on his hands, like a mantis, sharp paws, already hung the employee, bleeding, screaming in pain. He tried to call for help, but no one could hear him anymore. The attendees were jerked from their seats in a huge panic, in an attempt to save their lives. Everyone was in a panic. Some ran away immediately. Some tried to get through by jumping over the chairs. Panic gripped everyone, but Soo Chang stood in the same stupor, as if waiting for an order to run away. He was nervous, but still trying to figure out what was going on. Sweat already running down his face. Only now did the realization come that the stranger had just killed a man with a stream of blood running down his body, staining his black lacquered shoes. The brunette understood the danger of the whole situation and that he should get out of here, but he couldn't do it, just because Mihi was still here somewhere, though his body was trembling with fear, but he couldn't leave the one he liked. And the killer, with a cruel and bloodthirsty smile, full of huge sharp teeth, finally found his victim, drooling on his lip with pleasure. So the stranger pounced on Soo Chang, jumping high, almost to the ceiling of the movie theater, stretching his sharp arms forward and making the guy scream in terror before dying. The brunette's green eye directed the pupil at his opponent, who was ready to shred him apart like a predator its dinner in the form of a defenseless animal. The mantis man lunged down, swinging his paws around, tearing to pieces the chairs in the movie room, but his real target was the guy who was left alone in the room. Soo Chang fell to the floor and with a trembling voice quietly said something he couldn't believe his eyes. His nerves were on edge. His heart was pounding like crazy, very loudly, not even allowing him to listen to his thoughts. The brunette began to accentuate the hands of the monster in front of him, thirsty for blood. It came closer and closer. With great fear the student looked at the man with long hair and big fangs and crazy eyes and drool flowing from his mouth. He was looking at these details, not understanding what this man was doing and why he was doing all this. This is simply monstrous. Such actions are not the norm and there is no way to punish him. He is horrible, disgusting. It is no longer a man if he went to kill harmless souls. And judging by such words, the mantis realized that his victim has never seen another insect man, and immediately assumed that Soo Chang had drunk it too, that insect repellent, approaching his victim sitting on the floor and trembling with terror. That's when the student learned that that spray was actually called jungle juice. But his head still couldn't digest all the information and put 2 plus 2 together, and certainly couldn't believe in the culpability of that remedy. And the assassin explained that after he became like this, he started to smell something. It all just sounded unbearably scary, especially at the sight of that evil smile. While the mantis was deifying this fragrance and saying that if someone like him ate another bug, it would smell just great. Soo Chang was already rushing down the corridor in order to save his life from ending. But his opponent wasn't lagging behind either. It looked like he was about to hit him and leave him split in half. And the student really didn't like that prospect. In an attempt at defense, the guy tried to hit the monster in the face with a blunt object, and he almost succeeded, because the swing was good and the speed of the blow is great. The murder weapon was cut into 2 pieces and Soo Chang was already wiping the floor with it. Stumbling and falling to the floor, they were already in front of the corner where he was standing in fright. The brunette rose up on his elbows and looked at the girl in front of him in horror. He had finally found her. Well, fuck him. But that didn't matter now. The important thing was that it was now safe to leave the building. The young student said that as soon as she came out of the restroom, an evacuation was immediately announced and she immediately went in search of the boyfriend, but couldn't find him anywhere. The monster stopped and stopped attacking. He was in wonder at how brave this wench was since she hadn't run away before, much less now when she saw the whole picture in front of her. But his calm state didn't last long. He immediately became fierce, just like before. How dare this pathetic girl interrupt his lunch and mealtime? Another portion of saliva came from his mouth. Soo Chang shouted loudly for me to get out of here as fast as possible. It's too dangerous here. He rushed towards her, but while the brunette was approaching in an attempt to reach, his opponent was already in a jump with a strong swing at Mihi, who was standing right by the window and leaned backwards in surprise. Meanwhile, from the street some people were filming everything, and some even tried to get inside, but the police prevented the entrance, because inside the building an unknown person had terrorized with weapons, despite the arguments that there might be people inside. A girl in a cap who had been collecting signatures from people on the street not long ago said that if the police weren't going to go inside and pull people out, she was going to do it. But then the guy behind her pointed his finger upward, drawing attention to one of the windows. Suddenly for everyone he was falling from a huge height. People panicked. They didn't know what to do. No one understood how to act in this situation. After all, no one had ever been in such a situation. The mantis that caused the tragedy was standing near the open window, and it only said that it was just what the tasteless piece of human meat needed. And Soo Chang ran up in disbelief. The brunette was panicking. He didn't understand what to do. The girl would die. What to do in such a case? The idea of using wings came to mind. But how? If he had never flown before. But besides this problem there was another one, which did not give rest and further stalled the guy in saving his girlfriend. It was as if time had stopped. There is a huge crowd of gawkers standing there, who filmed the whole thing and didn't even think that a man was about to die in front of their eyes, turning into a bloody mess. And if all these people see Soo Chang's wings, clearly a normal reaction is not to be expected at all. It is after this that a 20-year-old young man's life will be ruined. He will be under scrutiny and judgmental stares. They will not give him any more peace. He bit his lip. He was faced with an incredibly hard choice. Save a life while risking his own or reveal his secret while risking his own life. It was not clear from the beginning what would win, humanity or personal ego. He had already mentally asked Mihi for forgiveness. As expected, he can't dare to save her life, but looking at the falling girl his heart, especially when I noticed the tears in her eyes, which were coming off her eyelashes and floating in the air, eyes full of horror and not fully realizing the whole situation. But already the light of any hope was gone. Soo Chang took a deep breath. His heart pounded very fast. His arms and legs became cotton-like, and it was as if the movements were creating themselves. Another wave of shock came over the people downstairs when they saw what was happening upstairs. No one expected this. At the same moment, a horrible scene was happening in front of their eyes. Soo Chang was already flying straight towards the ground, trying to reach for Mihi with his hand. The main thing was to catch her in time. The perpetrator of this terrorist attack looked up at it all. He was surprised at such boldness or still an infantile impulsive act. The guy finally reached the slender maiden, grabbing her hand and pulling her to him. The air felt like it was burning his eyes and the adrenaline was pounding in his ears. He pressed Mihi against him harder and his gaze became fierce and full of searching for ideas and thinking what to do now. A decision had to be made very quickly because their lives were about to be interrupted. Mantis continued to watch the whole thing with a terrible smile, calling the student dumbheaded, because even an insectman would die after falling from such a height, but it was quite unexpected. He thought his opponent was just a coward. It was just a double suicide for this monster, and the couple was already getting closer and closer to the ground. Mihi clamped her eyes shut, resting her nose against the neck of the green-eyed guy, who clenched his teeth in equal fear. He realized that everyone would be watching now. He didn't know if he would lose his life now, but a decision had already been made in his mind. Memories arose when the girl today had shown interest in such abrupt disappearances of Soo Chang, so also seeing how frightened she was, all in tears and unable to scream because she was numb with terror. Despite all the doubts and risks, the brunette was ready to act, confident that he had made the right decision and everything would be justified. Green humps began to bulge out from under his sweatshirt. They were wings that were trying to straighten to their full length. Mihi was shocked to see what had grown behind the back of the object of her affection. Forgetting that her life was on the line, he straightened his two pairs of saviors and thus slowed down a bit just before the ground, holding the girl in his arms, showing off his feature to all the gawkers. The enemy, who was still standing at the window, hoping to see his opponent crash, but there was no such movie to watch. But the brunette was good at creating a shocking effect on his face. He had no idea it would be like this. The people below were covered by a wave of wind from the wings. Every person has something they would like to hide from others, and telling about it is tantamount to showing your weakness, which someone will now capture on their phone camera, which will soon go viral all over the web. Soo Chang landed successfully with Mihi in his arms, letting the light from the sun that was about to set over the horizon through his wings. The city continued to bustle with its business, the noise of working people coming back from work, passing cars, and then such a miracle happens right in the midst of the big high-rises. This is the beginning of a brutal survival story of a young student who has suddenly become weak after being trapped in the stone jungle of natural selection, but he seems ready to fight for his place in this cruel world. The girl in the cap was just as shocked as the rest of us. You could die from what you saw and not get up. She happened to have an eavesdropper in her ear, in which a voice was asking what to do about this individual and if it was worth exterminating. She was silent at first, and afterward removed the cap from her head, refusing such an initiative. She had an owl of an opinion on the subject, which was that it was better to take him to their school. It was clear that she was also like him and that she was not like normal people. She had two large tendrils sticking out of her head that hung straight down to the floor. The rest of the people after the shock moved to the stage of discussion of what was happening. They filmed how the guy saved the girl, surprised that a man can fly, and with the help of wings. The villain stood still and was now incredibly angry at the fact that this brat was hiding his wings. Moreover, he was floating on a single meseta. I can't believe he was capable of such a thing. At that time, Soo Chang, who was carrying Mihi in his arms, tried to tell her that she was bleeding and then realized that she had lost consciousness. The brunette was intimidated by the fact that this was his first flight, but regardless, he was starting to get used to the skill and the feeling of floating freely in the air. Despite being ordered to stop, the pair abruptly and very quickly, that only a trace could be seen, flew away from the scene of the terrorist attack. Then their enemy compared all these facts with each other and realized that there is only one insect with such flight abilities, and that is the dragonfly. The men speculated that Soo Chang seems to have gotten the DNA of the dragonfly by taking jungle juice, and the brunette, flying over the city, tried to find at least some hospital nearby. Looking around, and the praying mantis was already excited for their next meeting, because he's already going through withdrawal. He wants to eat the dragonfly. That's all he had in his head. Thinking how appetizing it would be, he didn't notice that behind him was the same girl with the eavesdropper, who in a leap was reaching for the villain. A sharp hard kick disarmed the mantis. The brunette tried to catch her breath. She still managed to sneak inside, and then turned to the terrorist, calling him a jerk, asking if he knew what he'd even done. While the mantis was lying in a blackout, the girl told him off for seemingly not having enough of that video on Notuba, since he was also going on a murderous rampage in the center of town, as if he clearly wanted to get caught. After which she put on her cap, reminding them that the existence of their kind should not be known to the common people, and now they were walking on a knife edge with such events. Meanwhile, Soo Chang was also still trying to find a hospital to go to for the girl who is sweet to his heart. A month later, the university auditorium was buzzing with students as usual, discussing the end of the first semester, talking about their own things, one of them watching some video that clearly interested the others. Everyone stared at the classmate's screen, noticing the very video of the incident in the movie theater, wondering if anyone was still interested in it. The fact that the guy's back looked a lot like dragonfly wings. Everyone wondered how a person could have such body parts. The brunette, standing in his hood in an attempt to take cover in the shadows, heard the guys calling the creature a monster. And then what they said was that no matter how many times they watched the video, the guy looked a lot like Chang Soo Chang, which couldn't help but make him nervous. That day, news of the incident spread all over the internet, and of course, it reached the university in no time. Then the student thought that he would be caught and sent for experiments. But there is no bad without good. Many people took it as a fiction, but still Calm at heart was not, because this situation is repeated again as in the past. 12 years ago, when he was very young, an acquaintance was having a birthday party, the children singing the birthday song loudly, excited to taste the sweet birthday cake. Only Soo Chang was standing far away from the festive table where everyone and even the kindergarten teacher were rejoicing, and no one paid attention to him. The boy was downcast. Of course he was terribly unpleasant and sad. He wanted to burst into tears, but it wasn't just because he was being ignored. It was because it was also his birthday today. That's when the kindergarten teacher made an awkward remark to the kids, saying she should have called Soo Chang out too, and the kids just started questioning why do it when they're all not close at all. And the woman, in spite of this, still tried to prove that one should get along with each other if they want to be called friends. Someone from the children put in a counterargument that he has never brought gifts to others, and then one girl said to keep quiet about it, reminding that it is because he has no money, and also mom and dad. In fact, Soo Chang had heard all of this and he was of course terribly uncomfortable. He was an outcast, always left out, and no matter what, he realized that he would never be part of any collective. Even then he wanted to just make friends with everyone, but it was all in vain. It didn't happen. He had to spend his childhood in inner world eating loneliness. And the reason was that this is always the case when you are different from others. Such people cannot enjoy such happiness as friends and good attitude in the society of their peers. He walked down the street, remembering all those dark images of his childhood, a hood over his head that not only tried to hide his identity, but questions about why he was always different. Suddenly, a guy appeared behind him and pushed aside his long cloak with a caustic smile, causing Soo Chang to be dumbfounded in shock and frozen in place, being utterly shocked by such insolence, and immediately realized what was happening and turned around with a huge swing. Full of anger and fright, asked who dared to do such a thing. That curious young man managed to duck so as not to get hit on the head, and the guy started making excuses that his other guys asked him to do this, to check if Soo Chang has wings, so he shouldn't be reacting so harshly to everything that's going on. And with a haughty gait he headed towards the company, bragging that he almost succeeded in solving the mystery. But the brunette noticed everything. He was sure it was him in the video, but he couldn't confirm or deny the fact of having wings for sure. Soo Chang was overcome with fear mixed with resentment at this kind of betrayal because his classmates looked at him as if he were an animal in a zoo. But a month ago they had been friends at the university together, and now that close to them Chang Soo Chang is gone, he felt that it would be better to be experimented on than the life he got. Now he has to experience loneliness, especially when he walks down the street, seeing people whispering and whispering at the sight of a guy. As he rode the trolley bus, he thought about the fact that he hadn't logged on to social media in a while, so after such a long time he decided to do it anyway, to see what was going on. Opening the app, he saw that many people had unsubscribed. There were rumors that the experimental lab was investigating that monster in the video, and there was no way the brunette, who had already demonstrated too much to the world around him, would want to find himself embroiled in all of this. And then among his subscribers he saw Mihi, the sight of whom made his heart beat faster, trying to fly to the seventh heaven with happiness. So he came to the conclusion that he didn't care how many people unsubscribed from him, as long as he still had her. He opened her picture. The girl was smiling. She was as sweet and smiling. She smelled friendly and feminine. Her brown eyes shone with kindness. It was impossible not to fall in love with this wonderful lady. A fleeting smile appeared on his face from admiring her image, and then he remembered that he had gotten the information not too long ago that she had come to her senses today. So he immediately decided to go to the hospital, fully realizing that he didn't need anyone else but Mihi, just as long as she was there to light him up with her warmth and understanding. But going into her room, the guy saw a completely unexpected reaction. She jumped up in bed, began to move backwards, grabbing the bed, yelling for Soo Chang not to come even a meter closer to her. Immediately the brunette went into shock and stupor. He couldn't yet fully realize what was happening. An awkward and anxious smile appeared. A cold sweat ran down his body, and immediately tried to approach the frightened girl, asking what happened to her. Doesn't she recognize him? It's him, Soo Chang. Meanwhile the nurses tried to hold him back and convey to the guy that he can't be here. He just didn't recognize Mihi. He was tearing himself out of the hands of the women in white uniforms. It just couldn't be that this girl who had been so kind to him, who was worried about him and clearly felt something for him, had become so callous. The student remembered her from a few months before. How warm and welcoming she had been. There was no version of her then and now in his mind. It was as if in a terrible dream. He was all shaking with fear. She began to stammer. Her eyes widened. The patient ordered that the brunette should not come near her even one more step. Then she squirmed even more on the bed. He was shoved out the door by the girl's last word, which she used to call Soo Chang, nicknaming him a monster, then just took a control shot to the guy's heart, who just froze like an icy figure after that. He looked at his phone once more, logging into social media. The icon of Mihi's account that was just glowing in the number of followers created hope that all was not yet lost. And immediately there was one less subscriber. It was the newly visited girl who decided to remove her subscription to the guy who incidentally a month ago saved her life at the risk of her own. The lights in his apartment were out everywhere. They were on only in the bathroom. His t-shirt and hooded cloak were on the floor. The silence in the rooms was sepulchral, as if foreshadowing terrible events. Soo Chang stood in front of the mirror with his torso bare. The guy scratched his back, blaming it on the wings behind his back. Holding a bandage in his teeth, he lifted one of the wings, setting the scissors to it. All he has to do is cut off these hellish body parts. Determination and self-loathing burning in G7's eyes. Madness burned in his eyes and an inner voice ordered him to cut. Sweat from nerves running down his face. His hands were shaking. Something still stopped him from harming himself, but the wing was already between the blades of the scissors. Immediately, the stationary object fell onto the cold tiled floor. Obviously, Soo Chang was unable to do what he intended. This was his moment of showing weakness. Behind the scissors on the floor, the brunette fell to his knees as well, clutching at the floor with his hands. He breathed heavily, realizing how close he was to ridding himself so cruelly of his own problem. His face was completely red and burning with a blush of despair. Bitter tears flowed from his eyes. He was still shaking. The guy knew full well that it was going to hurt and now hated himself because of how pathetic he was. Another month of Soo Chang's intolerable life had passed. The guy was walking down a street that was bustling with life. There was a huge amount of clouds in the sky that blocked out the sun. The brunette also wore a hood on his head, hiding his face and identity. He was just sick of society, and not even because he hates it, but because it doesn't accept someone who looks different. He could perfectly hear some company walking along the crosswalk going for another drink. Just like when Soo Chang was popular and they often went to parties with their friends. A person lives in a group, and of course there is someone who is out of that group. Many of them choose one end, which was called death. There was silence in the stairwell. Far below was the first floor, and here was the exit to the roof. His sneaker-clad foot rested on the edge of the roof, didn't flinch once. He was standing on the edge of a huge multi-story building with panoramic large windows on each floor. He was obviously ready to accept his death, because he saw no meaning in life. His eyes had lost their luster, the sparkle of life, but he had already accepted everything. So it would make him feel so much better if he just disappeared and didn't torture himself further. One decisive push with his foot and there is that moment when the spirit spirals inside. Time slows down. Hands and feet go numb and the brain begins to panic, realizing that the instinct of self-preservation did not work in time. One step that decided the fate of a man. His face was completely emotionless. Soo Chang had suffered enough of his own. He had had enough. It was better to end his existence than to continue his torment like before. But for some reason the ground did not approach him faster. He just froze in the air, and then turned to see what was the matter. There were already open two wings, through which the sunlight passed. He bit his lip with the same miserable look, pitying and blaming himself. Not a single spark of life appeared on his face. Now he can't even die normally. He is left with absolutely no way out. And all because of those horrible dragonfly body parts. The human will doesn't work. You'll have to suffer for the rest of your days. Suddenly the very girl in the cap cried out in admiration that she envied the guy in such an ability. She stood on the wall of the high-rise, parallel to the floor, and kept saying that she would definitely want wings like that for herself. Immediately, Soo Chang's expression changed. He was deeply surprised. He recognized this person. Now his main thought was not a suicide attempt, but how long this girl had been here. Though no, it was more interesting to see how it held up on the wall, and the stranger, holding up her cap, kept vocalizing, saying that having wings like that made the guy want to die and made the whole thing look incredibly stupid. The girl said that if he didn't like them so much, she had an idea, and then she took off her hat, and what was under it surprised the brunette that his eyes widened. There were two long tendrils on the top of the stranger's head. Said that there was a way to remove this feature and become human again, and then asked if the interlocutor wanted this secretion shared with him. Soo Chang marveled at the fact that it was possible to get rid of those nasty wings and become a normal student again and get his life back in his hands. It was only the second time it reached him that this girl was just like him, but she was shivering from the cold, so curled up, covering herself more heavily with her sweater, and asked before beginning to discover all the nuances they should go inside. The door slammed shut, and the insect woman screamed with joy, because she thought she was about to die of cold there on the multi-story building outside. Suddenly, the guy's hand headed in her direction, hitting the wall beside the girl loudly, making her a little nervous from such a flood of aggression. Soo Chang did not hide his evil grin and with great anger, as if she was the reason he became like this, began to demand to tell him everything that the stranger knows how to become an ordinary person again. The same only shoved the brunette away, saying she didn't know, creating the image of a true lousy girl in his eyes, and then added that she had one condition on which everything depended, putting her cap on her head. She suggested that the nervous kid go to their university for an interview, and their professor would explain and tell him everything. Those words were spinning around in his head more and more often, losing their true meaning. Was there really some special institution of higher learning that had a professor who could accept something like this as the norm? And then his companion suggested that there was a ring bus waiting on the first floor, and if Soo Chang followed it, he could see for himself and perhaps even get advice and help. The girl was already heading down the stairs, while the brunette wondered why he would believe in those words. After all, one mantis had almost killed him last time, and the stranger wasn't going to prove anything. If he didn't believe it, then let him go back to the roof to jump and torture himself with the fact that his wings would save him every time. And then she looked at him with her piercing eyes, adding that if he trusted her and followed her, his life would change. And Soo Chang would no longer be lonely like in his distant childhood, very early adolescence or like now. It was very much bribing his heart and soul, so the decision was about to be made, which made the guy bite his lip angrily, realizing how easily he was hooked and already hooked. A spark of disgust ran through his body. Her hands gripped the cold handrails harder. It seemed like a very long time to make a decision, but the answer was actually quite quick, and it was positive. They got on the bus, and Soo Chang still thought that he couldn't trust this mysterious stranger 100%, but he had nowhere else to go, so it was worth the risk. The cabin was completely empty, and in the back seat sat this unusual pair of strange people. The brunette handed the guy a canister, showing the thing and asking if he knew this insect repellent. The student frantically swallowed his saliva. He clearly recognized this package, which he was shocked by, and she picked up his thoughts with a serious look from under her cap that it was jungle juice, a remedy that mixed insect and human DNA. It was very popular at one time because of its effect, but the problem was that if a person killed an insect, its DNA would be ingested. Therefore, a part of Soo Chang's body, just like that mantis, became a part of the insect's body. It was just outrageous. The brunette angrily asks who the hell invented this remedy, and his interlocutor turns away, answering that she herself has no idea. It was not known exactly nothing, neither what firm, nor what kind of person. No one knows. It is only known that a large number of people were infected by him. Immediately, the guy went on a search engine and found that nothing was known about this remedy, even in a place like the internet. And then he learns that the company, along with his new partner, who has clearly gone dark under the cap, have covered all their tracks very thoroughly. Only Soo Chang would want to ask again from shock what it meant, and especially the word we, but he didn't get an answer because the girl was about to leave, saying that they had already arrived. A shadow of mystery appeared on her face, and the student had nothing to do but walk right behind her with surprise, for he had nothing else to do. But the place they stopped at also created a lot of questions, for they were still tunneled in. After that, his guide began to press something with her hand on the panel and asked if her interlocutor knew where the tunnels were, to which she received the answer that of course they were in the mountains. Immediately after his recent hand movement, a passage began to open in front of them, dazzling and shocking Soo Chang in a new way. He was even speechless for a few seconds. The bright light was blinding my eyes. It was hard to get used to it so quickly, and the girl continued her spiel. They try to hide and avoid people, so they live by just hiding. And here was their campus town. Finally, the guy's eyes got used to the light after the dark tunnel and would be even more shocked to see the extent of this settlement. It was called Nest. Inside there were a large number of buildings of different heights and looks, but there were also natural islands of greenery with trees and bushes. Soo Chang rushed forward. His legs carried him on their own, amazed that inside the mountain was a university. This was something no one would have expected. A real hide-and-seek nest from ordinary people. The buildings, the people, everything he saw made his eyes grow wide, amazed at how much this picture was like a real jungle. There were different kinds of insects walking around, flying around, looking like people. They didn't care about anything, and with ease and carelessness they were socializing and having fun, as if they were not interested in the peculiarities of their bodies at all. The brunette was absolutely disarmed by such news. It was absolutely impossible to believe that there were many like him. Was there really any way to become a normal person in this place? At bird's-eye height walked the very same praying mantis that had clearly spotted its recent prey recently nailed to the spot. His huge paws were in special cuffs. His head was now occupied only with this information, and the watchmen who were leading him, prodding him with baton in hand, asked rudely who had authorized the fucking monster to stop, and so that the captive did not look at the freedom that he clearly missed, asked to come to his senses, accompanied his request with an electric shock on the back, because from that moment the man insect is just a guinea pig. From the pain the mantis clenched its teeth, screaming loudly in pain. But still from its mouth the word dragonfly flew out, causing drooling anticipation of its taste. Despite his complete immobilization and metal collar, the man just licked his lips, promising with menace that they would meet again soon and things would be completely different. And Soo Chang was still looking at the faces of the insect people who were frolicking around, and still couldn't figure out what this place was without even trying to look more carefully under his feet. So many familiar and most ordinary insects crossed with such ordinary people, creating something unique. The guy walked the streets with a sagging jaw, not believing his eyes that absolutely everyone here is like this. And the girl in the cap confirmed everything he sees, remarking that everyone here is like him and has also suffered from jungle juice. Although it's called a university, it actually has a slightly different purpose. It's a place where people can live a quiet life, have fun and socialize. And such opportunities are only available to them because of this campus, which is just an opportunity to protect such people. But Soo Chang couldn't help but be surprised by the number of them. He had heard that he wouldn't be alone in this place, but he couldn't imagine that he would be so alone. The brunette turned and walked away with a light gait, saying that she would be back as soon as she reported to the department, because the boy was the only newcomer in the semester. But for now he should take a walk and look around. And leaving her companion in the middle of the busy street, finally congratulated him on his arrival in Nest, which would now be his home and safe place. Soo Chang was already walking on the tree pillar bridge over the lake, looking at the fact that there were people of absolutely all ages here. To think that such a fantastic university would be located in Korea. He turned on the people, inspecting each one closely. The guy just couldn't believe that they all had insect parts just like him, and more importantly that he didn't even try or want to hide them. Suddenly something made him stop dangling in the clouds of his thoughts and freeze in place. With his side vision he saw something strange. There were bugs flying around him that held a certain direction, and a sweet luscious odor wafted into his nose, forcing him to lift his gaze forward. A pumped-up man sat by a huge archway, meditating, and a translucent orange liquid was smeared on his chest, to which the insects were clinging. Immediately the unfamiliar big man took one beetle, with honey reaching for it along its legs, and said that he was letting them enjoy such sweetness, and in return he was getting protein from them. Summarizing that such was the circle of life, he brought the insect up to his open mouth. It didn't look very appetizing, especially with the sight of another huge pile of his future snack victims perched on the slimy gooey chest. The bearded man chewed and crunched the small living creatures, which made Soo Chang a little confused, and caused the incomprehension and disgust of this picture to appear. But he didn't emphasize it much, justifying it by saying that there were no normal people here, and the weirdo stayed behind further eating small insects. As suddenly this bug eater grabbed the guy's cloak and lifted it up, examining the wings. He, scratching his chin, couldn't figure out what kind of bug was in front of him. It was a complete shock to the newcomer, yet such brazen curiosity. And then he heard the suggestion that he had wings like a dragonfly. His breathing quickened and his pupils narrowed. He immediately, with a cry, straightened the object of such a close scrutiny and flew away to a certain distance to protect himself. It happened so quickly that his scrutinizer did not have time to lower his hand. And then the bearded man characterized them as pretty flexible to hide them under your clothes and not break, and also in good shape, so good wings. What was completely unclear was why Soo Chang was hiding them from other people's eyes, since his specialty had such a good performance. But the guy still hadn't really gotten into the conversation. He was immersed in the stress of everything that was happening to him at the moment. He was shocked to see such a normal attitude towards wings, because as soon as the memory of me calling him a monster popped into his mind after what he saw, his gaze immediately became hard and it reminded him why he was here. With a confident and firm gait he walked away from the scene of his intercourse with the strange man, not intending to linger a moment, and only uttered one last word, that he had come here to get rid of them. The man touched his beard again and with a sly look, called the guy a pathetic fool for this decision, because he himself does not yet understand the essence of his new body. In a huge multi-story building, fully glazed, still and oddly shaped, was already the main character. At Nest in the Department of Insect Advantage, Soo Chang was to meet Ma Do-hyun, a full-time professor who was happy to extend his hand to a new student. The man praised and thanked Hee-jin for bringing the boy, saying that he had heard about him from the reports, while Soo Chang stood just as bewildered and awkward, only now also because he realized how important this meeting was. My throat was dry. Excitement was very much showing itself, but the very realization that this man, the professor, was not just a man or even someone who taught at a university for human insects. He is a way of learning how you can become a human being back, and the education worker knows what needs to be done. So the handshake is supposed to solve a lot of things in the brunette's life. At that time, Ma Do-hyun suggested to get straight to the point, and taking the remote control, he pressed a few buttons. The professor was intent on showing how to become a normal person again, but first you should watch a video for that. Immediately the full wall screen lit up, The video of this university's graduation began to play on the display, and Soo Chang stood there in complete shock that he would approach the clue so quickly. The video started the part with the graduation speech of the class representatives. Next, the best graduates will be presented. It was kind of creepy, uncomfortable. All that was left was to watch breathlessly. The people who were in the audience, some with bouquets and gifts for the graduates, proceed to the ceremony, which was called Cinderella. Such a name surprised Soo Chang quite a bit, wondering what it was and why it was called that. In the video there was a student with a head completely like a bug. It was mega gross, and in its paw it held a glass with some kind of liquid in it. I wonder what it was. Could it be alcohol? Immediately the monster dipped its spout into the glass container and took a couple of sips. It was quite disgusting to look at such a thing. Goosebumps went down my spine, realizing that this was not a fantasy movie, but a real person. And then something began to happen. The glass fell from his hands and shattered on the floor. The insect twisted as if in pain, and a bright light showed from his chest. Soo Chang was shocked by what he saw. His expression changed, and what he saw next promised a stupor of surprise. The hairy fly's foot began to seem to evaporate, leaving behind thin, pale, beautiful fingers, and more importantly, a human hand. And immediately the monster completely turned into a pretty girl, which was illuminated by pink light from the transformation. Is the dream of today for the brunette is real, and it is possible to become an ordinary person? Soo Chang began to aggressively question what this girl drank. What was it? Realizing that he needed it, the professor replied that it was something that the research department of their university accidentally created while researching jungle sap. They used the basic principle of jungle sap and isolated the insect DNA and then tried to tell in simpler language. Ma Do-hyun took out a vial with a turquoise liquid and a slipper pendant. Just like that fairy tale heroine, it was a medicine that could bring people back to a normal human state. They called it Cinderella. The brunette seemed to hover, digesting the information, repeating what he'd heard about a special drug that could restore the human form. Of course, this is it, and the guy needs it to get things back on track and find a life full of joy and popularity of him among his old social circle again. And then the guy started to prove to the professor that it was exactly what he needed. So he asked him to give it to him, but Ma Do-hyun said he couldn't afford it, and apologized on top of that, causing the student to wonder why. Making an important appearance, the man narrated that the liquid in the bottle was not a medicine that could be easily prepared. It was made from jungle juice concentrate, so the amount that could be prepared was limited. Soo Chang had already clenched his teeth with anger, as if he was ready to snatch the vial by force, especially after hearing the words that it was impossible to bring everyone back to normal, unfortunately. And then adding to that spiel that if the brunette wants it so badly, he should go to university and graduate with the best score in the department, just like the young lady in the video holding flowers and waving hello at her graduation. The men added that they only give Cinderella to the best students, just like in the video, so you'll have to work to get a normal look again. And as if teasing, he asked what choice the young boy in front of him would make, and he scrolled all the information in his head, namely, to get the medicine, he must go to university. Walking out of the high-rise, Jin asked the guy who had clearly hung his nose, wondering what kind of university it was that he would choose, and heard the reply that if the cure was only given to the best student, he basically had no choice but to enroll. And the interlocutor decided to cheer up, but obviously she did not succeed. She said that in any case, the choice is always up to him, and if he does not want to enter, then just let him stay and live. Here is not bad, but then in Cinderella not to see. She also sowed doubts, adding that even if she gets in, it's not a fact that she'll be the best student. But at the same time, Soo Chang pulled out a case from his pocket, saying that for his benefit, money wasn't the issue. Because if it's purely about learning, then anything is possible, and the guy who put on the big glasses is at least now ready to transfer to that institution of higher learning. A few hours later, a bunch of students gathered near the entrance of the lecture hall. In the huge courtyard, everyone was discussing questions about their studies. Who would choose whom from the professors? Someone had failed in the last semester, so they had to think more carefully about all their decisions. In general, they were killing time as they could, gossiping and having fun. Chang Soo Chang was transferred to the Department of Insect Advantage in the blink of an eye, and judging from the fact that everyone here talks like students, this place is more like a university than he thought. He immediately remembered Jin, who had helped him a lot, especially at the moment when the guy was panicking about choosing a course. The thought that enrollment was imminent, but at first she mocked him, saying that the brunette didn't even know what he was going to study, and still talking shit about becoming the best student in the department. And then already handed him a little book, in which the basic courses were already scheduled, and when enrolling just let him choose one of the 3 described in it. He grabbed the notebook with a serious look and began to read, and immediately his surprise was unbounded. The courses had very strange titles such as Practical Bug Control and Principles of Nest Security, which made him think he had been given the wrong information. Soo Chang paid special attention to the second course. It had more than half of the class honors and no group work. And then he remembered the man who was supposed to help him and still agreed within himself that he gave the impression of a good person. So he decided to apply for Professor Ma's course specifically. However, standing in the middle of the huge university courtyard, he thought that they all needed to get together and take the entrance exams. He usually had to use the computer cafe before, sweating over his work. Did this university really have such good computers? And started flipping through the little book again. Suddenly 2 students flew past him. The girl grabbed the guy by the throat and tried to throw punches with a crazy smile. It happened incredibly fast. It would have been impossible to even notice if they weren't lifting such air currents upwards. Soo Chang finally paid attention to them. He didn't expect to see a scuffle in the middle of the courtyard so quickly. This event made everyone pay attention to the 2 persons who were fighting, with the girl winning so far, but no one knew the reasons. One would have thought that they had started the fight from nothing, but still the others heard swearing and phrases about the young lady in net tights telling her opponent not to come to the university. And he was trying to figure out why this psychopath was getting into a fight. These 2 were named Hyo-sun and Do-hwa. This was clearly not their first fight judging from the reactions of the others, but Soo Chang was impressed. Coming to the university and fighting. These seemed to be hostages of the university he had only heard of. Suddenly, Hee-jin's voice was heard and she walked past him just as quickly, telling him not to worry because the guy would have to see this kind of thing often. She immediately walked over to the scene and pulled the scorpion girl back by her jacket for starters. And then she also grabbed a guy by the sweater, who hadn't yet gotten over the fact that he'd been tried in the face with a fist, but seemed to be asking for more trouble. Hee-jin lightly threw the pair in different directions as if the lightest of balls. It was impossible to realize its full power truly. It was as if Soo Chang had just now noticed her antennae on her head and was eerily surprised by them. The scorpion girl landed on the ground with great force, creating puffs of dust and displaying the might of the one who had massacred her. The guy still didn't realize who did it all, trying to get up off the ground. Only saw her feet. Hee-jin meanwhile walked closer to the battered and said that if they start the new semester with a fight, it seems that the energy from the guys is so pert. The expression on the guy's face immediately changed as soon as he saw who was standing in front of him. Park Hee-jin was from the Department of Insect Advantage and served as the department representative. Soo Chang became even more surprised by the events that were happening to him. It turns out this girl had been a representative of the department all along. Now he'll have to digest the information that he's the same department as someone like her. Noticing the guy's stare, Hee-jin ordered with the same warm smile as before to blow him an admission. The new student was worried about his life at the university, whether everything would be alright. Meanwhile, it was 10 minutes before the entrance exam. Soo Chang came to the smart auditorium, not even late, and took one of the available seats. Behind them sat Hyo-sun and Do-hwa, with sparks of unfriendliness between them, and they could have fought, but Hee-jin was sitting behind them, clearly in a bad mood, and the brunette in front was ready to admit that his chance for a normal student life had already been ruined. Soo Chang's enthusiasm was still trying to keep his spirits up, because now the most important thing was to pass the entrance exam, and in general, no matter how you grasp the material, if you do not allocate your time properly or miss a good course, then you are finished. So no matter how, the kid definitely needs to get into Professor Ma's class. Meanwhile, in his office, Ma Do-hyun was gazing thoughtfully at the circles through the panoramic windows, waiting for someone, and finally waited, noticing the door to his office open. The same huge bearded man who had slathered himself in honey to attract bugs entered the room. It was actually a full-time professor, John, who had come in about a new student. His colleague realized who it was about because he had heard that the professor had already had a chance to meet with him, asking him what he thought of him, and then asked a question, in Ji-young's opinion, whether Soo Chang would be able to finish the entrance exam, and the interlocutor thought seriously, remembering the moment when the guy angrily walked away, saying he wanted to get rid of his wings, somehow smiled unkindly, realizing the whole picture perfectly. Of course, no chance. He would fail all the tests, at the very least, because it would be new to him, at most, not being able to accept his new body and use it properly. And then a voice from outside announced the start of the entrance exam. Goosebumps ran down Soo Chang's skin, and a drop of cold sweat ran down his face from excitement. But at the same moment something happened that the guy obviously didn't expect. All the students sitting with him blew up and ran towards the window, from which they jumped out, taking their legs whoever was going where. The boy also abruptly got up from his seat, but instead of running, he looked around, not understanding where everyone had gone. And what about the entrance exams? And he seemed to be getting the point, but he didn't want to take it for granted. Suddenly, Ji-young appeared in the auditorium, which only confirmed the speculation that this was the entrance exam for their university. So let Soo Chang think hard and win before the others if he wanted to accomplish anything. And then let a terribly menacing look come out, saying that you need to be among the only winners because they're the ones who will be the strongest. Soo Chang rushed towards the window, looking out for his opponents who had already decently moved away from him. Not realizing what he should do, the classmates moved as they could, some using their wings, some using their incredible abilities, but everyone stuck to the same goal, realizing that at the moment they were all enemies. The brunette couldn't realize until the last moment what was going on and where everyone had rushed to so suddenly. He was breathing heavily, panicking with helplessness and the realization that this was what it meant now that enrollment was open. Soo Chang was not himself. It seemed as if everyone had gone crazy. His head was just thinking about what the hell was going on. Suddenly there were footsteps in the corridor and another student entered the room, who seemed to realize that the guy in front of him was the new guy. The brunette turned at the sound, and the stranger assumed, judging by his companion's reaction, that he hadn't had time to tell him everything. It was a short boy in appearance who seemed very shy. He clearly had the signs of a bee. The guy offered to talk about the registration rules if the newcomer wanted to. They were walking through the jungle from the trees around the huge stone buildings. Only now Soo Chang realized that they needed to find the professor, which surprised him a lot. The interlocutor only said that there was nothing surprising here, though Nest had distinguished himself here too, because professors hid somewhere in the forest or on the mountain, and to enroll in their group you had to scour the whole neighborhood. And the first 16 students are handed flash drives by their mentors. They have to stick it in their laptops in the computer lab and finita la procedure. Now Soo Chang realized that he had already screwed up at the start. His companion did not deny it, and then asked if the brunette had already decided on a course. Then the same guy with some awkward look that his choice was obvious. He wants to take a course with Ma Do-hyun because he heard that his students have the highest grades in the whole university. And Soo Chang of course wants to get to the top of the entire department. His interlocutor's face changed for a second, showing all his surprise at such words. And then the bee began to smile, saying that everything was clear to him now. It would be difficult for the guy of course, but he even envied his determination. Then the unfamiliar temporary partners split up, because everyone should have slowly moved out to search, wishing each other a successful registration and leaving only a good impression of each other, separated. But now Soo Chang was tormented by another question, namely how to find the professor, when he was all alone, and so much time lapsed. He did not know whether there was any point in fidgeting. The brunette went at random, not knowing in which direction everyone rushed. Looking around, he realized that the best way to look around would be from a height, but where to climb was a new task. And then the right thought finally popped into his head. He glanced sharply to his back, realizing there was no point in climbing anywhere if he could just take off. At the same moment, he left his cloak on an unattended branch to free his back at least a little. From the height Soo Chang had climbed to, everything was like looking at a large anthill, and the wings didn't even make a noise, but they did their job perfectly. Now it was even possible to see where everyone was headed, and it was possible to do so after all. And then Soo Chang noticed that there were flags in the middle of the forest. Observing the movement of the students, he assumed that they should now go to them, and if that guess is correct, it's more likely that Professor Ma is sitting near one of them. But then the brunette's gaze was drawn to the scuffle below. There were people fighting there, brutally, as if fighting for something, with no intention of showing regret or mercy. It wasn't clear what was going on. Some piled on one in droves, completely driving their opponent into a stalemate and hopeless situation. But the question of why they were suddenly clashing with each other remained open. Toward the sky where Soo Chang was soaring came all kinds of swearing, promises to destroy everyone, and the fight for the professor seemed to be a real fight for the special course. The guy didn't understand why students were so overextended. Were they really willing to put everything for the sake of studying? Was it worth such suffering and effort? But there was no time to hesitate. Not just because of these flags here. While everyone is fighting, there is a great way to get to them unnoticed and the first to get the coveted flash drive. Only that is to which of the dozens to fly. It is unknown near which is Professor Ma. Although it seems that Soo Chang still realized which flag he definitely wanted. After pondering for a couple of seconds he made his final decision. Without delay, he rushed forward, creating zigzags in the air, flying around tall trees. At point A, there was a table and a chair with a professor sitting comfortably in it. Everything around it was green and whispering of man's connection with nature. Ma Do-hyun was reading a book and drinking tea from a thermos poured into a small cup, when suddenly a big rumble made the men distracted from such pastime. He looked at the source of the sound. Soo Chang, whom the teacher recognized, was prostrate on the floor, but he was clearly in no hurry to help him up. The brunette had a smug grin on his face, but he hadn't calculated the landing. It was hard to keep his eyes open and fly around on all wings, but he was glad that his gut didn't let him down. And this is the place that all the students go to. Ma Do-hyun realized that the students were willing to go to their deaths for the sake of a good mentor. The crowds flocked here. A fool wouldn't have guessed it. Soo Chang's logical thinking is not lacking, which is a plus. And even though the others had a head start, the dragonfly's ability to fly was clearly to his advantage. And then praising the boy for his good work, the professor handed him a briefcase with a single flash drive, with the help of which the diligent student would be able to enroll in Ma Do-hyun's course. Soo Chang seems to be a real lucky guy, because he was the one holding the last flash drive to enroll in the course. the brunette clutched the file carrier in his hand and listened to the professor's admonition to return to class and insert the drive into the laptop so that it would be protected as the apple of his eye. The guy was genuinely happy that he had finally gotten on Ma's course, now closer to his goal by another step, but it looked like it was too early to rejoice. Soo Chang was no longer thinking about anything, but was just contentedly walking past the other students, hoping to become a normal person again, to whom the instructor had announced that there were no more flash drives for Nest Special Course defense issues. Then Ma Do-hyun picked up his phone, rummaging through it, thinking that since he had given out flash drives, it was time to move on to the next step. With the thought that it was time for the battle to begin, he pressed the red button on the screen. Suddenly, the smartphone vibrated and rang in Soo Chang's pocket. He was distracted by the message that came in. The portraits of the applicants who received flash drives to register for Ma Do-hyun's special course popped up on the screen. This really surprised the guy. He genuinely didn't understand if it was some kind of typo. He didn't understand why he was only an applicant. Didn't just because he got a flash drive mean he was now enrolled in the course. Ji-young saw this notice too, sitting on the hammock while the students behind him were killing each other, and gloated over the transferred student. Since he was able to reach the flash drive with his wings, he was going to have a hard time. He was gloating as if this man had done something to him, and now Soo Chang would know what was going on. While everyone was still figuring things out in the background, Hee-jin was reading a new notification on her phone and was just as surprised that the newcomer had gotten hold of Professor Ma's flash drive. Everyone saw it, and everyone was well aware that the game had just begun. Only Hyuna didn't care about that. She was chewing on her partner's clothes, who was trying to ask the girl not to do that and read the newsletter after all. For anyone who couldn't get their hands on a flash drive, this newsletter was their only chance to join a coveted mentor's course and should be obtained at all costs. So in a split second, everyone who saw this message was near Soo Chang to take their chance of luck by force if it was impossible to get by intelligence, wit, and speed. Registration for the course was not yet over. Loud noises began to be heard in the forest, from new enemies landing nearby. Soo Chang was so frightened that his heart froze and he froze in place, waiting for the next events. The huge man tried to strike the guy's head, but he managed to crouch down and the damage was only done to the tree. The impact was so strong that the tree trunk simply broke off and flew a great distance, demolishing everything in its path. In front of Soo Chang was an enraged mustache beetle. Members of this family are called lumberjacks because they feed on the bark of trees, destroying them. It was a great horror. Just now the guy's head had almost been blown off. He could have turned into just a wet blur from the force of his opponent's hand. Self-preservation instinct starting to kick in. Soo Chang was surrounded on all sides, trying to take away his storage device, but he sincerely did not understand what was happening and just tried to get away with it as he made his way through the dense forest. A guy with huge paws from his back appeared in front of him asking nicely for now to give up such a desirable thing. It was a Frin. These spider-like creatures grab and tear prey with clawed pedipalps. His heart was pounding like crazy. He can't just hand over the flash drive he got the honest way, so he has to resort to running, dodging every opponent, dancing pirouettes in the air, squashed the furious students, and only now the guy realized that they were trying to threaten him solely because of the flash drive. But so far his agility was playing in his favor. As he dashed forward to safety, he didn't understand why it was so difficult to register and make this move with the applicants. Suddenly, Soo Chang was called out by someone, so he had to turn around right as he walked, fluttering his wings. He swept up a familiar face below. In the hollow of a huge old tree sat the same bee that had called the dragonfly to him, wanting to help and hide a recent acquaintance. He also panicked as he looked around, looking out for Soo Chang's opponents and how far away they were and whether the brunette would have time to fly up to him unnoticed. The university students didn't notice where their target disappeared to, so they ran on, missing the hiding place where the guys had overstayed. So far, the chase hadn't touched Soo Chang, so one could exhale at the fact that they hadn't been spotted, which was quite surprising. But luck was also so far on the newcomer's side. The brunette was very grateful to his new friend, because once again he helped. It was good that the world was not without kind people. Hot sweat from the recent heavy physical exertion ran down his face. The interlocutor was a little embarrassed, lowering his gaze, trying to dismiss these words, pretending to be very pleased with such expressions. Suddenly, the short guy's face changed, and pointed his hand with a retracted finger at his forehead, saying that he had circled Soo Chang. Something jabbed the brunette. It was a bee's fingernail that remained in the new student's skin, and a viscous liquid stretched from it to his finger. Soo Chang fell to his knees. His gaze darted upwards. Something began to happen to his body. There was no way to control it. Finally consciousness came. His arms and legs went numb, and the bee unclenched the dragonfly's unresisting limb and pulled a flash drive from there. the guy decided to also taunt his captive, asking how the poison was for him, because for a while he would simply not be able to move. This is the ability of the honeybee. Its venom even in small doses is dangerous. While Soo Chang was numb not only from the poison but also from the shock, the one who had set him up was cheering and punning, saying that he could burn himself, who knew that the newcomer would get to Professor Ma, and then asked why his victim was looking at him like that. Did the guy think that the bee-man was really helping out of the goodness of his heart? Demonstrating all his duplicity, he leaned over to the brunette and finally explained the true rules of these entrance exams. Every man for himself, and no one in their right mind would save a rival. One could explain such foolish and infantile actions of Soo Chang by the fact that no one told him what the whole point of registration is. The leaders pushed the students head-to-head to find out who is the strongest. After that, he turned the flash drive in his fingers and announced that it was time for him to go, and he would definitely find a worthy use for this thing, and let Soo Chang try to change something next year. And then rising up on his wings, he added that it was unlikely to succeed, because such a chump will never become an excellent student, and the guy below was still trembling from the poison. But a voice inside said that if he didn't do anything now, he wouldn't become the best in the group by missing the flash drive. So despite the stiff state of his body, he was able to reach the sting in his forehead. Pulling it from his face, he laid it on the floor with trembling hands, motivated by the fact that he couldn't lose Cinderella that way, and immediately flew up into the sky, knowing full well that he just had to get back to normal, and thus fight for his goal. This amused the wily opponent. He was pleasantly surprised that Soo Chang was willing to go out of his way to get the flash drive back. But of course he was one step ahead, because the poison would make him like a sleepy fly anyway. So let him better not force himself, because that way the poison would only spread faster. And it was true, the body ached terribly. But the challenger student can't just let his opponent go. He has to catch up. But suddenly opened a second breath. To fly to this scoundrel is just an incredible obligation to himself. Suddenly before his eyes loomed a picture that he clearly did not expect to see. Somehow the dragonfly man can anticipate all his movements. Absolutely every pirouette in the air. And all because dragonflies are the deadliest predators in the world. In 95 cases their hunt is successful, so there is hope to get back what is rightfully theirs. And the whole trick was their incredible and very helpful eyes. They consist of tens of thousands of facets. With a view of 360 degrees they allow you to catch the slightest movement. With its supervision, the dragonfly is able to calculate the flight path of its victim, which clearly makes it superior to others in strength, or rather in agility and savvy. It was in that second that Chang Soo Chang first saw his prey, the honeybee, and he wanted to catch up to it at all costs. So the guy had already in a split second started to catch up with the kid who had stolen the drive, which really stunned him and already made him nervous beyond belief. Soo Chang immediately struck at the scoundrel who had circled him, because a dragonfly's keen eyes would never miss its prey. The woman's hand was inserting her flash drive into her laptop. A box lit up on the screen that said course registration was successfully completed. It was He-Jin, who had finally gotten over the whole intro to the course thing. Still had a couple hours to spare, and now she had to find something to do to keep herself busy so she wouldn't get bored. The headman was suddenly approached by a guy, wondering if the translator would be able to overcome these trials of a cruel society. After all, if he snatched a flash drive of Professor Ma, then now all sorts of gnats will swarm on him, and if he does not have time to register, then automatically sent to the academic. He-Jin propped her cheek with her hand, thinking about the newcomer. She was worried whether he would be able to handle the task, because if the guy really wanted to become the best in the stream of students, he should go to his goal rapidly, which means fighting to the death for your flash drive. Due to the blow Soo Chang threw, the storage unit needed for registration falls from his opponent's hands. The brunette spotted him and couldn't just stand idly by while his flak headed down towards the ground. Even though B-Boy was also unconsciously striving downward, Soo Chang's goal was exactly his ticket to a happy future as an excellent student who would become an ordinary person again. And he almost managed to reach the flash drive, but then right in front of his face someone's hand squeezed the item right in front of the guy's nose. It was a girl with huge and strong legs. She landed and started taunting the brunette, saying that what's down is gone. Disregarding the shouts in an attempt to get Soo Chang justice, she was already jumping over the tall trees, in an unknown direction. And of course the guy wasn't going to just lose and let his key to happiness be carried away. And then something in his chest prickled. He shifted his gaze to the body of his recent opponent, which was flying headlong from a decent height. He clenched his teeth in guilt only because he didn't realize how badly he'd miscalculated the blow, that the kid couldn't wake up and take off, and would crumble to his death. How weak is he if he fainted like that with a single blow? Thus Soo Chang misses the vicious girl, and with her the flash drive taken away from him right in front of his face. Dragonfly tried to convince himself that this guy had gotten to him first in the first place and didn't care about him at all. So it was the bee's own fault, being already a couple of centimeters away from the hard rocky ground. But it seems all attempts to soothe his conscience failed, and Soo Chang still headed sharply down and picked the guy up, grabbing his jacket, flying higher with a new load. The The brunette simply couldn't let the man die, no matter what meanness he had done. If it was just a matter of ordinary bruises, things could have turned out very differently. Otherwise, what kind of a person is he? It is a common thing to show humanity and help those who are in trouble. Therefore, Soo Chang left the injured man on a tree branch, waiting for him to wake up, even though it wasn't that much safer. And then he carried forward with all his wings, realizing what a head start he had given his opponent by missing the thief. And what to do next just did not understand, whether to fly for another flash drive, and breathing became much more difficult. In front of the eyes everything swam and changed color, the heat went through the body. In an instant, there was no longer any strength to keep himself in the air, causing Soo Chang to fall down through the leaves of the trees. He collapsed to the ground, his body trembling, unable to move a finger. Breathing was heavy, the guy's fingers clung to the grass. Everything was breaking and trembling. He didn't realize if he was going to have to die like this. The hell of it, not registration. The strength went on and on. His eyes were slipping, but Soo Chang was well aware of not closing his eyelids, trying to force himself not to. Suddenly someone's voice was heard in the darkness, calling the guy a pathetic slug and ordering him to get up immediately. This made the guy flinch. There was GJN standing over him, eating some goodies. Soo Chang lifted himself up on his hands. He was very much worried about how long he had been lying here, and then he realized that the strange type he had a chance to meet in the forest was in front of him. The man, without giving a reply, simply turned around and started to walk away, accusing Soo Chang of finding a very inopportune moment to have a slumber party. And finally deadled that thus he had slept through the entire registration. Everything inside the brunette turned cold. From the realization of what had happened, he started to rise to his feet, and John said that it's almost over, because there are 5 minutes left, but there is one problem, namely, there are no more flash drives, and then added with a sneer that it's okay, maybe try next year, if there is still Cinderella until then. And Soo Chang began to argue that first he was stung by a bee, then some cheeky girl stole the flash drive, and at the end he almost fell into eternal sleep because of the poison. It's all pure cheating, but the professor wasn't the least bit perceptive about it, only sighing derisively. He asked if the chump really thought that if he got the flash drive, everyone would be happy for him, if he was expecting such a reaction. If Soo Chang thought he was so special, then according to John, he will still ask for a second chance to give. The guy was under a lot of pressure, which even made him nervous. So he started to refuse, but no one would listen to him, claiming that weaklings are not liked at this university. So if he set himself a goal, then let him not expect indulgence. And then he revealed the secret that they didn't leave the students unattended at all, protecting them from real danger. And indeed there was a camera in the tree above. The jungle sap turns humans into deadly weapons, something they don't have in their arsenal, such as claws, poison, horns and sharp claws. And Soo Chang, as Ji-young suggested, seriously thought that he would just root through books at this university. If that's really the case, then let her go ask Nest for asylum, and then she can live out her days here in peace, like a regular insecticide victim. And then he threw his lunch bag in his hands, ordering him to throw it away since he had nothing else to do, recommending to take care of our planet, so have them remember to sort the trash, and immediately disappeared from sight, leaving Soo Chang alone in a clearing in the middle of the forest, forcing him to think over everything that had happened today. He stood in almost complete silence. Only the tree branches rustled slightly in the breeze. Is this the residual finality and it's over? The boy lowered his head. It seemed that he was about to cry. So much effort had been made, but he had never enrolled in any course. The brunette thought that it would be better if he didn't have to work his ass off because of the B-man. Then everything would work out. And immediately such thoughts made him feel even more disgusted with himself. Soo Chang covered his face with a piece of paper, blaming himself for saying such words. How could the earth even bear him after such a thing? From the rage that had built up inside, the guy swung the roll, sending everything to hell. I was about to throw it on the ground when I suddenly remembered that G.I. John had warned not to just throw trash away and to sort it. This changed from anger to grumbling and resentment that now I have to throw out the trash for a man I don't even know. And what is there to sort through? And then his fingers fumbled for something in the bag. This something made Soo Chang greatly surprised at what he saw. At the bottom of the bag was a red flash drive. It looked like luck was on his side today. Then the brunette remembered that the professor had said there were only 5 Manrutas left and no flash drives left at all. So these 5 minutes to the end of registration are decisive and we cannot delay. If so lucky, we need to grab fortune by the tail completely. Meanwhile, Ji-jong is suddenly caught up in the forest by Ma Do-hyun, who picks up on the fact that Professor Chi is cheating on his beliefs, just handing out flash drives like that. Who would have thought of that? And okay to someone from last semester, but here to a guy he recently had a bad opinion of. Had something happened that made him change his mind? It was true, and that was the case with the rescue of the enemy. But in response, John only dropped the phrase that if you want to do something well, you should do it yourself. He decided to take on a responsible mission, thinking that someone should beat the crap out of the boy, so he would do it. And Chang Soo Chang was already rushing to check in, realizing that there was almost no time left, and at this rate, he would not be able to keep up. If he accelerated, his eyes would burn mercilessly, and then he would again fail with the landing. And this is such a prospect. And then came an idea that made the guy slow down so sharply that the dust rose under his feet. That's when he pulled out the glasses case, realizing that here it was bingo. I wore goggles to keep the dust out of my eyes and the wind out of my way. And now, after such a second break, it's time to start accelerating your flight again. Spreading his wings again, he took off like an arrow, striking his target, registering for at least some course at this university. In the meantime, some students were sitting in the trees near the university and discussing the fact that everyone was rushing through the forest, climbing into the pillow, which is completely useless. If you can sit and wait quietly near the campus, and the prey will come to your hands. What made them get up and ready was the fact that one was already flying right into their hands. So they hadn't spent so much time here for nothing. These scary monsters in the form of humans were already ready to pounce on their victim, using all their features and chips. But they didn't succeed, of course, because the student flew past them at a tremendous speed, leaving behind them only the wind, which seemed able to blow them safely out of their seats. They stood in a stupor for a couple seconds at what had happened, not realizing what it was. They immediately rushed after Soo Chang, not accepting the fact that he was so fast and agile. But they didn't care at all. They changed their strategy and were going to grab him in the computer room, even though it was forbidden. And then a guy who hadn't been on their team before appeared near them. He reminded them that this is the truth and you can't do that. Immediately he scattered this gang of cunning men who had decided to act against the rules and norms set before them, all with a single kick of his foot. One of the victims began to shout at the culprit of such an unpleasant encounter, lying defeated on the floor. Just as suddenly near his head something hit the ground hard, causing him to gag and go into shock. His face was already being stomped on by Cheon Du-hwa, a first-year student of the Practical Entomology Department, Cha Hai-sung, who was the one who had neutralized the potential intruders, and Hee-jin was standing behind him. After registering, she received a message from Professor Chi, who told her not to sit idly by and to keep an eye on the newcomer properly. While Du-hwa and Hai-sung started arguing again, the girl looked up at the sky in an attempt to see Soo Chang, realizing that this was not Ji-young's style at all. He didn't know what the guy had done, but he was surprised at the outcome, so keep it up. Meanwhile, Dragonfly flew into the window of the registration office, barely making it in time. There was one single laptop on the desk, which was his target. He immediately inserted the much-anticipated long-suffering red flash drive into the computer, and began to type like a madman on the keyboard in fear of not being able to make it to the finish line of the journey made. One final strong finger press on the key, and that was it. A message appeared on the screen saying that the course registration had been successfully completed. The chosen special course was Insectoid Combat Training in Practice. Sweating profusely, he watched this information window and couldn't catch his breath. Registration was over. It was only now that he was able to relax and lean back in his chair, inhaling a lungful of air. Certainly not to Professor Ma, but at least somewhere. In the future I'll have to work harder. Maybe there's still a chance to come out on top. Suddenly these thoughts were interrupted by the sound of a gadget across the room. Soo Chang looked at the laptop in surprise. All wet from such a marathon, he was already afraid that something was wrong. What was on display really surprised the new student at the university for insect people hidden in the mountains. Soo Chang jumped up from his seat, surprised at how fast everything was happening. As soon as he registered for the course, a message immediately came through that it was time for the introductory class. So the guy decided to go to the classroom immediately. Wandering around the courtyard and corridors of the huge university in search of the right office, the brunette realized that they would not soon be released to rest, so they would have to suffer a little. Inside, the turnstiles were making nasty squeaking noises as Soo Chang was suddenly grabbed under the arms by the guards and roughly pushed away. They immediately started saying that outsiders are not allowed to enter. Only students and university staff are allowed in. And they did not pay any attention to the phrase that the guy actually studies here too. They demanded proof in the form of a student ID, which confused Soo Chang because he only received a flash drive to register. Suddenly all of a sudden from nowhere a woman's voice came to attention and the girl held out a brand new student ID to the guy. It was Hee-jin. She sweetly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, making an excuse that her student ID had only just now been issued. After passing through the turnstile, they were already walking down the corridor towards the right classroom. Soo Chang was pulling the leaves out of his hair and had just learned that he and Hee-jin were on the same course, and she said that this course was the best for her, but the brunette would be more suitable for Professor Ma's course. But the girl tried to calm the guy down a little, telling him not to worry too much, and wanted to tell him what would happen if he didn't make it to the top of the class. But Soo Chang interrupted her, asking if she thought that if the course was difficult, he wouldn't be able to handle it. The guy was full of enthusiasm, so let the interlocutor not make such hasty conclusions. So quickly he will not give up. After glancing at his new student ID around his neck, slowing down a bit in the middle of the hallway, and Jin was humbled and even pleased that the new student was so stubborn. The door to the outermost auditorium appeared in front of them. It was the right entrance, so they could take their time since it was just a short walk away. The door creaked open. Soo Chang was the first to enter and was immediately greeted with surprised shrieks as if he was expecting him exclusively. Everyone remembered that it was the guy outside the movie theater who had lit up, and some were even glad to be in the same group with the brunette. Such a reaction made the transferred student wince, and then more and more discussions came out of the mouths of his classmates about seeing him on Notuba, someone just now recognizing him. Such popularity couldn't help but make Soo Chang nervous. Suddenly some guy pounded his fist on his desk, indignant in a high-pitched voice for the people around him to stop fawning over the new kid. Hai-sung accused Soo Chang of flashing his wings in front of a crowd of people, looking like he had no brains at all to do such a thing, and the accused clearly recognized the shouting guy, remembering how he recently flailed his fists in the middle of the campus. As it turned out, they worked hard for a month, posting on forums to change people's minds, and then the police had to be dissuaded. And then Soo Chang was dragged here by the scruff of his neck, and the transferred student didn't realize how difficult it was with the headman. And then Soo Chang remembered Jin talking about how they had swept up all the traces. Now he realized why things had quieted down so quickly, even too quickly. Then he looked at Hai-sung again, who had been hit on the head with a notebook by the recently mentioned girl, ordering him to shut up and not to put such things into Soo Chang's head. The guy himself realizing that it was these people who had protected him. Jin turned to the brunette, asking him not to listen to the student's words. After all, he was doing everything with good intentions and just wanted to save that girl. And immediately the guy got the support of the whole group. They expressed their understanding in this situation, considering him a hero. And Jin also added that she would have done the same thing if she were Soo Chang. So don't let her blame herself by calling him a good boy. Such a gesture made the guy embarrassed. His cheeks turned pink, and his heart sang a serenade, being touched by such a compliment. He didn't understand Jin's attitude towards him. Soo Chang had brought her so much trouble and problems, but she still cheered him up. It made him think that she was very good. The girl meanwhile headed towards the exit of the auditorium. She had an errand to run. On the back desk, brazenly placing his feet on the table, sat a clearly not the most good-natured guy. An evil smirk played on his face, foreshadowing bad events created by this same student. Hai-sung muttered, commenting on Jin's actions, that she's been carrying around the newcomers like a piece of paper, which made some of the classmates who were sitting nearby think that the guy was just jealous. Suddenly a chair behind the auditorium creaked and someone approached the indignant student from behind. The same guy from the back desk abruptly grabbed Hai-sung's head with his hand and slammed it very hard against the desk, ordering him to keep his head down, a horrible smile never leaving his face. And then he looked at Soo Chang, saying that he was glad to meet him. Of course he was sly, but for his own purposes. A classmate began to go down the stairs, stretching from how long he had waited for everyone to gather, and, according to him, his ass became square from such uncomfortable chairs. While Hai-sung was also lying with his head on the desk and his blood from his nose, the cocky man continued to tell some information and then added that he had a big request for everyone. Suddenly, unpleasant-looking guys with bats in their hands ran into the auditorium, foreshadowing a scuffle right inside the university. And that cruel guy wanted to be passed over for the top student this year, looking at everyone with an evil smirk, realizing his winning position. Though those present in the office were voicing their opinions on why they would do as their classmate wanted, there was clearly excitement and fear on their faces, so the big guy decided to come up behind them, put his hand on their shoulder, scaring them even more, and tried to explain that he just urgently needed Cinderella, although he even forgot her correct name, but he was not going to go into details. Then he started touching the tendrils of the girl at the desk. She was horrified, dazed and could not say anything, while he took her student ID card and offered to take it away, or rather, as he called it, to borrow it for a while, so that he would be the only student who attends classes this semester. And then he brazenly ripped the document off his classmate's neck and shouted to the entire audience about how brilliant his plan was. And his friends with bats started harassing other students, demanding that they hand over their student IDs. Soo Chang couldn't let this kind of mayhem happen in front of his eyes, so he immediately began to fiercely defend his new acquaintances, asking if this jerk could hear himself. He swung his fist in the big man's direction, claiming he wasn't going to indulge his orders and hand over his student ID. But on the face of the enemy did not flicker a shadow of fear. He saw in front of him only the usual flyer, who went head-on, because of what is about to snatch. As they were about to use the bats they had brought with them, another guy with green hair styled into a mohawk swung a blunt weapon right towards Soo Chang's face. He woke up in bed, and when he opened his eyes he realized that his head was splitting in two. There was a bandage on his forehead, through which you could see fresh blood coming from the wound. When Soo Chang got up and sat on the bed, he realized that he was in the Nest University nursing station. Jean was fiddling with some drugs near the table. The girl returned some vials to the closet and began to talk about how she came into the auditorium. And there were 2 unconscious guys, all covered in blood, so she didn't think long and pulled them here. Hearing this, Soo Chang was calm until he noticed that his student ID had disappeared, but that bastard had managed to steal it while the brunette was unconscious. Jean calmed the guy down, assuring him that they would just apply and request a new one. And only now Soo Chang realized that it could be done like this. Then why create such fear? From which it could be deduced that those guys are clearly not clever. The girl went to the door, in readiness to already bring new documents. She turned to her classmate in the doorway, promising that she'd be back very quickly, and let the guy lie down and get a good night's rest in the meantime. Soo Chang didn't argue and thanked Jean. Now he understood perfectly why she was made the head teacher. Even in difficult moments she doesn't lose her cool and cares for others. And then the image of me came into his mind. He compared the 2 girls, his date, who ended up rejecting the brunette, because she was also kind to everyone. And then he turned his head and noticed in the next hospital bed Hae-sung was lying on the next hospital bed, and his injuries were more serious, which really scared Soo Chang. How could anyone survive at all? And his roommate said that it was too early to write him off. The guy obviously didn't remember anything, so he asked his brother in distress to tell him what had happened. And in addition to a headache, he had a terrible whine in his nose, which had crunched against the desk. And when Soo Chang told him what was going on, Hae-sung shrieked loudly at the nurse's station, angry that those bouncers were able to take away his student ID. But the brunette with a cheerful look asked his roommate to calm down, because the headmistress had promised to get them new ones. And Hae-sung wondered about this weirdo more and more. Did this cretin really believe Jin's words so easily? And then explained, let him judge for himself. That cheeky guy just wants to get to the top. Then why eliminate everyone at once? All that is needed is just to get rid of serious rivals. And then he added, trying to get the right message across to the guy that no one was going to make new student IDs for them in one day. And that realization finally came to Soo Chang's mind. Eyes widened. There was a pang in his heart. It was worry about Jin and guessing where she might be and what to do. After saying that, he remembered how it talked about doing the same thing the brunette did towards Mihi. Now the puzzle came together, and meanwhile Jin was already standing firmly on the ground outside. She was across the hall from the entire company that had started the debauch, alone against 5 people, armed with bats that had already disarmed at least 2 students. And Jin realized that talking nicely would not work and would have to be done in the language that these guys understood, which was the language of physical force. They began to surround her, though they realized that this girl was quite strong. But the scum wanted to gain the upper hand with their numbers. The big guy was smiling slyly again. Everything was going according to his plan. He didn't give a shit about the fucking student ID cards. He knew Jin would personally show up for them. And that insolent man was bleeding from the nose as he had to lure the girl here. Behind Jin's back, one of the company of insolent men was already reaching for her shoulder. Immediately, the girl twisted his arm and threw the guy to the ground. Park Jin, the best student of the insectoid combat training course, was now showing off her strength. This group could not allow such a thing to happen, and already the next wave of attempted strikes was heading towards the group's headman. But even here, Jin was stronger, leaping into the air, turning her body around and ready to kick with all her might. Their ringleader looked at them as mindless scum while they were beaten until they were blue in the face. On land they were clearly no match for her, and immediately diverted her attention away from the fight by pointing the students toward the body of water and asking, provokingly, about whether it might be better to do nothing and just throw them in the water. Park Jin panicked and instantly, in order to avoid the stolen items coming into contact with the liquid, headed towards the guy, already extending her hand in readiness to take the items she needed. Immediately, additional limbs grew from the big guy's back. The girl's face changed in a moment. It was now pure horror at what she saw, but it was too late to do anything about it. It was a trap. Now then Jin was in this guy's territory because he is a white bug water bug. It is the strongest among the aquatic insect predators. Huge paws struck the group leader and lowered her underwater in an attempt to sink her. Jin blurted out, grabbing air with her mouth, but it didn't seem to be enough even so. Of course, the enemy did not give a break and was already attacking the girl, displaying sharp paws that could easily pierce through a person. The head girl ducked under the water, leaning on the claws of the guy who was making his speech about how there was no one to compete with. Jin alone was an eyesore, and the campus better not touch her. Everyone would immediately think of him. She was already short of air, and here she felt something making it worse. Consternation spreading through the blood in her veins with renewed speed. It was the hands of a horrible bedbug that closed around her neck, squeezing the last of the air bubbles from her body. His plan was simple but incredibly devious, namely to lure Hee-jin into the water and drown her there because that way no one would know about it. While the lad was ruthlessly trying to ruin the headman, his fellows all beaten wished that the ringleader would make her die a long and painful death and leave no place alive, hoping that the girl herself would soon be begging to be finished off as soon as possible. And the big guy realized it in his own way and decided it was a good idea, namely to mess around with Hee-jin. Immediately his plans changed as he was hit by something flying through the air. It flashed so fast, leaving only a trail behind it, that the rest of the gang went into shock, not realizing what it was. But this was the perfect chance for Hee-jin to surface and finally breathe in that much-desired breath of air. All soaked and frozen, she didn't wonder why she had been let go so suddenly. All because she realized that Soo Chang had come to her rescue. So she yelled at him despite the help, because if a guy wants to become human again, he should have some moral principles. But the brunette didn't hear it. His patience was at an end, and the headman's abuser in personal had clearly gotten to the point and was about to get the full measure of it. The rest of the offense didn't understand what was going on or who this guy was, but they didn't dare to move. It wasn't until later, when they looked closely at the three people in the water, especially the ones fighting, making big splashes, that they realized that this one was the new guy from the university. And the bug was surprised that the flyer had already arrived, because they'd given him a good beating, and he was still alive, a nasty grin on his face, and immediately made the brunette look surprised, saying that this mistake they would correct right away. The words were immediately followed by a powerful punch straight to the chin, but fortunately, Soo Chang managed to dodge such an attack, and it was all about the fact that he, like that time, during the battle for the flash drive, could anticipate the movements. So this guy was also losing in speed, so now this bug will fly to the dragonfly. And Hee-jin, watching all this perfectly understood the brunette's intentions and shouted, ordering him not to dare to do what he had planned and fly away immediately. A sharp paw suddenly appeared behind the guy, ready to pierce his opponent through. But Soo Chang was able to pick up on this move earlier, so he immediately flew back a decent distance, creating a new unpredictable problem for his opponent. After that, the guy flew to Hee-jin, asking why she was so worried, because it was possible to arrange such an action. Even show in the movie, the same ordered not to talk nonsense. He cannot cope with it, and the place for the so-called filming is not suitable. The fact is that this big guy's body contains the genes of an aquatic insect, which means that in the water, he has the advantage. One wrong move and Soo Chang will be dragged underwater. So we need to try to lure him to dry land where the forces are leveled. Suddenly, the opponent 5 showed his student IDs, drawing attention and reminding him of the purpose of the bugs opposing him. He naively hoped they hadn't forgotten that he still had the passes. If they didn't want them, then let them get the hell out of here. He didn't care. He hadn't started to reclaim them. Soo Chang decided to at least arouse his conscience, saying that they were already outnumbered, and they were also driven into the water. It was not fair at all. It was better to let them return to the university. Immediately, Hee-jin decided to remind the brunette that he didn't have to help her, so let him leave before the situation got worse. Such dedication couldn't leave the guy without surprise. These words were due to the fact that this whole gang had come to the girl's heartstrings. After all, she had been the best student in the group that semester, so now she was ready to give them what they wanted, then maybe get her student loans back. Hee-jin rose to her feet from the water, heroic, saying that the whole mess was made of her, and Soo Chang and his classmate just got caught up in it, so she's willing to do without help. But the boy immediately refused to back down, not even bothering to finish listening to this speech, and decided to at least go to the head woman's heart, reminding her of what she had said the day they met, and with a cheerful look as if all was well recalled her words that the brunette would no longer be lonely. Hee-jin was amazed that he remembered something and showed such friendliness and loyalty, even though they were only acquaintances. Soo Chang reminded him that the phrase didn't only apply to him, but also to his new girlfriend. Plus, as it turned out, he hadn't come alone either. Hee-sung suddenly appeared behind the backs of the abusers, grabbing them by the shoulders, in readiness to give them an answer for all the bullying. The guy jumped up and with his powerful legs kicked one, and with his hand he disarmed the other insolent men. He handled his opponents perfectly, as if he alone would be enough in this situation to solve the problem, showing all the coolness and cruelty he could, causing more and more injuries. His insect was a green grasshopper, of the family of true grasshoppers, of the recto-winged order, the shins of its hind legs covered with sharp spines. With their help the insect hunts small prey, and now was about to return his student. The leader of this gang recognized Cha Hai-sung, and this meeting did not please him. The bouncer did not think that the guy would recover so quickly. He was the second on his list after the headman, but in vain the bug was distracted by a new opponent. Someone was already approaching him, and good for him that he had time to notice the movement. It was Soo Chang, who was aiming to sneak the students away, which was rather predictable for the big guy, and then swung his limbs around, reminding the brunette that he had been warned that any wrong move on his part could cost him dearly. But the Dragonkin managed to dodge the strong attack. Soo Chang made a correction to his opponent's words, reporting that his movements were not wrong at all, and then, like a flake in the wind, began maneuvering in the air around his enemy, taunting and advising him to catch the brunette first, before scheduling victory celebrations. This jerking from side to side really pissed the bug off. Did the guy feel free from the walls and lose any fear of danger? And yet the big guy didn't realize what kind of insect he was that he dodged so easily, not even realizing that his opponent had dragonfly genes. And Soo Chang was already accelerating towards the bug with all his might. The big man was overconfident, thinking he had anticipated such a trick, declaring that he would not fall for such a trick. Meanwhile, the brunette kept dodging, and suddenly the idea of adding the strength of a human to the speed of a dragonfly came to mind and hit his opponent. If this guy was even 3 times the size of Soo Chang, he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand such a blow. Indeed, the attack was so strong that the enemy could taste iron from the blood that came from his nose. Though he managed to disarm the bedbug for a moment, but flying away, the brunette realized that because of the water, he would not like it at all, and the big guy demanded his opponent stop, not understanding why they needed to fight so badly, as if it were mandatory. Now, after realizing that these guys are also not the easiest and ready after such a course of events to rub everything calmly, so I offered to talk honestly. While Hae-sung was recovering from the scuffle and not understanding why he was always getting 6s, the leader of the enemies was trying to use his oratorical skills and talk on the basis that they all had the same goal, and that was to become the best in the group and get the Cinderella. Then they would be better off if the competitors died. He continued to noodle around, and meanwhile something began to gurgle behind the back of a completely soaked Jin. Just then, a guy swam out of the water and grabbed the girl with his hands, shouting to Hyun that he held their main target. But the head woman wasn't as simple as she might seem, and if the water bug was able to defeat her, it would be difficult for an ordinary insect to deal with her. So she broke her sudden opponent's plans with one sharp elbow strike. While Jin was dealing with one, Hyun was already approaching her, leaning on the fact that she had nowhere else to go. It seemed to be the end, but Soo Chang was just in time and grabbed the bedbug's legs and pulled it upwards, preventing the enemy, a couple of centimeters away from the girl, from harming her. This way the guy was going to wall off the enemy from the water and not giving access to it so he wouldn't have an advantage. Now then, Hyun was in the brunette's territory, namely in the air, so let him not even try to resist while the dragonfly waved him around as if he didn't weigh a pound. Then, swinging his body around, he slammed it to the floor, shouting that he was now in charge and driving the process. Bedbug cried out loudly in pain, and Soo Chang decided to teach him a lesson, admonishing him that if he wanted a Cinderella, let him change his approach. Just then snatched up the illegally taken students as a final step in this encounter, and then decided to arouse his conscience by saying what was the point of this Gopnik returning to his former form if there was nothing human left in him. From the water, Jin stared at the guy in the heights, unable to believe this was actually happening. They were finally safely able to get the whole student body back into their own hands. She was in a way even beginning to admire the new kid after something like this. When they returned, they realized they had been gone too long, so the introductory classes were long over. The company surreptitiously returned the student IDs to all the guys, leaving them quietly on their desks, which made the students wonder. All like this, because they figured they didn't need to know all the details. Jin blamed herself a lot for what happened, causing her to ask not to tell anyone, and the guys didn't want to upset her, so they didn't. As a result, Soo Chang skipped his introductory classes, although his attendance was not checked, and he didn't get any glory for returning students. But there were some good things about the day. The guy finally had a new home, in the form of a dorm room. He began to unpack things from the boxes, as it turned out in the university and his own merches, and in the dormitory brunette decided to settle, because the old apartment is far away, and here is a chance not to get bored. Suddenly the newcomer's train of thought was interrupted by a guy who put his hand on his shoulder and turned suddenly. Hae-sung was praising Soo Chang for the way he'd handled those bastards at the lake, but this kind of company, especially as a roommate, didn't make the brunette very happy. And then the new friend asked if Soo Chang was drinking, and Soo Chang didn't lie and said that he doesn't refuse to drink, although the company with only one person is not so happy about drinking alcoholic beverages. Suddenly, the door to the room opened and a woman's voice was heard, which caught Soo Chang's attention and reported the sudden guests here. It was Jin, marveling at the size of the room, and in the doorway stood the same scorpion girl with a case of beer. Glad they wanted company too. Soo Chang was a little embarrassed, and the head teacher apologized that they had come uninvited, because they had been planning to celebrate the beginning of the semester for a long time, and Hae-sung had blurted out that they had been neighbors for a while. and then asked if the brunette would like to join the larger company, leaning elegantly toward him. Maybe because Soo Chang hadn't had a drink for a long time or because of the transfer to this university. Either way, it was the first time since he opened his wings in front of everyone and felt comfortable. There was a friendly atmosphere in the room. The brunette was trying on new clothes that even had holes for wings, which was very practical, and in the background, Doo-wah was pestering Hai-sun, laughing from being punched in the face and having his nose split open. Soo Chang was finally happy and could not think about how drastically his life had changed after his wings were seen by everyone. Somewhere in the mountains, not far from the university, there were some completely unfun events going on in the woods. Hyun was all sweaty with fear, looking up from where a female voice was marveling that Professor Shi's best student was still alive, but she didn't seem particularly upset. The bedbug only needed to divert their attention anyway. There was a person sitting on a branch, clearly with a beautiful woman's exquisite body and an ugly insect head. She asked if the guy in front of her was familiar with the law of hunting, which is kill either you or you kill. The boy realized what she was getting at and started screaming, begging her not to do anything to him, promising to make it right, promising to snatch that old lady and bring the mysterious girl Cinderella. She only said that they didn't need this potion for nothing, and stupid Hyung didn't realize it. Immediately she descended to the ground, so easily and nonchalantly, as if she was wreathed in feminine energy. There was the sound of a body slashing. Now the girl stood covered in blood and didn't understand how such a healthy bull couldn't cope with a first-year kaimi. Shame on her. And then with her bloody hand she took off the head of the insect, which was just a fake, and asked the already dead guy not to worry, because the owner he still managed to please, because they finally found what they wanted, referring to the lockup, which was guarded by two uniformed men. The practical entomology department was buzzing and buzzing the next day, with everyone socializing and discussing the latest events in their lives. Soo Chang sat at his desk and felt very anxious to the point of shivering through his body. He didn't know what to even expect because today was the first insectoid combat training pair. Suddenly, Jin's hand touched his clenched fist. She tried to reassure the guy, saying that it was just the first day and they would probably be given a small test, nothing difficult, and she promised to help if there was anything since she was nearby. Soo Chang thanked her, marveling at how nice the girl was, and thought it was better to listen to her, or else he would get too anxious before time. Suddenly the door creaked. The professor entered the auditorium, ordering the students not to flap their ears. As he had said yesterday, he was going to test the students today for so-called lice, warned that the result would affect the final grade. And then he started up the chainsaw, advising me to keep my eyes open or I'd die. This startled Soo Chang, not expecting the guy to take such a turn. The whole group was running and bustling around the university's outdoor practice field. Soo Chang ran with all his might, not realizing what was going on here or why. On his face, because everyone was running for their lives, because behind them a mad professor was chasing them with a chainsaw, waving his weapon from side to side. It wasn't clear why this old prick was doing something like this and stalking students with a chainsaw, just like a maniac. Soo Chang only now learned from his roommate that this man, Ji-jun, is their professor and leads the course the brunette is taking. And Jin, reminded that the guy had enrolled in insectoid combat training after all. This is where students are taught to practice insect abilities. After all, who better than the students of this course to fight back against all sorts of predators like that praying mantis from the movie theater? And the instructor remarked that everything was accurately stated, and said that he had narrated it at yesterday's introductory lecture, but the trio did not grace him with their presence. Then said while standing in front of them with a chainsaw, that insectoid abilities are their weapons, but some individuals with their ability are committing lawlessness, so the students are required to know how to fight. After all, Nest was created to protect all insectoids. Soo Chang tried to catch his breath while Ji-jun as if addressing him, reminding him that he had said that only the strongest would survive. So if the brunette was so eager for Cinderella, he should catch up with the others. So it was decided to start by playing catch-up. So the students have to run from the professor with all their legs or whatever it is. And those who get caught are automatically lost. The best weaklings cannot become. It really shocked Soo Chang and Hai-sun. Just because of one puncture can be lost in the study. The teacher stopped his spiel and swung the chainsaw even harder, forcing the boys to dodge more stubbornly. The brunette didn't understand. Maybe Ji-jun had lost his mind. Is he definitely a teacher? Martial training on the other hand. Why should they run away when the guy was attacked by a mantis? All he could do was flee. Hai-sun walked from side to side, marveling at how fast and agile this old geezer was. He would saw him in half with his murder weapon, but being distracted by such abilities almost got him a sharp chainsaw to the face. It was a couple centimeters away from his body and could have inflicted incredibly deep wounds if not for luck. To be more precise, it was not luck, but Soo Chang, who flew up and grabbed his friend and pulled him away from the danger that was eager to test the flesh of the grasshopper. The instructor was no fool and realized what ability the brunette was using. It irritated him even more. He had clearly applied the dragonfly's faceted vision, must be calculating all the movements of the chainsaw, which gave an obvious advantage in this battle. After that, Ji-jun struck the chainsaw between the guys, thus making them disconnect from each other, and was surprised that Soo Chang had come here to get rid of his wings, and was already in full use of his abilities and new skills. No way to give to this dragonfly, and the guy suddenly became numb on the spot. In his head old memories appeared, which created his new goal of becoming a normal person. He was particularly grossed out by the episode when Mihi called him a monster because of his wings, despite the fact that the guy saved her from dying from a fall from a height. And such a stupor was to the advantage of the teacher. Now that the student was caught, it would be better not to catch crows in his situation and in such an environment. The professor was already stretching his hands to him. He-jin saved him from being hit by the chainsaw and managed to pick him up, pulling him against her chest and bouncing him to a more or less safe distance. While the guy was thanking his classmate, the same one was yelling at him, ordering him to get ready, and because he had just almost failed a test because of his absent-mindedness. Now it was Hae-sung's turn to move in with the guys to continue his escape from the crazy teacher and such a wild hunt. He only teased the professor, asking if the professor was exhausted because he was swinging the chainsaw so weakly, although the blows were not weak at all, but very strong and sharp. After that, the guy brazenly offered the men to lie down while he applied a mud mask to him, and on top of that he started swinging his legs powerfully. Ji-jun advised the student to watch his language when speaking to his seniors, continuing to leave a trail of weapons in the air, and immediately paused, because everything was covered by a veil of smoke, which was not a bad move to hide behind clots of smoke. The guys ran away together, and Hae-sung asked how much longer this grandfather would be atrocious, and He-jin made him keep his voice down on the run, otherwise the distraction wouldn't work and they'd get burned. Meanwhile, in Nest's underground isolation unit, the same mysterious girl from the forest who killed the water bug was stepping over dead bloody bodies. The click of her high heels was heard by the locked and ironclad mantis that had carried out the terrorist attack on the movie theater. The girl asked how the crazy guy was feeling, but got nothing but a multitudinous silence from the other side in response. The interlocutor, as if in mockery, called the mantis a poor thing and resented the way it was possible to treat a living creature in such a way, trying to see it through the bars. And then she added, affectionately calling this prisoner a bunny, that she would really let him out at least now. But, unfortunately, the student ID does not open all the doors here, and then attached the ticket of the very insolent guy whom she had sent to the next world not so long ago. But even here the girl took care of everything and took steps forward. The silhouette of a short guy was already rushing towards her. The same bee that had stolen the professor's pass was running towards her. He was still in his pairs, so he managed to commit such a small theft without being noticed. The heartbreaker immediately clutched the boy to her chest, praising him and calling him a clever girl. She said it was incomprehensible how such a pie was left for a second year, which of course made him melt on the spot. And here, as if a veil of some magic had fallen from his mind, only now he thought about the purpose of stealing the professor's pass, and he was seeing this woman for the first time. He questioned where he was, not feeling that there was a wound on his neck left by an obviously attractive stranger. The same brought the pass to the recognition device and asked not to fill the guy's sweet head with such nonsense. The same could only watch it. When the indicator turned green, he suggested he'd better meet the guy who came out of the lockup. A mantis came out of the dark room, uncuffing himself. He asked what they wanted. As it turned out, the guy wasn't familiar with the lady, and wondered if these people were also insectoids, though it was obvious from their appearance. But he recognized it by the smell that blew his mind, making him drool. The girl then turned the guy over in her arms facing the mantis, making him shiver from it, praising the other one for being a true predator, adding that her master had described him exactly like that, and then pushed the bee toward the crazy guy who had gotten out of his cell, thus bringing a small gift, giving as a sacrifice. And he could not refuse such a tasty snack. The victim obviously realized very late what was happening, and very soon heard his cry with a request not to take his life. The girl didn't flinch for a second, and only watched motionless as one insect ate the other, slurping loudly, blood spurting around it. After which she lifted her fake head and with a crazy smile commented on this picture that it was simply impossible to take your eyes away from such a sight. Even insectoids have red blood running through their veins. Despite the fact that such a nightmare was happening not too far away, crows were peacefully flying near the university, cawing loudly. Soo Chang stopped in the forest in sweat, saying how he was sweating, because they had already been running for an hour without respite, half a pair of galloping through the forest, and behind the bushes hiding. Completely exhausted, he cursed the stupid test. Hae-sung stretched, complaining that his muscles were aching, and He-jin seemed hardly tired at all. She hoped that the company had finally broken away. Meanwhile, the professor was not wasting any time either, and had already grabbed many of them, currently dragging another boy by the leg. and Soo Chang wondered how it was that they all failed the test, and Hee-jin replied that it was because Professor Chi always keeps his word. The brunette could not normally treat his studies now. It was not a university, but a camp for new recruits. He had sensed some kind of trick from the very beginning, and the teacher was obviously in trouble with his head. Now Soo Chang was really upset that he had missed Ma's spot in the sun, and his friend was encouraging him that there was only an hour left before the end of the couple, so he had to hold on a little longer. After that, the brunette inquired about the fact that this professor seriously wants to fail everyone, to which he received the answer that he just has such a method of teaching, and that same Hae-sung ordered them to be quiet, putting his finger to his lips because Ji-jun is now around. Two girls that Soo Chang immediately recognized were running along the path. One of them tripped and fell to the ground, while they were worrying about each other. As Hyuna appeared to have sprained her ankle, a professor with a chainsaw in his hands was heading toward them with a steady stride. They immediately reported that they had an injury, but the instructor didn't care about that. He didn't consider the injury a reason to stop. The girls tried to get justice, and Chi-jun said he heard about the sprained ankle, but it didn't matter. Even though the leg was chopped off, the conclusion was one: run or die. Such was the reality of this world, according strictly to a man running such a difficult course. Well, if they don't do anything and just wait, then it's their destiny to die, so let them be ready. The girls tried to cover themselves with their hands, which of course was in vain. There were loud screams, but nothing terrible happened, because Soo Chang came up, who stopped the professor with one hand, holding the chainsaw with great effort. This made Chi-jun angry, and he asked the guy to explain his actions, because it's totally stupid to take such a risk for people you don't know. But Soo Chang started demanding that this mayhem stop because everything has boundaries and this is a strong overreaction. The rest of the company sat in the bushes and did not understand why their friend was so fed up with life, and he only lectured moralizing, saying today was their first day of class, trying to get a confession as to whether the instructor thought he was going a little overboard. This charge really angered the professor. If the guy thinks that this is too much, then let him think about the fact that if it was a real battle, they would have long been lying breathless, and so the guy would not be able to shake the air with the enemy, as, for example, with that mantis. And then he concluded that the dragonfly's guts were obviously not thin, since he got out, even though he knew that whoever got caught would fail the test. The professor went to meet the student, saying that he was taken, and since there was still an hour to go before the end of the pair, he suggested doing things differently. Soo Chang was surprised by such leniency. The instructor created a new one-hit rule, saying that if the brunette managed to hit him even once during that time, the men wouldn't kick the two of them out, or the rest of them either, for that matter. And if not, such a brave student and his friends hiding in the bushes will be expelled from the university. This of course shocked everyone. Firstly, that he knows where they are hiding. Secondly, that it was too risky a proposition. By doing so, he wanted to teach the newcomer a lesson that now was not the time to think about others and worry so much about strangers. He still had a lot to experience in his university life, and to learn how to properly curb and master his new and useful abilities, which were not yet perfect. Although the men realized that Soo Chang was here because he wanted to get rid of his wings, but unfortunately, without the dragonfly's abilities, there was no way he could survive. Meanwhile, the girl and her new ally, a mantis that had escaped from captivity, walked around the neighborhood and sniffed around like a hunter with a dog. As the madman looked around, his recent nurse ordered him not to freeze like a statue, because the master doesn't like to wait, and the guy with the creepy huge teeth replied that he could smell something mind-bogglingly delicious nearby, and he now realized that the smell was very familiar to him. With a crazed look, he informed his interlocutor that it was a dragonfly he had failed to dispose of last time, and now, in addition to a nice snack of it, he was eager for revenge. Meanwhile, the subject of their discussion was facing a difficult choice. With one side and the other he was responsible for people, which made his choice even more difficult. Soo Chang was trying to digest everything in his head for the umpteenth time. That is, if he hit the professor once, then all of them would automatically pass the test, and if not, then the three of them would be expelled. That's when the guy made his decision, believing too much in himself, thinking it was a no-brainer and any fool could do it. The brunette clenched his fist and almost touched the professor's face with it, but Chi-jun immediately deflected, causing the guy to fly past his target, giving the impression that this was the first time he had ever used his fists. Soo Chang just waved his hands at random left and right. The professor immediately advised him to be quicker, or he wouldn't catch a fly, and immediately followed a series of attacks. As it turned out, unsuccessful each time, and the teacher only asked questions about what the student was doing. It was as if he was not fighting, but dancing. Better let him change tactics, otherwise he would fly out of the university with his friends. Hae-sung was already starting to get nervous and imagining surrendering his student ID card because the man wasn't giving in to Dragonfly at all, and Hee-jin asked him not to jump to conclusions. She felt like there was still a chance in Soo Chang. The brunette's eyes lit up a bright green color, and his face changed its expression to one that was clearly annoyed and angry. Chi-jun realized what was about to await him because that very faceted vision was about to appear in front of him. As Soo Chang-woo headed towards his target at full speed, the professor found it amusing that he unknowingly saw prey in his opponent. The guy managed at this time to grab the man by his shirt and clasp it tightly in his hand. He had already brought his fist behind his back in readiness to strike, and was already so happy that the teacher had been caught. But no such luck. Chi-jun managed to intercept the student's arm and throw him to the floor across himself, ruining all of Dragonfly's plans for good. This picture was watched by the rest of the guys from the bushes. They were not happy about such a failure of their companion, because in his hands their fate in the university too. The girls who Soo Chang had actually interceded for covered their mouths in horror. Their protector was already being harassed in front of them, and there was nothing they could do, neither to intercede nor to run away. That's when the man asked his adversary if he thought his victim would just fold his legs and wait for him to eat her, if he didn't realize that it was a losing position. Soo Chang was lying on the floor completely exhausted, trembling from wear and tear, and now he realized that he was no match for the teacher. The brunette thought of the man using his ability as well, which made him wonder what kind of insect he was. As if hearing the student's thoughts, the professor told him that he couldn't use insect skills. Such a break in the conversation surprised the guy lying on the ground. Yes, the jungle juice had turned Chi-jun too, but the abilities had side effects and his body couldn't handle them. After all, he wasn't young anymore. It is for protection's sake that the man carries this toothpick with him, and by toothpick he meant chainsaw, which can be used to kill very easily. Just then, the professor dropped his weapon to the floor and began to take his speech to its logical conclusion. Namely to the fact that there was little to hold young blood back. In theory, Soo Chang could easily win the bet, and then asked the guy's own opinion if he understood why he couldn't even lay a finger on his opponent. The brunette was about to say his theory when suddenly something small sat on his chest. It was a black dragonfly with huge eyes. Its appearance made the student freeze for a while and his heart beat faster. Immediately, Soo Chang screamed in fear, and Ji-jun only called the guy a disgrace because it was a hoax, an ordinary figure, and then answered his own question instead of the brunette. It was all about non-acceptance. Insect Soo Chang couldn't stand it. That's why he couldn't control his power completely. The professor immediately asked if the student knew anything about dragonflies, if he knew that they become helpless if caught by their wings and immediately pass before a larger insect, if the guy had even tried to figure out how his favorite facet vision works. Soo Chang should study his abilities before playing with them. This was all also listened to by his friends as well, sitting in ambush with a completely lousy mood and suspense. But first things first, the brunette should accept that he is now an insectoid, as difficult as that may be. The brunette seriously thought about this advice. How could one accept this? He had hated insects all his life, and becoming an insectoid he tried to hide his new nature, which only made the hatred grow stronger. Who is even capable of accepting the fact that he is now a monster? Suddenly clapping was heard behind her back, a woman's hands drawing attention to their mistress. All present turned around at the sound which notified their delight at such a beautifully conducted lesson. It was that mysterious girl with the head of an insect on her face. He immediately commented that he could immediately read Professor Chi's handwriting in it all, herself creating a question in everyone's mind about her person. The teacher's eyes widened and his pupils narrowed. He was puzzled and very nervous. His heart started pounding like crazy, not allowing his thoughts to concentrate properly. While everyone was looking at the lady with interest, she accused the men of deceiving and intimidating the children once again, using as an example the fact that he said that if they did not hit once, he would be expelled from the university. He knocked down the pride and immediately began to moralize. Knowledge gained by blood and sweat, not otherwise. The guys in the bushes were clearly nervous about what they saw. They didn't understand why she was here in the first place. The girls who started this whole thing in the first place were going to leave quietly before anything bad happened. As suddenly, saying how vile it all was, the girl lightly slithered over to the girl who had sprained her ankle not too long ago, causing her friend to freeze in horror. Soo Chang's insides turned upside down. It was so sudden that it was impossible to realize the reality of what was happening. He wished he could rewind time and not see this or wake up right now and have it all turn out to be a nightmare. Just then, Hae-sung jumped out of the bushes with a cry of what a scum this stranger was, revealing his hiding place, and rushed toward the assassin with such fervor that he seemed completely unaware that he was putting himself in danger. Of course, the girl couldn't let herself be attacked, so she immediately showed the kid that he didn't stand a chance by jabbing him with her body part. A strange feeling ran through his body. His limbs began to fail. It didn't take Hae-sung long to realize that there was now poison inside him, which couldn't help but make him nervous. Just then, seeing that her friend was in danger, Jean ran out of the bushes, hoping to run to the guy and help. The villainess hugged Haesung and whispered that everything was fine, which of course was a lie, for it wasn't fine for the student, and then added that he wouldn't feel any pain because of the numbness. While the girl was happy to have such a tidbit in her hands, Soo Chang was standing in the distance, trembling with fear and did not understand what the hell was going on. If this bastard was also a university. And then she told that she had already fed her new acquaintance one student, but he turned out to be so insatiable. It all made the brunette finally hover from shock. Suddenly his heart thumped loudly and all the puzzles in his head came together. He knew what her phrase about feeding her meant, just as it had then, in the movie theater. Suddenly, scarlet blood spurted out and the men beside him let out a quiet cry. He was pierced through right in front of Soo Chang's eyes. Immediately, Jean noticed this as well and cried out loudly, worried about the professor. The brunette had seen something like this before and felt the same helplessness. Suddenly a familiar voice was heard, and the very same ugly and intimidating smile appeared before my eyes. In front of him stood the praying mantis that almost killed him and the girl he liked in the movie theater. Soo Chang realized something else. He was once again feeling that sense of numbing terror that makes one freeze right in front of a threatening danger.
Chang to recognize the man she'd come to the human city for and didn't recognize. At the same time, he was different, more calm and collected. The woman was leaving, taking Des with her. And even though the mantis didn't really want to obey her, he followed her obediently, leaving behind the wounded professor, the girl leaning toward him, and the dragonfly woe frozen in a stupor. The professor glared angrily at them, but he couldn't do anything about it. In fact, it was a miracle that he was still conscious, and the woman looked back and even opened her face for a moment, so that he would remember this picture of her triumph. Chang was ready to rush after them. After all, her friend was hanging on Mantis's shoulder, but the professor held her back by grabbing her hand and squeezing it hard. He held her with one hand, while with the other, he dialed a call on his cell phone. It was all he could do now. Chang was yelling at him about how they couldn't wait until the university to gather the rescue team. By then dads would be impossible to find, for they would lose sight of the kidnappers. However, the professor was undeterred. He must protect the students who do not yet know how to fight such an adversary. But in his argument with the student, he completely forgot that she is not the only one here who was so reckless. It wasn't until Wade flew up above his head on his wings. He looked up and heard that the bow was about to fulfill the terms of their mock argument. After all, he had lost. Wade glanced almost cheerfully at the university officials and offered to remove himself from the student body voluntarily if it prevented him from following his friend. And he took off up the hill. He was followed by the angry shouts of the professor. Wade flew hard, driven by guilt. He couldn't forgive himself for his stupor in the face of danger. Now he remembered Des almost fondly. It had been his first real friend after all. And Wade deliberately looked through space with his newfound dragonfly gaze, searching the immediate area of the forest, trying to find the kidnappers. He found them not far away at all. They were commonly pacing along the path and in no hurry to get anywhere. At this time, the professor was roughly cursing at the guy while Jin bandaged his wounded chest. He compared him to a gnat that flew to fight an enemy much stronger than him, and lamented that his lesson had never reached the stubborn mind of the reckless child. Because for the dragonfly, the mantis is the first-hand natural enemy in the food chain. While Wade was wondering what he should do now, the mantis suddenly looked up at him with a satisfied look in his crazy eyes. He sucked in air with his nose, showing how happy he was to see him. The braids of his arms came into motion. The first time Wade deflected with ease, though his heart thumped loudly with fear. Then he flew between the sides of his arms much more lively, dodging and looking for a gap in his defenses. He clenched his fist tighter as he contemplated doing the same thing he had done to plug wounds. Finally, he ducked under his mantis elbows and got his chin from underneath. Mantis even stopped for the sake of this moment, because this attack was like scratching behind his ear. And Wade launched himself backward, shaking the bloody hand that had smashed into Mantis's chin. His knuckles were shattered beyond repair. He couldn't even imagine that such a thing was possible. Mantis had revealed himself to him in a new way. He was no longer human, not if he maintained his inhuman form by cannibalizing it. Here he had to admit that this enemy was beyond him, and his eyes widened fearfully. He could already see himself impaled on this monster sharp sidearm, and he shrank back cowardly as he once again approached him. But it was the bored voice of a woman who was tired of waiting that drew Wade out of his depressed state of mind. Des sat beside her unconscious, and Wade remembered why he'd come here. Not to fight the enemy. No, he'd come for him. Des was just beginning to regain consciousness. He was seeing unreal images that weren't easy to make sense of. At first, he thought it was his friends calling him to another soccer game, but then the words began to somehow not fit the reality. The angry shouts were annoying. Another loud scream brought him to consciousness. Des opened his eyes. It was Wade who was fighting with his last strength against monster with spiky sides instead of arms. Des couldn't believe his eyes at first, but the reality was echoed by the numbness of his entire body and a painful itch in his chest. The woman also turned her attention to the boy who had regained consciousness. It wasn't good. But what should she have stunned him again? The fact that a second dose of poison would kill him didn't bother her. Daz's tried to move away, but his body wasn't listening very well yet. At that moment, Wade dropped his opponent and darted between the woman and his friend. He put his back to him, trying to buy his friend at least a little time. He already considered himself a suicide bomber. Des was angry. Why should he run if Wade himself wasn't in less trouble? He barely had time to maneuver to avoid getting caught in his opponent's arm braid. And he was also keeping the wasp woman from approaching Des, shoving her aside time after time. Des reminded him of their last conversation over a beer in the dorm about Wade's stupid tendency to sacrifice himself and his interests for someone else. Wade hadn't found anything to say then. He really didn't understand why he was doing it. And Des had remained meaningfully silent then, letting him figure out for himself that he was a heroic fool. To think of revealing himself, destroying his own future for someone who didn't even want to see him afterward. And now Wade had found his answer lying on his back under Mantis's imminent strike. Des looked at him and thought that he too would regret letting it end like this, and would do nothing for his friend. The adrenaline surging from these desperate thoughts allowed the shackles of stupor to be thrown off. His hand reached for the collar of Wade's jacket and pulled it behind him away from the pair of perverts deep into the woods where they'd be safe. They stood stunned by the sudden escape. A very quick escape, it must be said, for Des had developed an incredible speed even for him, and was galloping away into the forest. His species advantages, which he had never used before, suddenly erupted. A special knee device passed down to him from his accidental sin bite, allowing him to leap a distance that was nearly 3 times his own height with a powerful push from the ground. Like a grasshopper, Des pushed himself off the ground, flew the next distance and dragged his friend's limp body behind him, and on the way he reprimanded him for all the resentment that filled his soul. He felt incredibly relieved that everything had turned out all right in the end. The mantis grimaced frustratedly. His toy and his food had escaped him. The woman hissed angrily at him, but he was suddenly alert and responded to her with a very different tone, anticipatory, because his sniff told him that the game wasn't over yet. When they stopped for a break, Des suddenly heard Wade make an unconventional suggestion, and he got mad. He'd seen how the mantis had already overpowered his friend. If he hadn't intervened, the outcome would have been predictable. Trying to get through to his mind, he's already covered in blood, and he wants to come back. Wade was well aware of the level of danger, which for him alone was lethal, but his conclusion was unexpected, and Des didn't know what else to say to him. Wade just didn't want a repeat of this horror and wanted to end it once and for all. And he also cared that there would be casualties more and more. The monster had to be fed. Des had to agree with that, but he turned away stubbornly, not wanting to get involved in a suicidal venture. But Wade raised a finger, drawing his attention to one important detail. Meanwhile, tragedy was unfolding on the playground. Chang was trying to stop the professor from bleeding. The other girl's girlfriend was also hurt, and she was shedding tears over her. Jin's thoughts were with the guys, but right now, the professor's life depended on her efforts. How could she leave him behind? Suddenly a gust of strong wind blew up and something zipped past them, turned around, and rushed back. Only dust and small leaves follow in its wake. John shuddered and looked around anxiously, but she saw no one. But the professor understood but remained silent. It was hard for him to speak now. The pair of kidnappers never moved from that clearing. Mantis sniffed wearily. He had lost the scent of his victim again. The woman urged him to leave. Then a familiar odor wafted from the other side, and Mantis, his gaze went there. All he could see was a dragonfly guy in glasses throwing strong vines around the neck of his escort. She was already flying through the air with her back to him. Mantis involuntarily noted the suddenly increased speed of his victim and clenched his teeth with anger. In a minute, the woman was crucified on the nearest birch tree. The vines seemed to wrap themselves around her arms, legs and torso, so that she could not move. Finally, Wade tightened the last knot at the woman's feet and became fully visible. Then he set off again, aiming for the mantis. Maybe at this speed it would get him through. He kicked him, this time, sparing his arm, The blow threw the mantis's head back, and nothing else. He smiled, confident of his invincibility. Wade shook the limb that had been knocked off the mantis and decided what to do with it. Meanwhile, Mantis was attacking him. He leapt forward and swung his sidearms. Wade dodged but didn't get far. He dodged again and again, but he was still dangling in front of the mantis. He was clearly executing the plan he told Des to distract Mantis. Des rushed to his rescue, making his longest jumps. Seeing Wade running over Mantis is still unharmed, he tossed him the stolen item. Eventually, Sean did realize what had changed on the set after the strange gust of wind. The news that the chainsaw was missing only brought a slight chuckle to the old man's lips. Wade caught the chainsaw high above Mantis, his head, so that he couldn't intervene and knock it out of his hands. Des shouted something encouraging to him from the ground as we tried to figure out the controls. Finally, the chainsaw started roar and smelled of acrid syrupy smoke. Now Wade was armed as well as Mantis. He had two spiky sides. He had the buzzing death in his hands. The answering glare of the enemy was frightening. Mantis swung first, hoping to reach his foe with a wide circular swing. Wade waited for just this moment, straining to see the trajectory of his side. The professor's chainsaw whirred, and the first limb flew into the air, scattering bloody droplets through the air. Mantis screamed terribly with unbearable pain and desperate rage. He had lost his arm as well as his advantage. However, he was even more dangerous now. Wade had barely had time to fly away, and the second side swept past him with unprecedented speed. The bow stood at a distance waiting for the mantis to weaken. But Mantis didn't seem to be relenting. He was so used to thinking of himself as the peak of insect evolution that he was now hungry for revenge. So his jump was unexpected and merciless. It was no longer a game of eating. Now it was hungry to kill. A chainsaw raised in time to meet him prevented him from reaching the bow. The mantis himself had caught his side on its twisting chain. But a side is not a human hand. The chainsaw roared and creaked, sparks flying, but it couldn't cut through her armor. Mantis's leap ended with a fall to his knee. He lowered his head, preparing for another swing. But now his target was his enemy's weapon. Without it, and with only a sigh, he was still able to deal with the khaki fellow. Parts of the broken chainsaw flew in all directions. Wade was unarmed, except for the fact that he just managed to fly away unharmed when her tank exploded from the damage it had done. Such a blunder that he might lose his weapon had not been thought out by Wade, and now he was frantically thinking of what to do. At that moment, Des entered the fray. He sprang up on his improved legs and struck Mantis with all his might. Mantis swung back so well that he pushed the guide who was attacking him away. Des fell and hit his head on the ground. The outside of the side didn't do him any appreciable damage, but it wouldn't last long. Wade, seeing how the situation had changed, rushed to his friend's rescue without thinking. Mantis stepped on Des with his foot to stop him from running away, and Wade was able to grab him with his sai. The teeth of the side sank into the bow's body, preventing him from getting off the hooks, and the mantis began to pull him toward him, licking at him with its blacking human tongue. Wade twitched, trying to twist out of the grip. But nature doesn't mess around, and he couldn't do it. The mantis, his jaws had already expanded to a width unimaginable for a human. It was capable of biting off the entire head at once. But then the rustling of leaves was heard and grew stronger and stronger, which immediately fell on their heads from above. Following the leaves, a real monster jumped down from above, in a veil of smoke. Mad and furious, its swift movements were impossible for the eye to catch, until it froze, sweeping everyone in the fight in different directions, and it was Professor John. Wade looked at this miracle and did not know how to understand that the mortally wounded professor was now running as well as a young trotter. He remembered the wound, the blood pouring from it, and his despair. Even now the T-shirt on the professor's back was torn in the same places as before, but the holes showed healthy whole skin. The professor had to explain that it was their medicine that had gotten to that level. Then he turned his attention to Mantis, who had fallen down by the tree trunk. He was still recovering. So were the bows, although they were not quite whole, but they were still alive, which is a lot. Mantis got up and wanted to continue his revenge for the severed hand. The professor stood opposite him, kneading his hands before the fight. But Mantis was even crazier than the professor because he impatiently rushed at him without thinking of the consequences. The professor had a score to settle with him too, and he prepared himself for a heated encounter. Even his left arm, the one with the tattoo, was beginning to smoke suspiciously when the mantis hovered over him in a desperate leap, swinging his own the remaining side. All the professor had to do was clench his fist and counter-strike. Wade stared at the professor's hand as if it were an amazing phenomenon of nature. It couldn't be, yet it had. Nature is capable of unique experiments, and insects are the most successful of them. Their abilities are sometimes beyond comprehension, because they can survive even in extreme conditions. The professor had an armor-piercing arm, inherited from his symbiote, the bombardier beetle. It was his image that was imprinted in the intricate lines of the tattoo, not the skull at all. And the armor-piercing fist flew to meet Manus's internal exoskeleton, the moment before two powerful enemies meet. It's beautiful, so much rage and superiority in each of them. The bows froze anticipating this encounter, and then they didn't know what to say, because their coherent speech was taken away by the fantastic ending of the battle. Smoke, steam, the smell of burning, and the defeated foe at the professor's feet. Baked to a hard crust and no longer thinking of resisting, the professor once again demonstrated his still smoking hand so that the students would have a good idea of what they were dealing with. This was a first for Wade, so he asked again, as he might have misunderstood. The professor obviously didn't want to answer, but the persistent student wouldn't back down. So we had to clarify some things about taking advantage of insects, which boiled down to one well-known saying: everything has to be paid for in the end. Wade looked at his trembling hand and thought about how hard this must be. The professor didn't tolerate self-pity, so he ruthlessly reminded him that he too would pay for his inhuman abilities. But glancing up from under his frowning eyebrows, he admitted that it was his own fault, because he'd rushed into things when he was young. His advice had stumped Wade. The old man had a way with riddles. Evening Nest was calm and serene. After the event that had gone down in history, the mantis escape, everyone wanted to rest. True, the main characters had to rest in the hospital wrapped in bandages. But at least they were not bored together, and they talked for a long time, exchanging impressions of the events of today. They were especially concerned that the vines had been torn and the strange woman had escaped. A little later, Wade pulled out a clipboard and began to look at it intently at Des' interest. He showed him an open page with a description of the dragonfly's features. The advice of an experienced senior companion should have been heeded. There was a full moon that night, and through the unshaded windows, the room was illuminated by the bright moonlight. One of the pillows was unoccupied. Wade was sleeping peacefully, Des was not. He climbed up on the bed cover and unwound bandages, and at first he just sat there, staring blankly at one point, but there was an unusual puncture on the back of his neck, a purple stain. The poison of subjugation injected there made his body go in a hypnotic trance to where he was ordered to go. That's where his mistress was waiting. And they met under the moon, unusually bright this night. The venomous wasp used her advantage to subdue the lad. She bent over his face and looking into his eyes began to speak, in a caressing voice of hatred. Gradually, her palms embraced and clenched around the guy's neck, intending to strangle him. Except that the man's massive body came crashing down on top of them. The woman managed to bounce away, and even covered her mouth, which was opened in astonishment with her poem. Her actions were calculated, and the professor's hand was already smoking. He was ready to avenge his students without regard for his own health. But first he wanted to hear the answers to his questions. After all, everything that had happened today had not been an accident, especially since he recognized her, knew her before. The woman looked at him without fear, and with a hearty smile on her lips. Just at that moment, they had a witness who had crept up unnoticed and stopped nearby to listen. Wade had been awakened after all by the sharp sound of the creaking door, and had decided to follow what had happened to his friend. And now we saw Professor John gently lowering Death to the ground, and the latter still continuing to sleep soundly. Then he turned to his companion and continued their uneasy conversation. The fact that they knew each other, and judging by the beginning of the conversation, knew each other quite well, gave him a bad feeling. The woman stood there with her chin up arrogantly and did not want to talk, but she still had to answer, and she took the initiative in negotiations. Arrogantly shut down the topic of respectful communication between the professor and the former student. Professor John scratched the back of his head, not knowing how to talk to her, and because he was so blunt, his fist immediately burst into flames with barely contained anger. He released the flame into the ground. The woman managed to bounce back though and was unhurt. His anger and rage each sounded a frightening threat to the woman, and she only laughed at him, fully confident in her own strength that she could stand up to him. The horrible accusation of the murders she had committed in Nesta had caused Professor John's already too often suffering fists to blaze again. Now he released the flame ahead of him as the woman has promised. The powerful blow snapped the trunks of two trees, unwittingly setting the dry wood on fire. However, The woman avoided being hit by the flames by leaping upward and doing a somersault over his head, sang into his ear an ominous promise about his future. The professor turned to follow her, fending off her counterattack from the air. Now they froze opposite each other, ready for a duel, the professor's blazing fist against the poisonous sting of the wasp woman. Suddenly a quiet but insistent bang sounded, and a third man intervened in their confrontation. Professor Hen came out from behind the trees and stopped beside Professor John. He greeted the woman politely, but coldly, his eyebrows or unhappily furrowed, because to allow another fatal battle, he could not. He chased her away, and the woman looked at the two men incredulously. Would they really let go so easily? Professor John whispered to his colleague his conclusions based on his observations. However, Professor Hen had his own thoughts on the matter. Human voices could be heard in the distance. People were rushing to extinguish the fire started by Professor John's flames, and the woman became nervous. But before she disappeared, she left the last word to herself. Her promise was frightening, and the certainty with which it was spoken. The professors watched her gloomily, suspecting that their next meeting would not end so peacefully. Then they turned back to the blazing fire, which was already being extinguished by a team of firemen. It was just about time to talk. Professor Hen, glancing at his colleague's trembling hand, first chided him for being extremely careless. Then he reassured him that their mutual acquaintance was being followed. It was only then that he noticed that they were not alone here, and that their conversation had a witness. Professor John turned to the unwitting spy, frowning his eyebrows angrily. That it was Wade didn't surprise him at all. He was standing there, supporting his friend, ready for a reprimand. But there was none. On the contrary, Professor John took his friend's body from him and peacefully explained what would happen to him next, and carried it to the treatment building. Wade didn't know how to ask the professor about the woman and the conversation he had witnessed. However, he started the conversation himself. It was important for him to convey to the boy the seriousness of the situation. He told not much, only the most basic things without going into details. The woman was a mystery. Her behavior, her motives were unknown. Only that she was extremely dangerous. Professor John asked for silence. It was important to prevent unnecessary gossip. Wade strode forward, brooding. Then suddenly he turned and stood right in front of the professor. He confidently put his palm to his chest and asked to become a personal student, agreed to what the professor had said about him in their first class, confessed his weakness and declared a burning desire to fix it. And once again, he insistently asked to be a student, looking firmly and insistently straight into the professor's eyes. The latter stood opposite him, and his lips parted in a crooked grin. He answered with only one word, but how much meaning was put into it. The medicine at Nesta was top-notch, and after a couple of days, just as lunchtime rolled around, the boys were out of the treatment center. The canteen was full of students eating lunch. Everyone had their own diet and preferences depending on their insect species. The boys preferred the food familiar to all humans, meat with a side dish and scrambled eggs. Des, after his diet at the asylum, he ate a lot of meat, and he was eagerly telling John the story of his strange awakening. Wade was silent as a fish, and John looked at him suspiciously, but she asked nothing. Then their attention shifted to the food stand. A mutual acquaintance of theirs appeared there. Des immediately became agitated and hardened. Her appearance among the mass of students immediately caused an extraordinary amount of excitement. She was a unicorn even among the insect men, because her symbiont was not an insect. Constant research was not easy to tolerate, and now it was a little understandable why she had such a hard, unsettled nature. Wade thought it would be apropos to ask John what her symbiont was to that, cause Des took off in surprise, and John hesitation before answering. It was obvious she wasn't too eager to answer. In fact, she didn't answer either, just declared her affinity for the dragonfly's natural enemy. After that, Wade somehow didn't want to find out any further. That's when Des got up from the table, about to run away, because his longtime girlfriend, who too often ended up in fights, had appeared on the horizon. And this time, he received a friendly greeting in the form of a kick to the body. While Des was picking himself up off the floor, Dorothy sat down in his chair with her feet on the table and gave him the latest news. Wade glanced questioningly at John, and she explained what it was all about, glancing sympathetically at the battered deal. That's what she'd been doing back in the human city when she'd first apprehended Mantis. Wade thought about the fact that at this university, the training seemed to start with the practical part, and theory would be taught that way. By the way, he remembered what the professor had already taught him. Now he would have a lot of practicing to do. John, waving her fork, added some interesting information for everyone present. Dorothy the Scorpion Girl nodded her head in satisfaction at the mention of her name. Des stared glumly at John. He wasn't expecting anything go if Dorothy's name came up first. Wade held his breath, waiting to see who else she would name as part of their team. The last one she named was herself, and he exhaled in relief. The four of them had bonded enough to be happy about this choice by their handler. Besides, he was pleased that his friends were stronger in fights, which meant there was a really good chance to be the best. Wade looked at his team and suddenly felt them all as the closest people to him, almost relatives, at least for the duration of the university. A few days later, the weather suddenly turned bad and it rained continuously. The only thing to do at such a time was to stay indoors. Professor John chose the gym. However, even there he was found. From the doorway came the insistent voice of his assistant. His message was alarming and untimely. It was already evening. What could have happened at this hour? The aide brought the tablet to his eyes and read the latest news from it, which made the professor stare at his aide in disbelief. After all, his most promising team couldn't have been so foolishly set up. A few days ago, when the teams were formed, the professor had given them the simplest assignment just to see how they would work together. Showed them a memorable can of pesticide and told them to find similar ones. Wade felt uneasy at the sight of the spray that had changed his life so dramatically. Meanwhile, the professor took the remote control of the projector intending to show the presentation. On the screen appeared commercials that dealt with various aspects of human life and the use of insect pesticide in them, and the logo of a one-day company that sold out to an unknown party and disappeared immediately afterward. The map showed the region with the most victims of the pesticide. Wade suddenly realized that he was lucky he hadn't been discovered sooner, and the professor went on to talk about the reverse medicine that is produced from this product. In this way, he emphasized the importance of the assignment and even promised a maximum score for its completion. There was an immediate uproar among the students. Everyone had an opinion about the assignment. Wade also thought that the professor was too generous, and that was suspicious. But he didn't wait for additional questions and immediately sent everyone to their groups to make a plan for future searches. The next day, they went to the human city. It was strange to be back to normal people without insect additions in their bodies. They split into two groups to speed up the process. Wade found himself paired with Jean. They were walking down the street and coming up with the most unexpected places. The pesticide hunters hadn't looked yet. Suddenly Wade stopped and started laughing happily, causing the people around him to be bewildered by this act. Then he grabbed Jean's hand and pulled her toward a place he knew well, because it was where he lived, had acquired wings, and still thriftily stored the pesticide in his desk drawer. With joyful hopes, he opened the door to his own apartment, and he saw what could not be. Everything was turned upside down as if the place had been thoroughly searched. He stared in horror at the state of his apartment. John too was shocked at what she saw. Wade immediately rushed to the desk, pulling out drawers in search of pesticide, but all he found was a lone battery. The aerosol was gone. Someone had taken it. Wade was desperate. All his hopes were crumbling like a house of cards. Searching in vain for a way out of the situation, he thought that Jean might have once done exactly as he had and stashed the pesticide in her house. But she only pulled her cap deeper over her eyes, hiding their expression, and refused to do so. She left the apartment first, not intending to discuss her decision. Wade stared at her in silence, wondering what had happened to the always cheerful John. As a result, they sat down at the bus stop and began surfing the internet, looking for possible locations for their future searches. First, they went around to all the neighborhood stores and asked salespeople about the pesticide they needed. Then John caught Wade doing something inappropriate. He was relabeling the label for a completely different product at a loss. Stopping his futile actions, she handed him a glass of Coke in return. Then they sat on a bench and discussed today's accomplishments. It was all nothing. Wade regretted that the canister from his house had disappeared and was at a loss to guests who might have stolen it. To distract him from his futile musings, John asked him a question that had long piqued her interest. Wade pondered what to answer. The question was unexpectedly difficult. The assumption that Mary was the cause of it all made him cough, causing most of his drink to end up in his lap. Struggling to cough out the remnants that had gone down the wrong throat, Wade tried to object. He remembered Mary again so vividly, as if she were standing right next to him. Evaluated his feelings. Now, after some time and many events, they had faded considerably, and had to admit that he hadn't considered her his girlfriend for a long time. All his life he had dreamed of being like everyone else and living like everyone else, and wings prevented him from feeling complete. He also realized that he no longer blamed Mary for doing that to him. He could see that the girl was really scared. Sean tried to cheer him up by praising his current capabilities. After all, she was even a little jealous of his wings. She didn't have any of her own. Wade suddenly realized that he had never thanked Sean for intervening in his life and preventing him from doing the wrong thing. He remembered his condition then. It had been full of hopeless longing and misery. And that meeting had been the best thing that had happened to him in his whole life. He didn't know how to say it. All words seemed silly to him. They couldn't express the depth of gratitude he felt. She to remember that day and the effort it had taken to lure him onto the bus. And so she found an excuse to point out to him that he was alright now. Well, as much as possible. Wade agreed that since then, his life had become more meaningful and interesting. In return, he decided to inquire about his life before in the human world. Sean listened attentively to his question, only growing darker with every word he spoke. Then she hid behind the brim of her cap again, unwilling to discuss her past. Wade didn't want to back down, but the phone suddenly rang, ruining his plans. It was doesn't his message gave him hope that today hadn't been a wasted day. He stood outside an abandoned warehouse, the evening sun illuminating its walls. Wade was glad there was enough antidote for everyone. Sean, on the other hand, jumped up from the bench and stared at the phone and Wade's hand in horror. She even reached out to pick it up, trying to warn Des that it was dangerous, that the connection to it was suddenly gone. While Wade was thinking about what had happened, she was already running down the walkway heading for the nearest cab. As she ran, she explained what had frightened her, and her fears were very convincing. Wade suddenly realized the depth of the trouble his friends were in and hurried up to follow. It was not until darkness fell that they reached the address, and Wade utilized his wings to make it as fast as possible. Sean headed straight for the main entrance of the abandoned building. Wade was in no hurry to follow her. He had an uneasy feeling about it. That they entered the warehouse together. Their lonely footsteps sounded loud, and the empty building. Wade glowered at the phone, looking at the racks and the boxes lying on them, and John shifted to a jog. It startled her that their friends were nowhere to be seen. Wade almost fell, catching the toe of his sneaker on a heavy box that was on the ground. The light of a flashlight highlighted its contents, so many cans of the pesticide they'd been looking for. He even picked one up, examining the label. He wanted to believe that they had indeed gotten lucky. Only suddenly, there was a painful shriek and the sound of impact. And John began to fall, pouring blood uncontrollably from her side onto the floor. Wade watched it and couldn't believe it was real, and the jets poorly discernible in the darkness were actually blood. However, there was a gas leak cut hanging over her body. Its clogged, dripping blood from the wound that had inflicted. This cut turned out to be the elongated arm of a guy not seen before, who stepped forward out of the darkness to meet it. Wade shifted his gaze to Jean lying motionless on the floor, and the pool of blood that was spreading around her body, and his eyes darkened with rage. How could you kill a man for nothing? His Jin. He ran full speed toward the killer, raising his arm. As he did so, Wade had been orphaned early on, so he thought he had already suffered his share as a child. When he looked at the portraits of his dead parents and cried with resentment at being abandoned. In his youth, when he was suffering from loneliness and learning to make adult decisions. But even now, his heart was torn by the fact that the girl who had shown him real life was leaving his life, that her body was a broken doll lying on the dirty floor with no signs of life. He realized that his life had changed abruptly again, because all the light in his life was dead. All that was left was revenge. And he took off, rushing towards the killer, ready to kill. The one confident of his advantage smirked relaxedly, because his clawed hand was capable of holding his enemy a considerable distance. Only Wade had his own advantage. Dragonfly is able to anticipate his opponent's movements, and his fist swung toward his foe's face as the claw grabbed air. It hit him squarely right in the jaw, knocking him back a couple steps. The blow, reinforced by the inertia of the oncoming flight, shattered his enemy's jaw. Kneeling down, Wade watched what his opponent would do next. He calmly set his jaw as if it wasn't the first time he'd done it. Then he stood back up and asked how Wade was feeling. His knuckles were indeed shattered, but now Wade suspected that it was not from the force of his blow. He'd seen it in Mantis before and knew what it was. To dodge the claw's new swing, he reached up to the ceiling. When he heard the earwig guy talk about absorption, he didn't understand it at first. Then Wade almost threw up when he began to explain the meaning of the word, especially when he started describing his own sensations of eating human meat. even if it was hybrid. And he drooled as he talked about his discovery, and boasted of his own monstrously increased abilities, which he had never had before. Ordinary human life disgusted him, unloved work and the bullying of his boss. He took his first revenge as soon as he had the advantage of an insect. His dream was to dominate the world. Though looking at this non-human, it was clear that someone had done a great job on his mind. And this person knew everything and prepared a trap for the stupid students in advance. A new throw of the earwig's claw almost took Wade by surprise, but he managed to back up a little, knocking years of dust off the roof rafters with his wings. The earwig didn't realize what had happened, whether he'd caught his prey or not, that the guy grabbed his claw by the claws and persistently pulled them apart. There was blood on his hands from hurting himself on the cutting edge. However, there was only one thing that excited him: the reason for his girlfriend's murder, the fact that his bright sunshine was only killed to enhance the subhuman's abilities. Earwig's claw grasped the air again because the guy was no longer there. He was rushing toward him again so fast that the claw couldn't keep up with him. Another blow to the jaw bent Earwig's body to the ground. Immediately a second blow was delivered to the right jaw, which further shook Earwig's balance. The pincher did come back though and grabbed the guy's leg to pull him away. Wade felt a sharp pain pierced his leg and he was dragged backwards. And then he was slammed against the wall, spattered with crumbs. He jumped to the ground near the very box of aerosol where he had stood at the beginning of the fight, and stared fiercely at his mocking opponent, who thought he was the pinnacle of evolution. He swung his weapon again, and his claw was closing fast on Wade. It hit the floor exactly where he stood, but it was wasted again. The overly fast guy was flying towards the earwig again, and his fist was about to attack its target. Claw managed to knock him off his trajectory, launching him with a swing towards the opposite wall. Lime sprinkled again, confirming the force of the blow. Blood trickled from Wade's cleft forehead, flooding his eyes, but he flew forward again toward the ear valve, because the unforgettable image of Zhang smiling at him was before his eyes. For her he was ready to kill with his bare hands without regard to his own injuries. And yet he reached Earwig, knocking him to the ground with a single blow. His head twisted unnaturally to the right, crunched, and returned to its original position, eliciting only another mocking confession. Wade was breathing hard and glaring angrily at this Terminator, quickly deciding what he could use to piss him off. Forced back as the earwig's claw rose again for another swing. He remembered clearly the lesson Professor John had taught him in the night woods. He dropped to one knee, preparing to attack the earwig again, and worked his wings. He took a counter-acceleration, intending to use what he had secretly practiced. Suddenly, he fell to the ground, not even halfway to the earwig. His wings trembled and did not want to lift their owner into the air. As he pondered what had happened and how to proceed, the earwig even paused his attack. Wade remembered the professor's words about the cause of his own weakness, and was greatly afraid that this could happen to him too. It was such a bad time. The enemy's claw was already approaching, preparing to grab his suddenly exhausted opponent, and already approached the defenseless throat, threatening imminent death. Suddenly, the unbelievable happened. John rose up and kicked at the flexible joints of the claw, taking it away from her friend's throat. The earwig howled in pain. Apparently his limb wasn't as protected as his head. Wade looked at the suddenly resurrected Jean, and couldn't believe his eyes. He'd already buried her in his mind. She looked perfectly healthy. The only reminders of the fatal blow were the holes in her shirt and the blood. She took off her jacket. The earwig was angry that he had miscalculated so badly, and now we had two opponents at once. And now his claw was aimed at the girl as the more dangerous one at the moment. Wade shouted to her from behind in fear that she wasn't running away or moving on all. However, she had a reason not to be afraid of the claw coming at her. She had kept that secret until now. Wade stared in shock at what the fragile girl was doing. Her irises glowed bright orange as she fixed her gaze on the earwig's claw. She did something that made his claws begin to melt and turn in the opposite direction. Feeling his flesh smoke and melt, the earwig screamed terribly in pain and fear. Wade stared mouth open at this awesome sight. Zhang's capabilities were opening up to him in a new way, and she was ready to flatten Earwig with a single angry glare, and she raised her hand about to do so. Once upon a time, back in her old human life, she had lived in a poor neighborhood. Her classmates had been cruel to her because of her financial situation, and even deliberately waited for her on her way out of the house to jab her harder, because she didn't live like the rest of them and spacious apartments with her parents. She lived in a semi-basement with her older brother. One morning going to school, she saw a group of her classmates right at her doorstep. They were filming her on their cell phones while giggling obnoxiously. Shun didn't expect them to be capable of such a thing. For the sake of petty revenge and vanity, to publicly humiliate a classmate, especially a guy who once wanted to date her and assured her of his sincere sympathy. Now he was filming her on his phone and mocking her. Not for long, because he got kicked in the bad head and slumped forward of himself on the sidewalk. This was done by John's older brother, who had always protected her and cared for her as best he could. John was grateful for his care. After all, he remained the only person close to her after her parents died. Studying, working part-time all the time, but never leaving his little sister behind. The house in which they occupied, the semi-basement, was very old, and its inhabitants were different. Besides people, there were hordes of cockroaches. Once again, noticing a mustachioed pest running around the floor of the house, Sean couldn't help but scream in disgust. It woke up her brother, who was sleeping off the night shift and a hard day's work. He grabbed a can of repellent and immediately rushed to his sister's aid. However, from frequent use, the can was completely empty by then, and John was left to shake with revulsion and fear that now she would have to spend the night among the insects that were sure to swarm out of every corner. When they found out that the repellent had run out, all night long, there were strange noises coming from the door of their apartment, and even the cats that ran by were afraid. By morning, the apartment was trashed, their belongings strewn across the floor, and the brother and sister slumped against the wall in exhaustion. The brother pulled out his phone to look for something more insect-killing, and came across an advertisement for a new pesticide. Sean doubted the ad was true, but after all, you should be sleeping at night, not chasing annoying cockroaches. Her brother was very kind and caring, dreaming of a better future for his little sister. But that was the last time they sat together on the cold floor of their little apartment. Afterward, Sean was left alone in a world hostile to her and completely without any source of income. The only person who cared about her had died. The first few days passed in hopeless stupor. It was as if her heart had stopped beating. At times she cried with despair, especially when she came across something that belonged to her brother, but unkind people couldn't leave her alone. Even in the midst of her unconcealed grief, her classmates had brought a box of roaches with them to sprinkle out her window. John was just sitting by the window, and at first, she didn't want to believe that the girls in her class had done such a mean thing to her. But then her heart sank with fear. She had always been so afraid of insects that she could hunt even one cockroach for a whole night. And now there were 100 of them falling through the window, and all of them were particularly large. Having turned the box out the window, the classmates ran away with laughter, though there were desperate screams coming from the basement. Jean huddled in a corner while a swarm of cockroaches scattered around her room. And now she had no one to protect her from them. From now on, she had to deal with her own problems, including the swarm of cockroaches that seemed to be multiplying and encircling her from all sides. Just then her wandering gaze came upon a can of pesticide. It lay on the floor like a last greeting from her brother. He had probably bought it before he died, and now his last care for his sister was needed more than ever. Jean immediately grabbed the canister. Her hands trembled with fear and squeamishness, but there was no trace of apathy. In that instance, she was on a path to fight against overwhelming odds, and she was going to win. The cloud of cockroaches was shot with jets of pesticide that pulverized them into dust, and some time later, a transformed Jun emerged from the dust cloud with cockroach antennae on her head and cherry irises in her eyes. And now she was using the advantage she'd gotten from the cockroaches: the ability to create real fire from chemical compound. As an earwig was furious and suffering from the deep burn she had inflicted, he turned over shelves and empty boxes trying to get to the girl, and she darted around the room with amazing agility and began to interrogate him about her friends who had disappeared here. Every non-substantive answer was followed by a repeated blast of fire at the earwig. Wade marveled at how quickly and easily she had dealt with the overly self-important bug, but his mind went back to the moment when she was lying on the floor. He couldn't be wrong. You don't survive with wounds like that. Suddenly, he noticed that her arm was covered with shreds of skin and bleeding profusely. But she didn't think much of it. She was more interested in what was wrong with Wade, why he wasn't moving. He watched in amazement as the horrible wounds on her arm quickly healed, and the skin became perfectly smooth. However, she still couldn't say aloud what she had become as a result. But it was Earwig who shouted it, attacking from above. He did not want to be defeated in this fight. His blow missed its target, but Jun was able to strike again with his fire and escape. But his words hurt. She had always been ashamed of her symbiont, and it was especially shameful to hear it in front of Wei. The taunts pissed John off, and it was a painful burn for Earwig, but he didn't stop teasing her. Wade watched John take risks, moving closer and closer to her enemy to strike again. And he realized that words like that hurt her deeply, but there was nothing he could do about it. His wings still did not obey and hung like rags over his shoulders. Meanwhile, the Earwig was actively catching Jin, and she was just as quick to first attack and then to get away. And he was already beyond tired and hungry, and the appetizer was running away from him, and he could not catch it. They froze across from each other briefly to catch their breath and stared at each other absent-mindedly. The Earwig suddenly thought of the easiest way to catch it, and this time his limb darted past John, who had prepared to attack. The guy she was so protective of, it was her weakest point. She realized the plan too late and ran after the claw, knowing she couldn't stop it. But Wade saw that he wasn't the target of the attack and shouted it to her, because the claw suddenly changed its angle of attack and brought Zhang down on top of him. It hit her right in the middle of her chest, and even lifted her off the ground, unable to throw her body off. Wade saw a stream of blood flowing from John's wound for the second time, and Earwig was gritting his teeth. At this time he had defeated the girl after all. He swung his limb harder to throw off her body lodged on the claw. Wade stared at the through hole in Zhang's chest and couldn't budge. It was impossible to accept that she was dead again. Long hair brushed his face, as the Earwig flicked her body off his claw and dropped it at his feet like unwanted garbage. Glazed eyes and complete immobility indicated that the irreparable had happened. While Earwig was speculating on the eternal and inhuman, he had missed one very important point. But now he saw and could not understand the threat posed by the new change in his victim's appearance. Wade's eyes and wings suddenly glowed the green of spring grass. The wind picked up. The airwave stood watching the lad's wings suddenly grow and lengthen, and shine with an unbearably bright eye-slashing pose and green color. At his feet was the body of a girl, and apparently it was this that moved the guy to go to the next level. What was frightening was that he didn't even know that such a thing was possible. The only way he knew how to do it was to eat the victim. But on the bright side, this guy was now coveted prey with these possibilities, and he aimed his limb to get him before he came to his senses. But he didn't get there in time. The guy had rushed towards him faster and was already standing next to him. His blow was much stronger than before. Earwig had no time to react. He was already flying back a few meters from the missed body blow. Wade aimed exactly where he had hit Zhang and was puzzled to see such an unexpected effect from his blow. The earwig was sparking white sparks. Smoke and the smell of burnt flesh billowed from it. In response, a claw swept toward Wade, shattering and overturning the remaining racks. The earwig was sure he'd get the guy, for so far he hadn't been as fast as the girl. Yanked the claw back and couldn't budge it, surprised, because the guy was standing in the same place as before. But he was holding his claw with one hand. He yanked harder, pulling his limb as hard as he could. However, the fellow steadied himself on his feet and still did not let go of it. His face was fearful. There seemed to be nothing human left in it, because his girlfriend had been killed, and now he was going to take a life for a life. Wade's eyes widened beyond belief. His pupils, on the contrary, narrowed and burned an emerald color. Now a real dragonfly was looking at the world from them. The earwig was staring at him, unblinking and angry, though he was slowly becoming afraid. Wade, on the other hand, could barely see his face. Tears came to his eyes from the grief of losing John again. In desperation, he yanked the claw toward him and began to twist it around his head. On the other end of it, an earwig was learning to fly under the ceiling. At a particularly low turn, Wade grabbed his face with his 5 fingers as a dragonfly does, squeezed, and slammed him to the floor like he was throwing a ball with all his might. All the hatred and anger that had built up in his heart. And then he pressed his face to the concrete floor with his hand and pressed until, for the sake of saving his head, he turned his attention to his own claw, which swooped overhead and clawed threateningly. The Wade turned around and suddenly sank his teeth into it, so that dust sprinkled between his teeth. That's how the dragonfly's instincts kicked in. A beetle shell has nothing to it. So he bent down hard on the earwig's claw that had killed his Zhang. The earwig, held securely by his hand, squinted through his fingers and couldn't immediately realize what had happened. What the guy was doing with his limb and what he was spitting on the side while doing it. And Wade suddenly remembered his last training session with Professor John and his words. He had explained to him how he could become stronger by turning the insect's advantages into a harmonious complex of dragonfly instincts and human intelligence. To do this, one had to cease to be human, letting in the element of alien instincts, and the body then changed to suit the needs of the new master, became more perfect to accept the new possibilities. Wade could feel it now, the way he was driven by desires that were completely unlike his own, the way his hand gripped the face of his enemy, and his fingers wished to clench to pierce through her with their claws. In that moment, he looked terrifying. Flaming emerald eyes, grinning teeth and glowing wings behind his back made his appearance even more dragonfly-like. Earwig looked between his fingers, which were digging more and more painfully into his face, and marveled at the change. He was also sorry. He had always considered himself a dangerous predator, the strongest. This time, however, he had miscalculated, and he himself had become the victim. It turned out that for every strength there could be an even greater strength. Now he sought his prey, his claw being torn from his limb, and it flew bitten off into the depths of the warehouse, splashing cavity fluid all around. Then one member of his limb was torn off, then the other. The earwig screamed for mercy. He did not want to die, but his cries were in vain, for his victims didn't want to die either. And dragonfly gnawed into the next joint of his limb, tearing the child in with his teeth like ordinary paper. Soon there was little left of his long claw, and it was all gnawed off. Blood and mucus gushed from the wound so violently that the walls and beams of the roof were still streaming blood. The airway wasn't even screaming anymore. He was howling, begging for mercy in a pool of his own blood. But again, a ruthless hand came upon his face and dug its fingers into him. Then she lifted him above the floor. Dragonfly lost his head completely and glowed no longer green, white light of hatred. His instincts overpowered his mind, and his mouth opened to bite his enemy's neck as easily as a claw. Suddenly, he was toppled from the back by a newly arrived man wearing an unusual-looking helmet. A jelly-like mass appeared in his hand, the amount of which gradually increased. Then it shot out flexible, sticky threads that wove a web. Soon Wade, who was in an unconscious state, was securely twisted. The man looked on and turned contemptuously away from the remains of the earwig. To approach the immovably lying fellow, he was more interested in him, so he lifted his head, gazed into his face to memorize it well. He wanted such a curiosity for his collection. But now was not the right moment for that, because there were Nesta bloodhounds on the approach, looking for students who had not returned in time. At this time, Wade began to come to his senses. Though his thoughts were as confused as after a heavy hangover, all he saw was a blurry image of a blond man wearing a strange headdress. His eyes closed again from the effort he had made. During this time the blond man had disappeared. As the bloodhounds approached the warehouse, of fine rain began to drizzle, but even so they stopped and did not dare to enter under the roof of the warehouse with such a familiar name. Suddenly, they heard heavy footsteps shuffling on the floor. The commander of the trackers commanded them to get ready. There was no telling what would come out of this suspicious place. However, the student they were looking for appeared from there, and in his arms was the bloody body of a second student. Professor John went out to the main entrance to meet the funeral procession to keep him from getting wet in the rain, and assistant held an umbrella over him. Because he didn't care, when he heard the footsteps he walked quickly towards it, not looking at the fact that the jets of rain immediately soaked his t-shirt, and he saw only two of his students. One of them was dead. He stood there, not knowing what to say at this tragic moment, but the professionals around him were already calling for a medical team. The professor stammered, but still uttered the question that was of interest to everyone here. Wade tried to tell how everything had turned out, though his tongue was still slurring and his thoughts confused. His answer made the professor so angry that he inadvertently broke the stretcher with a blow of his fist, and grabbed the boy by the shoulder, about to shake the information out of him. Wade couldn't justify the accusation, so he kept quiet. He didn't understand how it could have happened that they'd fallen into a trap. A medicine woman, who was rushing to a call, intervened in their difficult conversation. Professor John glanced at her unhappily, for he had never heard an answer. However, the woman found convincing arguments to precipitate his assertiveness. Just then the students came in, who had to be removed immediately so that they wouldn't see what they shouldn't. It was immediately clear that this was not the time or place to talk about such things. A soft but demanding order sounded to Wade, which he hurriedly complied with. The healer pulled out a leather pouch, opened it, and ran her fingers in. to pull out the sparkling pollen and sprinkle it on John's wound. Wade was unusually excited when he saw that she had taken it upon herself to treat the dead jinn. Leaving his question unanswered, the medicine woman took the same pollen off the growth on her head. Glowing mushroom hyphae began to grow rapidly on her arm. Wade knelt in front of Jean's body and stared at the medicine woman in a daze. He didn't understand how this was supposed to help, until the medicine woman's assistant explained that the unique compound of an insect and a parasitic fungus, especially the fungus, which once became an unwilling symbiont of the firefly, and then the medicine woman, able to cure even the worst wounds in the shortest amount of time. Wade watched as, under the influence of the medicine woman's hand, thin strands of mushroom hyphae patched his friend's body. Soon there was no trace of her through and through wound. It was as if the girl were asleep lying on the ground. It put hope in Wade's soul that things might yet turn out all right. However, the medicine woman could not make him happy, and his smile was gone. Jean's body was soaking in the pouring rain that mourned her early death, and Wade and the medicine woman could not save what could no longer be saved. Wade leaned over Jean and his tears mingled with the raindrops. He still had a ghostly hope that Jean would rise again, as before. Professor Jean watched in silence at his colleague's actions and the boy's grieving. He too had a lump in his throat. So it was the medicine woman who ordered the body to be sent to the morgue. There was no one else. The orderlies immediately dragged a hastily repaired stretcher to the corpse. But it was not so easy to tear the grieving guy from the girl's body. He waved away any requests addressed to him, and did not let them take the body from his arms. And he held John even more tightly to him, and cry. The day before his brother died, after a night chasing a cockroach, they had one memorable conversation. Jean had complained about everything that was wrong in her life, especially the nasty insects. And her brother brought up an interesting idea that nasty insects become beautiful after they molt. It was new to her to hear her brother compare them to these bugs. He believed that everything would still be fine and even beautiful, if only they waited a little longer. His optimism was good for John's mood. That time it ended in a mock scuffle. Her brother had taught her to appreciate what he had, and then picking herself up off the floor. Reaching out for his sister, he said some unforgettable words that were imprinted in her memory, because they were the only thing that kept her spirits up through the difficult moments of her life. And now, in the cold pouring rain, in the strong embrace of a friend, her fingers trembled slightly and clenched tightly around his wrist. Tears froze in Wade's eyes as he looked down at Jean, and the professor and the medicine woman had to turn around at the boy's desperate cry, because something was happening to the girl that no one expected. The skin was falling off her face, and layers and cracks were running down her body. That's how butterflies are born, destroying their former receptacle from within. They return to the world as winged beauties. Her sight didn't return immediately, but the first person she saw was Wade, who was shedding tears over her. Jean was changing, floating amidst the light burning her skin. The only anchor that brought her back to reality was the guy's hand which she clutched in her palm. She was familiar with that feeling of support and protection from her past life. It was something her older brother had often done. He seemed to be the one bending over her, like when he'd first nailed a cockroach with a roll of toilet paper. And then he grabbed her hand to hold her close and comfort her. Her vision gained clarity and her brother's face transformed into that of her close friend. What else would you call a man who avenged your death without sparing his life? Jean was bitter to see how haggard his face had become in such a short time, and the tears in his eyes. But he didn't let her say anything. He hugged her, pulling her as hard as he could against him. Now joyful tears of relief were pouring from his eyes. His miracle had come true and Jean had come to life. To the embracing couple already ran all present, especially hurried medicine woman. The guys were immediately taken to the medical center for treatment and comprehensive examination. Wade had also suffered a lot that night, and he was extremely surprised when the door of the room opened in the morning, because in walked Des and Dorothy, totally healthy and wondering how this could have happened. After all, they were really there. They were supposed to have missed each other, because while Des and Dorothy were looking through the neighboring warehouse for pesticide, they heard an incessant rumble so loud it shook the building. Wade was glad to hear that his friends had only gotten bumps when the racks collapsed on them, and contemplated contentedly those whose fate he dreaded even to think of after not finding them in the warehouse. While Dorothy plopped down on a neighboring bed to rest, Des recounted the latest news. However, there was something incomprehensible about the case. A warehouse that turned out to be a well-prepared trap. How would they found it? Des scratched the back of his head, recalling the man who had tipped him off about the warehouse. He described his hair, his clothes, his demeanor, and it seemed vaguely familiar to Wade, especially the earring in his ear, an original piece of jewelry with a spider and a web. Meanwhile, far away from Nesto, two people met in a secret laboratory: Spider-Man and a scientist in a white coat. The spider still had the mysterious helmet on his head. If you looked closely, it looked like a huge drop of water, which fluctuated with every movement. Next, they walked through the laboratory deep into the building, and Spider told the man about the last events of the day. When the time came, the water bubble around his head suddenly burst and Spider fairly sucked in fresh air with his nose. His interlocutor barely had time to cover himself with a folder and handed him a dry towel. Spider, wiping himself from the water, confirmed his subordinate's hunch: he was indeed plotting a new experiment. While the faithful dog lacquered the remnants of water from the floor, the spider began to plan a new operation. And he was very upset when he learned that Wasp had already managed to kill one of the executors. Wade and Des were walking down the corridors of Nesto, talking about all sorts of things important and not so important. And they didn't suspect that they were being watched closely by a Nilwisher. And Spider was already medley weaving his net, planning to catch a very interesting person in it. Nesto University was brightly lit by the rays of the midday sun, and so it was terribly hot in the auditorium. Wade wasn't suffering from the heat. He was really pissed off about the situation. They had failed. Now Professor John was standing in front of the lectern, reciting the results of his search, and there was no telling what punishment he had in store for them. His classmates screamed about the unfairness of the assignment, and Wade even covered his mouth so he wouldn't say anything and get crushed. John was silent as well. The professor didn't get angry, only furrowed his eyebrows sternly. And he didn't even blame the negligent students, much to the surprise of them all. He took the projector remote in his hand again, about to show them a new presentation. This time a chart of the pesticide findings from previous years, and those findings were getting smaller every year. He looked away, about to inform the students of one unpleasant thing: that Nest wasn't the only organization collecting insect people. One video appeared to capture a camouflaged man with a can of pesticide behind his belt. He approached a couple of young boys from behind and held a plastic box containing some rare insect in front of him. The next frame held a picture of Dorothy as the victim of a similar experiment. Des leaned back in his chair, stunned. He had never considered his friend's problem from this angle. Dorothy had her head down on the tabletop and was playing irritably with her hair. She was uncomfortable with such attention. The professor leaned his hands on the pulpit so that every student would get what he was about to tell, about a death trap designed specifically for the students of their university. He looked them over with a steady gaze, watching for each one's reaction to his words. Because next he announced a new assignment, which was now becoming very dangerous. After all, no one could know what move the enemy would make next. The especially fearful were given the opportunity to voluntarily drop out of the course. The professor did not hide the level of danger so that everyone would make a decision with open eyes. He even reminded them of how John had almost died in a set-up trap in the warehouse, and of the other two students who had been killed by the enemy more recently. Wei and Jun sat next to each other and were suppressed, oddly silent. Strange things were happening at the university. In the end, the professor promised everyone an encounter with death. He waited for each of his students to answer. Dorothy wondered. Des pounded his fist desperately on the tabletop, drawing the attention of everyone present. The other students were experiencing the news in their own ways. Two of them chatted. One was unbearably bored. The third was staring gloomily at the floor. The two girlfriends were definitely scared and looked at each other with frightened eyes. At that moment, Wade suddenly rose from his seat. He had something to say, but first to ask. The professor expected a question from anyone but someone who had already won the battle with the enemy, so he was weary. Wade raised his hand like he did in school and asked about the thing that bothered him most: the rankings. There was silence in the audience. How could anyone think about grades in a situation like this? Even the professor folded his arms across his chest in a defensive gesture, but he had to promise that the risk would be taken into account when grading. Sean looked at Wade wide-eyed with surprise. She hadn't even realized he was such a careerist. And Wade had his reasons. He'd been over-anxious once before, almost lost, and he was afraid of that feeling of hopelessness again. But he knew that luck favored the brave, and he wasn't afraid to take risks, especially since he had already looked into the eyes of death more than once. Des laughed out loud at his words. He was impressed by the size of his friend's ambition. At first, he had been startled by the fact that 2 university students had already died. However, what hurt him was that even in Nesto, there were people who transgressed the law, and he longed for justice. Dorothy generally liked to fight, and she was not embarrassed by such a small thing as mortal danger. She even envied her friends who were in trouble. Her friends also cheered up. The braver one decided for both of them that they should not give up at the first threat. The others didn't see the difference. The threat existed for all the students. The second person killed wasn't even from their class. Jean smiled enigmatically. She knew that this kind of psychological shakeup was something that students received regularly in this course, to weed out the weak of heart and instill extra caution in the rest. Professor John stood in front of his audience of students, listening to their answers, and shifted his gaze from one phase to another, trying to understand their motivation. All were determined to continue their studies, despite the threat of death, so everyone passed the first little test. But before he left the auditorium, he turned to the headman with a cryptic question, the gist of which was revealed on a brightly colored banner above the dining hall doors. Wade was used to formal celebrations, and so what was going on in the hall made him a little uneasy. Everyone was doing what they wanted to do without regard for the rules of table behavior, or the culture of socializing at respectable events. He asked John if formal gatherings at Nesta always felt like a raucous party, but he didn't get a normal answer, because John was thinking about something else entirely at the time. She wanted to talk about his attitude toward her, but she didn't know how to start. She was about to talk to Wade about the night she had died, but he was distracted again. Des was begging for help and protection from his crazy girlfriend who had decided to play horseplay. It was enough for John only to glance grudgingly in Dorothy's direction, and she immediately jumped off Des's shoulders and went off to do more naughty things. For example, now she had decided to get drunk and banging her fists on the table demanding more drinks. Des slumped back in his chair exhausted. Wade handed him a can of beer to refresh himself. He wondered why his friend was putting up with this attitude from his girlfriend. Des looked at him angrily, but he deigned to answer, taking a sip of his drink. He recognized that it was his way of supporting Dorothy. Too young for adult problems, she'd gotten an ugly scorpion's tail and was going through a lot shutdown. Wade realized that Des thought Dorothy's problem was her inability to make friends with people. But now the opposite was happening before his eyes. A strange guy walked up to Dorothy and pulled a can of beer toward her like a good acquaintance. Dorothy raised her head and looked at the guy, then at the can of beer in his hand. Then she looked back at her friends, who were sitting at another table, watching her but not rushing to intervene. And suddenly she felt so bad. They were all out there having fun together, and she was here alone and nobody wanted her. So she took the offered jar. She took the unexpected suitor under her arm, and wagging her tail defiantly led him to the exit from the hall. The boys looked at them dumbfounded. Had mean Dorothy found a beaufriend? Des's words about Dorothy's inability to socialize were immediately called into question, but he didn't understand what had happened to his girlfriend. It was unclear why, but the girl's behavior hurt him deeply. As he chewed fiercely on a piece of chalk, Wade laughed at him, until he caught a glimpse of the fake boyfriend and profile. When he looked back to see if anyone was following them, Wade didn't like the look in his eyes, very hard and not the least bit drunk. Dorothy was already out and he watched the door open, his concern for her rising in his soul. The cell tower and Nesta was working smoothly. Calls were untraceable, so the kidnapper was calm, sending an urgent message for them to be picked up. The most difficult thing, stealing a valuable experiment from under the enemy's nose, he did easily and simply. The guy walked over, crouched down in front of the girl bound in her own web, and reached out his hand to pick her up and carry her to a safer place. Only his hand was suddenly intercepted and squeezed, pulling her aside by the other man's hand. Still, Wade decided to follow his friend and the young man he didn't know. And seeing her tied up became terribly embittered, so we grabbed her arm and took a closer look at the kidnapper's face, trying to see what he was hiding under the hood. But except for a band-aid around the edges of his lips, he saw nothing remarkable. This morning Spider had a remarkable conversation with his subordinate. The latter was worried that another trip to Nest would bring more problems and benefits. Spider recalled the Dragonfly Bow's amazing leap in ability development, but shook his head negatively. Then he looked at his subordinate with a sidelong glance and exhaled another name in an inspired manner. A girl who was a unicorn even amongst insect people. Her mutation was promising. If sorted out properly, it was possible to create someone bigger. The party was in full swing, so no one noticed the disappearance of several people. Wade had only come out because he was worried about Dorothy and hadn't expected to see her tied up and unconscious. Now he was standing in front of the kidnapper and wanted to figure out what exactly was going on here. At the most obvious suggestion, the guy suddenly became angry and yanked his hand out of his grasp. Then Wade rushed toward Dorothy, trying to bring her to her senses so we could get her out of here. But the kidnapper's fingers suddenly dug painfully into Wade's shoulder and threw him far away from the girl. With the swing of his hand, a cloud of black feathers rose into the air. Wade hadn't figured out the situation yet, but he was beginning to suspect something, especially when a small black feather fell on his hand. It left a deep cut that bled, and there were many more of those feathers swirling around. Shrieking in sharp pain, Wade instinctively clutched the wound, causing the guy to fake sympathy, who had deliberately created a large kill zone with his advantage gained from the tarantula, so that he could get Dorothy from nest into his lab without any trouble. Wade, clutching his bleeding wound, listened to his revelations, and realized that he was facing an enemy who had come to nest to kidnap Dorothy. The man suddenly looked at him sharply, an unkind look, as if he were making a difficult decision, and suddenly he lunged at Wade, taking on the features of his symbiont. As he went, its eyes glowed violet, and its sternum somehow began to resemble the round belly of a spider. Watching the fingers clenching for a punch, Wade remembered what he could do. Then in the warehouse, he'd seen the limits of both his weakness and his strength, and had been able to raise his level to unreachable heights. And he immediately launched upwards, not waiting to be hit by the undoubtedly poisonous spider. So Taran no missed, and the poison bristles did not help him. They were blown away by the wind from his wings. Wade was looking up at him and figuring out how to get Dorothy, and Taran knew exactly what it would take to subdue recalcitrant bow. His warning didn't look scary, but there was an angry pulse in his pupils. He suddenly bent at the waist, arching his back, from which black bristle feathers began to shoot out. His symbiont had an upgrade to fire its own venomous bristles at the enemy. Wade only had time to shield his hands from the cloud of bristles flying at his face. New cuts immediately appeared on his forearms. He peered through the gap between his hands, waiting for the attack to end, but the stream of bristles kept coming. Though it was getting hard enough to stay in the air, soon he had to sink to the ground. The poison had done its work and his wings refused to obey. Wade thought the smartest thing to do was to call for help. The Terrible grabbed him by the scruff of the neck before he could escape from the clearing. Now we had only one choice: either kill the guy or take him with him. Chang continued to sit at the communal table and wait for Wade to return. She was sad that she never got to ask him the most important question. While she was drinking alone, Des came up behind her unheard. Therefore, John was greatly frightened by both his question and his appearance. He was drunk out of his mind. He was alarmed that Dorothy had been missing him for nearly an hour. She disappeared. John was alarmed too. She hadn't been tracking Dorothy on purpose. She was concerned about other things. But how could she forget the epic lesson she taught Des, who still treated her like a little girl? That was the last time she'd seen her. At that time, Wade broke free from Taran Rule's grasp by flapping his wings. He even managed to fly a little farther away, keeping his eyes on her. But Taran Rule was quick to catch up with him, so there would be no escape that way. With a sharp turn, Wade flew in the other direction. This time Taran Rule was in no hurry, because the woe was already flying full speed into the cloud of his stubble. Wade dropped down beside the unconscious Dorothy. If calling for help didn't work, he was going to protect her. Suddenly, there was a crackling sound from the sky, and the wind whipped up fine debris. Wade looked up and started trying to wake Dorothy again, but she didn't respond to his words. He stared at the unconscious body, and a strong anger began to awaken in his heart. Only she could be so foolish as to let the whole group down. From above, the powerful searchlights of the helicopter that had flown in illuminated the clearing. Wade prepared to fight Taran for the girl. He wondered why he would go to such lengths for someone else's girl. Wade made it clear to him that although he wasn't her boyfriend, he would defend her to the last. Wade realized the consequences if one member of their group disappeared, so he scattered, flapping his wings with all his might and taking off into the air. Taran looked up to see what else this strange guy would do that didn't value his life. He accelerated and used his own set of dragonfly skills. His eyes and wings glowed emerald. Wade did his best to follow Professor John's instructions exactly, especially since he'd already done it at the warehouse trap, and his bloody fist struck Taran on the elbow of the hand he had set up. It was enough, however, to send him flying upward by inertia and then falling in the distance. Wade was glad it had been so easy. Taran weighed much less than earwig, except that he fell straight into a characteristic stance, which meant an immediate attack. The smile left Wade's face. He didn't know what else to expect from such an unusual opponent. One moment, and he's on the ground because his legs are no longer holding him up. 2 holes in his neck, and then he heard the last words above him, which his consciousness was still catching. Taran will recognize that Dragonfly's attack was impressive, and the guy had added a lot to his abilities, because there was a lot of trembling and pain in his arm, which had been injured in the fight. But then, wiping his mouth, smugly declared that he was much tougher. Consciousness did not return to Wade soon enough, but he did open his poison eyes. He didn't realize where he was at first, because the bed was real, and he was naked in it. Only the ceilings and walls, though dark, looked unfamiliar. He turned his head sideways with difficulty to get a better look. Suddenly, a thin girl's hand fell on his chest, and a familiar face pressed against his shoulder. Wade felt sick at the thought of what might have happened here. He couldn't remember anything at all. Dorothy's eyes opened weakly. Consciousness returned to her slowly, and then they stared at each other in incomprehension as to how it could have happened that they had woken up in the same bed. Within seconds, Wade's cheek was already swelling, and he, thrown off the bed by a good leg kick to the chest, tried to justify himself. They were in a locked, abandoned room. Everything around them was old except the bed. Dorothy was sitting on it, wagging her tail nervously as Wade looked for a way out. He tried to pry off the boards of the boarded-up window with his hands and freaked out, because his life had taken another wrong turn, and that threatened to get him expelled. Dorothy was mysteriously silent. Wade suddenly noticed this and was afraid that the mysterious traitor in Nesta was her. Dorothy bit her lip nervously and was angry at the incomprehensible situation. She believed their kidnapper for some reason. The White did not have time to tell because the door lock clicked. The guys immediately became alert and took a fighting stance in the center of the room. But a little girl appeared in the doorway and invited them to the table. Dorothy looked around warily, expecting a trick, and Wade marveled that a child had been sent to them instead of a guard. When they left the room, they found themselves in a real kindergarten, with 2 teachers watching over them. Wade looked at the cheerful children and didn't understand where they were. The answer came unexpectedly from Dorothy. All the new discoveries made Wade's eyes even bigger than they had been before. She stood looking at the girls eating lunch at the table and remembered how she had once sat at that same table, and the rocking toy in the corner that waited for its dashing rider. That's how Wade knew that Dorothy had grown up here in this orphanage, and she could tell them exactly where they were now, but that didn't explain much. Suddenly, the little girl noticed her aunt's tail and shrieked enthusiastically. Behind her, other children pulled up to the tail as well. By the time the teacher saw it, and had not yet had time to be frightened, Dorothy quickly explained in that it was such a toy and even shook the tail. While the children groped and praised her limb, Dorothy steadfastly endured. But not for long. She ran away after a minute. Unable to bear the children's attention, she might as well have lost her tail. Wade was looking at the Woe's sketchbook when the door opened again. An older woman entered. She smiled happily and welcomed the dear guest. He was relieved to find that his clothes had not gone anywhere, but were hanging washed in the backyard. But the news that Taran had delivered them here caused a surge of anger, so much so that he even pounded his fist on the table. Wade remembered how friendly Dorothy had been to the strange guy, and now there was an explanation. The principal could only tell what had happened toward morning. What had happened the rest of the time remained unknown. Wade had the idea that they were not prisoners here and could return to Nest. And the old tutor began to question him about the life of her pupil. Wade had realized before that he knew nothing about Dorothy, but now he realized that he had misjudged her behavior. Dorothy sat on the bed in her old room. The childhood she had longed to forget had come back to her. She thought back to that unfortunate day, and everything had gone wrong. Her little self, she was late for school and the last one to leave the orphanage, and right outside the gate she encountered a ghost from her past. With fear she backed away from her father, whom she hadn't seen for a long time. He was very drunk again, and for some reason he came after her, but this did not please her. On the contrary, she was shaking and stammering with fear. Her legs wouldn't obey her, and her father swung the bottle at her again, as he had done once before, and she could only cover herself with her hand. Dorothy bit her lip desperately to keep from crying. The memories were too bitter. The dull gray room, like her past life, was weighing down on her. In the meantime, the superintendent had realized that she was delaying her guest with her talk. As she went to get her clothes, the sheet was nearly pulled off Wade by a child's hand. revealing her wings. The little girl wanted to socialize and was very persistent. The supervisor apologized for the child's behavior, but Wade was not offended. He realized that all the children here were deprived of affection and attention. Therefore, he did not hurry to find Dorothy but decided to play with the children. Finally, the girl finished her drawing and brought it to Wade to show him. It was a butterfly girl, and the drawing could well be recognized as a child's fantasy, if it weren't for the little kid's intimate knowledge of entomology. And the next thing she said was shocking. He immediately thought that maybe there was something wrong with this orphanage. Wade continued to question the girl and he told her his innermost childhood fears. The girl showed him the mosquito bites on her arm, showing him who she didn't like. And then she stunned him by admitting that she liked dragonflies, and even explained why. Wade marveled at the depth of the child's knowledge. He also had a changing picture of life. He'd never looked at his symbiont from this angle. However, the conversation had to end there because the teacher came in and called the child. The girl happily gathered herself, anticipating a joyous event in her life, a real adventure, and lastly gave him an album with her drawings as a keepsake. Wade waved goodbye. He didn't know what else to say to her. Then he opened the album to the first page, but he was still staring at the girl. Communicating with her had strangely brought peace to his soul, and everything became easier and simpler. Meanwhile, two people were walking along the underground corridor of the orphanage, the head and the teacher. The headmistress, his face remained tender and kind like a loving grandmother's. Although she was looking at the unconscious child, the girl was already prepared for a certain procedure. Both women put on protective coveralls. In the hands of the younger one was a simple-looking cardboard box, and on the wall were hung pictures of their particularly successful experiments. A particularly disgusting millipede emerged from the box, but it wasn't an insect. The experiments continued. A gloved hand picked up a familiar can of pesticide from the table. That's how they met the millipede, the pesticide, and the unfortunate child who was about to be sacrificed by cruel adults to someone else's ambitions. But then suddenly, there was a knock on the door. The women turned at the sound. The head of their uninvited guest suddenly poked through the crack, and he wanted to ask them something in a friendly manner. The door was immediately slammed shut before he could see the uninvited. A little later, the superintendent looked out panting and crabby to ask what he wanted. The guy had snuck in where no one expected to see him, the secret underground level. Yet here he was demanding attention quite insistently. Moreover, he knew exactly where he had come to and why, because he was extremely calm. Even when he kicked at the door, knocking it open and throwing the superintendent into the depths of the room. While the younger girl ran to the older one's aid, he entered the operating room. He made it in time because a little girl handed him her sketchbook, and there was a moment of great joy for the caretaker, and it was connected with quite recognizable even in a child's drawing cans of pesticide. Then he remembered what the superintendent had said about Dorothy's tale. She hadn't seemed at all surprised, though she had claimed to be, and only the girl's drawing explained why. The teacher had a canister in one hand, but a lot of money in the other. He was standing in front of an old woman whom he had broken her nose with his own hand, and he didn't regret it, because it was a crime to feel sorry for those villains who sold children for money and turned them into monsters. When he saw the child's drawing that struck him so much, the girl had already been taken away. However, he remembered in which direction they had gone and went in the same direction. It was very fortunate that a little boy had tried to stop him and thus pointed the right way. While Wade was talking to the boy, he heard voices from the direction of the stairs. This confirmed to him that he was on the right path. All that remained was to go downstairs. As the door to the basement slammed shut, someone Wade had missed came into the room. Tarantula had returned with his purchases, but he wasn't in a hurry to stop the boy. On the contrary, he sympathized with him. Wade stood across from the perverted women. On the floor between them lay a broken door. They had drawn the right conclusions. The guards of the place were indeed lying unconscious, but the women did not seem frightened. The first shock had passed, and they were already rising from the floor. The younger one, taking advantage of the fact that the guy didn't consider them worthy opponents, suddenly jumped towards him. Sharp needles of claws popped out of her fingers. However, Wade had time to react, and she didn't manage to hurt him. She flew off into the corner from a strong pouch, while the younger one lay there, unable to even breathe from falling to the ground. The older one stared at the boy, wondering how she could get him. Meanwhile, Wade saw the revealing pictures on the wall. Among the other kids was Dorothy. Wade couldn't understand why condemning children to loneliness and suffering for he remembered well what it was like to be a monster among ordinary people. His anger was so boundless that he flew to the older woman to shake the truth out of her. But from the woman's mouth came a long tongue sharp as a pike and pierced his shoulder. Clasping the wound with his hand, he looked at her and realized the rediscovered circumstances. As the woman wiped his face and licked up his blood, he realized he was dealing with a genetically altered mutant like himself. Then he rushed to the doorway intending to call for help. But he was met in the hallway by the cook and two gardeners. All of them two were insect hybrids with needles on their arms. Dodging the needles aimed at him, Wade wondered how he could get out of here. The basement had become a trap for him. The cramped room was too uncomfortable to move around with his wings. Slipping under the arm of the cook, who was too actively attacking him, Wade suddenly noticed the caretaker hurriedly carrying the girl towards the door. He shouted and rushed after them to intercept the child. But the headmistress's long tongue stopped his attempt. She was not going to let him go. She realized that he had now become dangerous because he knew too much, and it was foolish to let him live. Meanwhile, Dorothy sat in her old room. She twirled a toy she had once sewn with her own hands and waited. When the door opened softly, Dorothy knew who had come to see her. Yon, whom she had once befriended and trusted. He held out a bag of things to her peacefully, but Dorothy looked at him solidly, her tail patting the bedspread irritably, so he hurriedly turned away. Suddenly, the walls of the house shuddered violently, so much so that even June felt it. No wonder Dorothy became even more angry. She now realized very well that she was being told something. June answered her honestly. He saw no reason to hide what she would already know. At least from him, she would hear only the truth. Dorothy gritted her teeth furiously and indignation that he thought her so stupid. She grabbed her old friend by the sweater, shook him, and hissed her indignation in his face. Then he resolutely recalled her past, the one she'd really wanted to forget, the day that had divided her life into before and after. First, the terrible meeting with her father, who had found her here in a rural orphanage far from the city. She immediately remembered what she had feared all her childhood. Drunken father with a heavy bottle in his hand, who loomed over her like a mountain and could beat her just for fun from a bad mood. And he was always in a bad mood. Little June was going to skip his first class that day, so he came out later than everyone else. He saw his loving father raise his bottle to teach his daughter a lesson, peeking out from behind the post at the entrance gate. He thought about how to save Dorothy. He was too young for that himself. But when her father grabbed her by the hair, so she couldn't escape, and swung to hit her, then it happened to John for the first time. Bristle discharge, a small one, but he could defend himself. Dorothy, on the other hand, was too weak to face the world. So we thought of a way to help her become strong. He had personally begged and was present when they transformed Dorothy, implanting her with the scorpion genes. Dorothy stared at him in shock. The major mystery of her life was unexpectedly simple, and the culprit for giving her a tail was standing right in front of her. June realized that she would not soon forgive him, but tried to justify his act by necessity. He did it so that she would become stronger and be able to protect herself from her father and the cruel world too. The next time her father showed up to discipline his own daughter, the arm he swung was intercepted and squeezed by a small child's hand so hard that he could not wrench it from his grasp. Then the little girl with the scorpion's tail stood over her father, defeated that one blow, and blood dripped from the knuckles of her hand. Since then, June had convinced himself that he was helping abandoned children grow stronger, so they could defend themselves. He'd seen happy children playing, but that could only be so in kindergarten, while they were being cared for by adults. So he took on the mission of an evil good wizard, who would save them against all odds. June showed Dorothy a can of that pesticide they had been looking so hard for. As he advertised the new world he was building, Dorothy thought back to Nest. She was more than satisfied with it. Her friends were there. June, however, had pinned his hopes on his enemies, and he spoke admiringly of his head. He grabbed Dorothy's arm, trying to persuade her to join them, but he looked into her eyes in vain. Dorothy looked at him as if she were seeing him for the first time. She felt as if the shadow of a huge spider was looming over her to subdue and take her over. She in a strange voice whispered the words he longed to hear, and then she hit him with all her might, so that he could feel how much he disagreed with his proposal. A teacher with a child in her arms ran past and saw June fly out the door of the room and into the hallway. But Dorothy came out after him, tapping her heels confidently. She listened to her friend reprimand her as if he had done something wrong, and she realized that she couldn't expect any help. June sat on the floor, rubbing his chin with his hand, wondering what had gone wrong. If his sweet, forgiving friend was acting like she was ready to kill him, her scorpion was ready to attack, and it became clear to him that a fight would still have to be fought. Meanwhile, 3 needles stuck into Wade's arm, and he saw his blood rushing up them. He jumped back and listened to his enemies' boasts and confusion. Finally, he realized what kind of symbiotes his opponents had. Indeed, the most annoying creatures that always hunt in packs. Now they were blocking his path to the door and taunting him, certain that he could not defeat an entire pack. The superintendent stroked her long tongue and assured him that the girl was beyond saving. And Wade suddenly remembered his recent conversation about mosquitoes. The girl had said a wonderful thing. She had hoped that a dragonfly would save her from the mosquitoes, and though she had been carried away, it was still possible to do so. She called the dragonfly heroic because the dragonfly was their natural enemy. And even now, with the whole crowd blocking his exit and convincing themselves what dangerous creatures they were, he could still see in the superintendent's eyes the instinctive fear of a stronger opponent. Wade called to his dragonfly, listened to its instincts, and their consciousness is immediately merged. The dragonfly's complex glowed with emerald flame. The flock of Kamara have watched the guy transform and felt a supernatural unconsciousness-defying eeriness. The dragonfly stands ready to attack came so easily and naturally that Wade felt almost omnipotent. His confidence was shaken by the long tongues that shot toward him. The superintendent, though afraid to come any closer, could reach him from a distance. The kindergarten workers, again, as if on cue, opened their mouths and extended their tongues toward the woe, trying to suck on his skin and suck all the blood. But Wade, with his increased speed, managed to get out of the way of the aiming tongues. In the second volley, he jumped upward toward the ceiling, but the tongues seemed to be dimensionless. They kept pulling and pulling after him. He barely had time to maneuver and dodge, because the masters got wise and the tongues began to hunt him at random. Then Wade increased his speed even more, and became like a green lightning bolt that darted between his opponents. The human, I could not keep track of it. Moving at an accelerated pace, he was able to strike his enemies. The first to fall was the coke. She fell to the floor unconscious, not even realizing what had happened. But it wasn't easy for Wade either. His eyes were watering from the high speed, so we almost missed the supervisor's ton, barely got out of the way in time. Wiping away unsolicited tears, he quickly thought of how to solve the problem. At this time, from the second floor of the orphanage, sprinkled shards of glass, and into the courtyard jumped to irreconcilable friends. Past friendships are not easily forgotten. Dorothy expected all sorts of things, but all she got in return were poisonous bristles. June folded his arms in front of him and let loose a cloud of them. The poisonous cloud was closing in on Dorothy, but she only covered her eyes with her hands. None of the bristles released could do any damage to the girl. She smiled cheerfully, for she knew it would. Her childhood memory had not failed her this time. Now it was the tail's turn. She did her best to strike another blow at John with it. Though June bounced off Dorothy's tail, it didn't reach its target either. So he jumped after Dorothy while she was still facing him to grab her shoulder. But the scorpion's tail struck the ground, spun and worked like a spring. Doing a somersault in the air, Dorothy landed behind her friend's back and shouted a few catchphrases from there. She loved this game. Only it wasn't a game to John. A new volley of bristles erupted from his shoulders. Dorothy was faster, however, and this time she threw him back a few meters with both feet. When he landed, she gave a satisfied sigh and condescended to tell him to stop doing something stupid. But suddenly a kindergarten minibus sped past her. The teacher took a moment and drove through the yard, where the overgrown children were fighting. She was in a hurry to get the girl away. Dorothy immediately rushed after the minibus, which increased its speed more and more. The highway was empty at this time, and the teacher drove a little slower. She kept looking in the side mirror, but there was no chase, so she even calmed down a bit. But then ahead of the car, a tailed figure emerged from the woods. Dorothy stood in the middle of the row, and a scorpion stands ready to attack. The impact of the tail pierced the asphalt and gave her an additional foothold. She grabbed the van's front end and lifted it off the road, holding it in her outstretched arms above her head. Dorothy cheerfully suggested that this was exactly what they were trying to accomplish by making her a scorpion. Then she tossed the minibus aside so that it flipped over on its side. The kindergartner smashed her forehead against the windshield and lost consciousness. The girl was still relaxed asleep and uninjured. At this time, Dorothy was caught up by her friend. June couldn't afford not to complete the task. As she turned to him, he returned a punch to her jaw, leaping up to the girl to complete a series of punches June thought to end there. But Dorothy counterattacked with a leg kick to the head. She had trained too well with Des and was ready for the unexpected, and now John had to defend himself against her swift attack. Especially, and with a swish of her tail, she kicked out an asphalt crumb that shot painfully at him. June calmly agreed with Dorothy that he would not be able to deal with her by his previous methods, so she slowed down to see what other surprises her friend had in store, and he began to remove the bits of band-aid that were always on his cheeks. She had never seen his face without that adornment. One by one they fell to the ground, unnecessary now that he had decided to reveal his secret. Across his cheeks were humans dimpled, his venomous fangs extended. His threat looked very different now. He was completely out of his mind in self-defense. Dorothy looked at him and didn't understand how she hadn't noticed it before. She had previously thought that Tarantula was his only symbiont, but its fangs belonged to the fastest and most aggressive snake in the world. And June didn't hesitate. Leap. And now his fangs were piercing the neck of his childhood friend, injecting his venom into her. He was an experimental confirmation that two symbionts could live in a human being at once, both of them not insects. Dorothy was doomed because she couldn't know that, but she still trusted her friend. For good reason. The last words she heard were that it wasn't fatal to her. As her body slumped to the ground, June pondered what to do first. First, he jumped onto the wrecked minibus to see what happened to the passengers. The girl was still asleep, but quiet mumbling indicated that she would come to her senses soon. He reached out with his hand to get her body outside through the window. After all, the head's task must be accomplished. It was as if the girl had been waiting for this moment, for she opened her eyes. All she saw was green lightning. Wade got there just in time and threw John away from the van on the fly. He could only get to his feet a few feet away from the van. He stared angrily at the guy he'd fought yesterday. He was in his way again. Wade got down on one knee. Dragonfly stance plus a chance to catch his breath after a fast race. Behind him were the defeated Kumars, who couldn't resist his new speed. But this enemy who had already defeated him once was far more dangerous. Except that behind Wade's back was a little girl who needed to be protected from a terrible fate. She watched them through the windshield, not daring to move in the seatbelts holding her. It was only recently that Wade had punished her bloodthirsty caretakers, when the superintendent's tongue almost got him, because his eyes were watering at high speed and he couldn't see much. He flew into a rack against the wall. The wing caught on a cabinet. He looked to see what was there, and saw the plastic goggles that protect your eyes on dusty jobs. Now, Wade was counting on those goggles to help him deal with the tarantula, because now he could get up to his real speed. The one didn't wait, but immediately emitted stinging bristles. Wade had to learn to resist them. He looked at the enemy and figured out how to deal with him. First, he flew higher though the stinging bristles had gotten him there, but now he could anticipate their trajectory. And since the goggles were covering his eyes, he could dodge them. He missed a few though and it hurt. That tarantula below continued to throw out its bristles. After all, it had been enough last time. So Wade launched himself at the ram, realizing he had only one way to reach the tarantula. One he'd already used a punch to the jaw, but at high speed. It threw his foe several dozen meters back along the road bed. John flew, blood spurting from his mouth, so strong was the blow. And though stubble swirled around him in a purple cloud, it no longer frightened Wade, because he was angry, because he was protecting something he cared about. The tarantula grouped just in time to land and took a stand, spitting up the blood that had pooled. Wade took the new stream of bristles almost calmly, for his eyes were safely protected. He developed his new speed and sprinted forward in a curve. He stopped only when he delivered another knee strike to his opponent's jaw. In the side mirror, the girl could see how badly John, who had always been kind to her, felt. But when the man turned to face her, she was frightened, covered in blood with a purple light from his eyes. And the scariest of all were the fangs from his cheeks that he never showed. Now, Wade was being attacked by a black mamba he had never seen until now and couldn't know her capabilities. When her fangs were quite close to his throat, Wade had already anticipated their trajectory, so he fell on his back, pushing his foot into his opponent's chest, and thus returning him to his previous state of flying backwards for a long distance. Wade's heart was pounding frantically, though. Seeing fangs within a centimeter of his neck would not leave anyone indifferent. Even though his opponent bent the roadblock with his back, he was back on his feet. John was determined to finish this thing the way the chapter needed him to, because he too had once been weak, and peeked at the cruel adults through the crack of a door. They always ran out of money. The single mom didn't have time to earn enough to pay back what she owed. The next time the debt collectors came, she'd lay at their feet to beg for another payoff. Jun watched his mother get beaten up and couldn't defend her due to his age. That time though he couldn't stand it and lunged at the man with his fists. But he was just lifted up in his arms and carried outside like an inanimate object. And his mom was left all alone and unprotected with two grown strong men. That was the last time he saw his mother alive. Her frightened look he remembered forever. Because the next day, he was brought to the morgue of the local hospital, for him the only one who knew her to identify the body. A new shot bristled with a screen full of heartache. Jun was screaming his reasons for doing what he thought was right, and he believed in them. He saw himself as a savior of children and made sure that those close to him would always be able to protect themselves. And so much feeling was put into his words that he was able to throw out several streams of venomous wool that wriggled like a multi-headed hydra at once. Wade was even frightened, seeing such power in such belief that his cause was right. Looking away from the very first dense stream of bristles directed at him, he spotted Dorothy lying there unconscious on the road. She could have been badly hurt, so he tried to cover her with his body from the poisonous bristles. Although they stunned him painfully bloodily, he did not retreat, only pressed down harder. John only laughed at his efforts. He knew she was immune. Didn't he? He'd enveloped Dragonfly in a cocoon of streams of bristles that obeyed his will. And he'd already sentenced him with that. But Wade disagreed with him, and was still going to fight for his life. First, he carried Dorothy's unconscious body to the safety of the roadside. Then he shouted his truth to the tarantula, which he was unable to understand on his own. Jun saw that the girl had climbed out of the van and was now hugging Dorothy's neck, and was frightened of her. After all, the child was not immune to his poison. The last time he'd seen her, she'd been tucked behind the safety of the windshield. And he had no idea that when she saw Dorothy's unconscious body, would come out of her safe haven and rush to rescue her from his bristles. And now she was sheltering one who was incapable of being hurt, but the girl did not know it. Wade left them by the side of the road and rushed to restore justice. Jun prepared his fangs going to fight with them, for he could no longer admit a hair for the girl to be hurt. Black Mamba made his lightning leap towards Dragonfly. Both were going for the ram, but the Mamba had more opportunity in a contact fight. One bite and the enemy's resistance could be forgotten forever. Wade saw his trajectory, moment before the fangs closed in on his neck. He did a sharp, almost impossible somersault, making a perfect circle, but avoiding the fangs at the last moment. John stared at his antics with his mouth open, trying to come to terms with reality. His attack had failed. For the first time in his life, he saw that the guy was a lightning-fast, indistinguishable green lightning in the sky, constantly changing its trajectory. He didn't even have time to turn his head when he flew past him, and immediately came back, but in a different direction. In a word, Dragonfly, IT skills are well described by entomologists, and the boy had acquired her ability to maneuver on the move. And now he was entangling the tarantula in a network of deceptive spans to confuse and deliver his crowning blow. His movements were elusive to the human, and blended into streaks of color. It seemed to be here just now, and then it rushed forward and disappeared in the distance. But you can already feel with the back of your head that he is already somewhere nearby. You hear the rustle of one things. This time John couldn't turn around fast enough and he missed his jaw. Wade swept over his defeated opponent, gradually descending. He stepped to the ground and ran a few more steps forward on inertia. Then he looked back. He and his clothes were riddled with razor-sharp wool, that he was willing to make this exchange. After all, his opponent lay unconscious on the pavement. Then Wade approached the girl, who was kneeling beside Dorothy. She looked at him with her mouth open and said nothing. Wade reached out his hand toward her, but he heard only one word spoken in a shaken voice. He slanted his eyes to look behind him. There he could see the dragonfly wings he had forgotten about. He immediately remembered Mary's reaction to his wings, how she was scared of him. So he hurriedly moved away from the girl so as not to scare her even more. However, he was held back by a small hand, grabbing him from behind by his jacket. The girl ran up on her own and clung to him, not letting him go. And it wasn't the wings that frightened her. It was just that she saw Wade's injured shoulder and wanted to let them know it. She stood in front of him, arms folded in front of her, tears of sympathy glistening in her eyes. And a grateful look. That's how, pray tell, she realized he was saving her from the people who had cared for her for so long. Wade looked at her and realized this was a moment worth fighting for. Like that first night in the dorm, He felt like he was now in the right place at the right time, for the sake of making this girl smile and be happy. So he smiled back at her, experiencing a moment of sheer happiness. His silence startled the girl, so Wade embarrassingly scratched the back of his head and tried to reassure her. Then he affectionately ruffled the girl's hair, reassuring her that everything was fine. He was already planning his next steps, how he would return to Nest, not alone. But he turned his gaze to the roadside where Dorothy lay, and was half silent, because he did not see her where she had been. The roadside was completely empty. He looked around in shock, wondering if she was awake and hiding somewhere. And he didn't see how behind his shoulders, the space seemed to expand. And a strange guy looked out into the gap, and in his arms was the unconscious Dorothy. That the girl in time shouted to Wade about the danger. He looked around, immediately switched to running, trying to distance himself from the unidentified object, and stopped only when he was out of its reach. The girl clung fearfully to his leg. June first heard a familiar lifeless voice full of scornful mockery. Then a man manifested on the branch of a nearby pine tree, partially hidden by thick long hair, mimicking his surroundings, and Dorothy slept in his arms. The chapter's special courier had been sent to assess the situation and bring the Scorpion Girl to him. John immediately realized what kind of experiment his girlfriend had been sentenced to and became angry, but also tried to change the situation, claiming that everything was under control. Wade looked at him in surprise. It appeared that Tarantula was protecting Dorothy too. John's hand reached helplessly for his unreachable friend. He realized that the courier would not let her out of his arms now, so his back exploded with venomous bristles again, but now directed toward his own, now former associate of his. But the courier indifferently informed him of his head's opinion of his unworthy human weakness, and effectively dismissed him from his position, if one could call it that, then disappeared, covering himself completely with his hair. And the directed hairs were useless. Anger June was still trying to trace in what direction he was going by the barely noticeable warp of space. He tried to get up, but he couldn't do it on his own. He thought for a moment and called Dragonfly for help. Now they were on the same side. Wade looked surprised to see his former enemy now talking to him in a friendly manner. However, John now had a new goal to get Dorothy back, and he was going to do it even if he had to use someone else's help to do it. In a clearing by the lake, a tempered glass pavilion had been built for special guests. Dorothy was in it now, securely entangled in a spider's web. As soon as she came to her senses, she heard an unfamiliar voice. In front of her were two people. Well, almost people. One of them seemed to be in charge because the other was very respectful. He did not hesitate long and told her his offer at once. What could he hear from a teenager who had never grown up? An angry message on the long-distance road. But this reprimand from her even pleased the blonde. Meanwhile, the waiter brought two dishes covered with lids. On the dishes was something meaty, appetizing looking but completely unrecognizable meat, and she was offered to eat it. Dorothy again refused in a rude manner. The blonde man, though calmly, began to eat the exact same thing, confirming its safety. The blonde continued his conversation leisurely, teasing his captive with the flavor of each bite sent to her mouth. The dog was at his feet too, begging for a piece of meat for himself. He tried his best to persuade her to taste the food he had brought, but the girl still refused. Spitting balls of piercings into a napkin, Spider thought about how to behave further. In the refrigerator, there was still a lot of meat from the killed and cut into pieces earwig. Dorothy blushed, so sickened by what they were trying to feed her here. She tried to free herself from the ropes to get away from the madman, but suddenly she heard the clumping of a woman's heels behind her. A moment later, the sting of a venomous stinger appeared on her neck. Her consciousness ceased to obey her. Her eyes rolled back. Her thoughts became confused. The wasp had come to say hello to its head. She supported the unconscious girl's head. She suspected it was for her sake that she had been summoned, especially since she had become her living weapon after the subjugation injection. Wasp nodded at the stake and wondered what was so special about it. The answer didn't exactly make her happy. Rather, it puzzled her. The head's new way of enforcing obedience was unexpected, because it reduced the individual's freedom of choice to the level of an animal. The head held out an uneaten steak to her, offering her a bite. But after such information, OSA pretended to be more interested in the girl. She felt sorry for herself, but not for the girl, and let the head better take care of his new toe. The order sounded, and the body, obedient to the wasp's will, bent over a piece of hybrid but still human meat. Dorothy's memories flashed back to the faces of her friends who were now being sentenced through her. she mentally said goodbye to them, for she could not resist the wasp's command. Tears of despair ran from her eyes, and her mouth obediently opened to bite into the disgusting meat. Suddenly, the clinking of glass was heard, and a crumble of shards sprinkled inside the pavilion. The courier immediately, reflexively covered himself with his invisible hair. Wasp took a few steps backwards so she wouldn't get caught in it. Whoever it was, he hadn't come for her. And Spider remained seated with his table, knife and fork, because the table had been swept from its place. An hour earlier, Wade and John had been searching for the courier's trail. Wade had no idea how to find the invisible man, but June crouched on the side of the road. He had an ingenious way of picking up his enemy's footsteps through a web he had woven himself. Its vibrations told him in which direction the object was moving, and where it had already passed. The spider was not particularly confused. After all, he was on his own territory, and he was even amused by the group of rescuers who used to be implacable enemies. He considered it a special gift of fate that today he had both objects of interest to him as guests. The spider was contentedly examining the prey that had flown in on its own. Wade glanced suspiciously at the owner of the house. His awareness was too obvious. He remembered Des's words when he described the appearance of the tipster to the warehouse where they'd fought the earwig. The man who now sat before him matched the description perfectly. In addition, the wasp that had fried Mantis and tried to kill Des was also here. June understood what had happened and why Dorothy was hanging in Wade's arms like a helpless doll. If Wasp was here, then she was using her Wasp brighter advantage. He looked firmly into his head's eyes because he wanted to ask him some questions. The spider kept its eyes on him as well. A contemptuous grin of superiority ever left his lips. June wasn't asking his questions, he was accusing. That this wasn't the first time Wade had heard of such a thing. He remembered Earwig's boast. At his subordinate's indignation, Spider rose from his chair with a satisfied smile, as if he had been praised for his ingenuity. But then a handful of poisonous bristles swept past his face, like a warning. It was June's way of reminding the head of his promise about the orphanage children. After all, Dorothy was also an orphanage child. He was ready to use his tarantula complex if he didn't get an answer. And he did get an answer. Not the answer he expected, though. The spider took out a tablet and typed the access code on it. He showed one of the latest photos of the place where the orphanage children were transported after being treated with pesticide. The place was called very eloquently a farm because the children there lived like cattle eating out of a communal trough, and they only developed their physical skills. John's pupils were constricted with rage because Spider wasn't going to keep his word. He was cheating him. The second photo was even more horrifying. Up close, you could see that there was nothing human left in the children. They were dumbed down to the level of instinctual animals. The spider was openly laughing at him and his dreams of a better future for the children. While Wade was coming to his senses from the new information, John was no longer around. Black Mamba was bearing down on his enemy to punish him for what he had done to the children. John tried to express his attitude towards the former head with dirty swear words. Its fun eggs were ready to sink into his throat. The then Wasp intervened. She laughed condescendingly and sent out a subjugating pulse. Wade was just about to join the fight when Dorothy disappeared from his grasp. There was a loud crunch and John's broken fang flew into the air. Dorothy had knocked his fang out with her tail, and now blood was gushing from his mouth. John hadn't expected such an act from her specifically, though the color of her eyes indicated that she was in control. Satisfied, Wasp raised a hand to the hair, obscuring her eyes, and displayed her unnaturally glowing eye, through which she watched her victim's eyes, and also controlled or nerve endings through injected neurotoxins that suppressed our host's will. For a time she herself became a different creature with alien advantages. Today, it was the scorpion's tail, its main weapon which it used to strike its enemies without missing a beat. In addition, its powerful claws and carapace made it invulnerable. Dorothy, thanks to her exoskeleton, was absolutely protecting and could tear even the armor with her claws. And now she rested the huge claw that covered her hand on the floor and held the other claw at the ready, frozen in a scorpion stance ready to attack. John stared at her with fear. He had never seen Dorothy so formidable, and he had no desire to fight to the death the one he considered his friend. But subject to the will of others, she struck first, throwing him back against the wall. Protecting his chin with both hands, June didn't realize that the blow would be a tail across his torso. After all, that hadn't done that before. The Wasp looked smugly at the result of the blow. After all, She was the one who had tried to get deep into the girl's brain to activate all of her abilities, and was now enjoying the thrilling battle. A win-win, it had to be said, because Jun was only defending himself because he was afraid of hurting Dorothy. Wade tried to appeal to Dorothy's consciousness to shout to him to fight, but his outstretched arm was caught in a desperate grip by a web loop. The spider decided to tackle his adversary. Wade immediately flew to the ceiling to get away from the spider. However, his angry scolding was not heeded by anyone. He was a gnat, for whom a strong web had already been woven, and he was in the center of it. The spider looked at the work of his hands with satisfaction. As a perfectionist, he was very satisfied, and even added threads trying to wrap the helpless prey in a ball, but they hung tattered, which greatly surprised and upset the spider, because Wade with his dragonfly jaw is capable of chewing Chadona, easily tore the threads that entangled his hand, and flew toward the spider, screaming his hatred as he flew. The spider released more threads in his direction, trying to catch his too quick prey. The Wade increased his speed to the limit, and becoming green lightning delivered his crowning blow. Blood gushed from the spider's mouth. He didn't even realize how it was done. He fell to the floor. Wade clung to the ceiling and stared at his enemy rising to his feet. Now the spider was angry and sent more threads of webbing in his direction. But the green lightning bolt again darted along a complex trajectory. It gave him another crushing blow to the jaw, sending blood spattering in a fan, and another before he could regain consciousness and use his powers. The blows came at Spider from all directions. He was like he was in a green cocoon from Wade's constant circling around his person. Eventually, he started laughing hysterically like a madman, wiping away the blood that had come up. After all, the guy had never gotten through his exoskeleton, and as if unintentionally, he pressed the spider's abdomen in his earring, sending a pulse. Immediately after that, jets of water began to spray from the ceiling of the pavilion. The weather immediately turned foul. Wade's wings became wet and heavy, but the spider was in his element, and water began to gather around his head. And now his threads could catch the dragonfly, who immediately lost his speed, and they were entangling him. First of all, his neck and a strict submissive collar. The water made the web more flexible and slippery, the kind not easy to grasp with one's hands. Wade felt the threads clenching tighter around his throat. He tried to break them with his hands, but a water bubble appeared on his head, preventing him from breathing. In such a state, death was inevitable. Only the fingers near his throat held a slit that gave the necessary air supply. A similar bubble rippled on the spider's head, and did not prevent him from breathing or talking at all, because it was the advantage of a silverback spider living in water. Holding the boa constrictor in his hand, he already considered himself master of the situation. Wade wasn't about to agree with him. A little girl was left on the highway waiting for the rescuers from Nesto. Wade gave her his uniform jacket to keep her warm, and told her to wait until they came for her. Suddenly, light footsteps were heard behind her, coming closer. The girl was frightened at first, but the affectionate voice quickly calmed her down. The girl who approached her was wearing the same jacket and opened her mouth in surprise when she realized she had found a witness. John was meanwhile trying to hold back the blows of the wasp-controlled Dorothy. His real enemy was standing in the corner enjoying the spectacle. How Scorpius fought the tarantula to the limit, and the latter couldn't stand up to him. It really wasn't easy to withstand that kind of pressure, and June, who had been hurt more than once today, could barely keep up. Mostly defending himself, it was hard to raise a hand against his girlfriend. When he felt his shoulder bone brittle after another blow, he decided that she wouldn't forgive herself for killing him later and began to fight in earnest. To begin with, he let loose a cloud of stinging hairs, but Scorpion covered himself with his claws to keep them out of his eyes and continued to approach. Seeing that the claw strike was imminent and could very well be the last, John decided to use his crowning blow. A powerful leap high up took him out of the Scorpion's reach. The jump was followed by a fall, and he had to land on his back. At that moment, control loosened, and when June was ready to bite Scorpius with his venomous fang, his friend Dorothy, who didn't realize what was happening and smiled happily at him, turned to him with clear eyes. The attack had been thwarted. He could no longer bite her like that, fully conscious. But that turned out to be just a trick from Wasp to remove control for a moment, so her player wouldn't take damage. The next blow from Scorpion's tail knocked John off his feet and slammed his body against the wall. The spider took a moment away from his victory to praise the Wasp's skill. The pair of them had long since put into action a plan to use Scorpius for their own purposes, even released her to nest for that purpose. John only now recognized the level of his partners perfectly. and regretted so much that he had trusted him wholeheartedly before. Exhausted physically, he was only now realizing what he was really fighting for. And he was getting creeped out at the thought that those would now win. The spider had long ago lost human morality and now wanted to make the whole world like himself, and decided to start with his girlfriend. John hadn't realized before what kind of world his partner was going to build. It seemed beautiful. His words were inspiring, equalizing everyone's rights and opportunities seemed right. But the world that stood before him now was terrible. The spider was going to unleash monsters on the streets of human cities, then only hybrids would truly survive. The spider continued to enthusiastically expound on his idea. From the outside, it looked like he was mad, and John didn't know how to stop him now. He couldn't fight now. He couldn't even move. His condition had been noticed by the observant wasp, and deemed him already defeated. So she sent Dorothy on her previous errand to pick her up off the floor and eat a piece of human meat, so that she too could become like them. June looked at her and suffered because he wanted what was best for her. He'd done everything for it. And now he'd failed her. And now she would have to pay for his mistake. He turned away so he wouldn't have to see her make the wrong move, but he couldn't close his ears. And he listened to the wasp's insinuating words. That substituted her own thoughts and feelings for Dorothy's. Wade, who held the threads of the web with his fingers so he could breathe, was the first to speak. He shouted his honest opinion of what OSA had said. He was supported by June. With their loud voices they interfered with Wasp's hypnosis. Wade screamed as hard as he could to reach Dorothy's consciousness. It was all he could do now, because he himself had recently become a monster in the eyes of ordinary people, and had had a hard time getting over the state where everyone had turned their backs on him. He remembered how he suffered from loneliness and misunderstanding, and even wanted to end his life. June also couldn't forget the way Dorothy had once supported him. He constantly walked around with band-aids on his cheeks, and it seemed strange to his peers. There was a constant weary whisper to him, and he was therefore not wanted to be friends with. Until he met Dorothy, she was the first to offer him friendship. And though he didn't immediately accept her help, for he had a lot to fear, but she didn't back down. She held out her hand and waited for him to say yes. It was so amazing. Then, there was a man who was not afraid of his looks or possibilities. Then their friendship had begun, a friendship that neither time nor circumstance could change. And now all he could do was summon the last of the venomous fur to the surface with his last strength. Wasp noticed that the exhausted June was still trying to do something, but she was too late and couldn't stop him from doing what he was about to do. Dorothy was standing in the same place, and her hand with a piece of meat was slowly approaching her mouth. Perhaps there was a no-nonsense struggle going on inside her for control of the action. Only John didn't wait to see who would when he aimed his weapon, which flew between the steak and Dorothy's mouth and carried on. This elicited snickers from his former partners. The wasp figured he was so weak that he had missed, but his intentions were far more far-reaching. He couldn't fight anymore, but Wade could. All he needed was a little help. Wade freed himself from the webs that kept him from breathing and immediately activated his complex. The spider looked at him in amazement. This was something he couldn't have foreseen. His bad premonition was justified because Dragonfly swept past him with a green arrow. And the first thing that came out of Dorothy's claw was a piece of meat. She did not react to this action. She stood frozen with her hand raised. June fell to the floor with relief right into the water from the sprinklers. Now he could afford to lose consciousness. When Dorothy's body attacked Wei, he simply soared higher into the air, toward the hole he and John had made in the pavilion. There was no water there. It was also a safe place to throw away the meat he'd stolen. From above, everything looked very small, petty, the people and their intentions. But new strands of web had already begun to form on Spider's hands. He was still going to catch the dragonfly and his web. The web, like a living thing, was rising to the ceiling, twisting into harnesses. Wade had a chance to fly away, but he couldn't leave his friends here. The spider's taunt was fair, and though it made him angry, it nevertheless reminded Wade of an earlier conversation. Back then, on the side of the road, June had tipped him off to a weakness in his attack. It wasn't a criticism, but a statement of fact. After all, they were going to visit a very dangerous man. Therefore, Wade listened to him carefully. At that moment, John was not too frank, so he informed him very little. but still generously donated him one secret that Wade could use in a critical situation like now. The spider was weaving its web and was puzzled why the victim was hanging in one place instead of flailing around and peck. And Wade was gathering all his mental strength to fulfill what he had only heard about from John. He remembered his words clearly, as if they had just been spoken. He focused on the target, staring at it point blank and almost unblinking. And I felt like a rifle with a telescopic sight from which a bullet should now fly out. His legs pushed off the ceiling with an effort, increasing the rapid acceleration. That bullet was himself. His body, with all its considerable weight plus acceleration, became a cannonball, capable of crushing any obstacle. All the spider could do was cover himself with his arm against the rapidly approaching projectile. The dragonfly was going for the ram, and no one could stop it, not at that speed. The encounter was inevitable and ended with the spider being knocked to the floor by a body crashing down from above. As Wade took the acceleration, he analyzed how he felt about the stunt he was doing for the first time. It appeared that this was really only for the very last resort, because such a condition had drawbacks, but couldn't roll, but also advantages. Such a means of attack could not be resisted by anyone, not even the spider with his web. But it had to be hit in such a way that he would lose the ability to resist for a long time. The blow was delivered to the chest, blood spattered from his mouth. Only the spider had time to defend himself a little. He used his web to soften the blow. He remembered the look in Dragonfly's eyes before the battering ram. It had given him a nervous shiver to realize that he might not have made it in time. But now he laughed nervously, relieved that he'd made it through. The retaliation was behind him, and he applied his water spider complex. Jets of water fluid Wade mixed with spider webs, which this time wrapped around him, to enclose them both in a ball of water. The spider's element and its advantage. But a sentence for the air insect. Wade looked around trying to find a loophole. However, Spider kindly informed him not to bother. Wade turned toward him, to see the half-crazed look in his eyes, and felt his arms close around his neck. The spider was trying to ground him down, pressing the fingers of his hands on his throat to get the last of the air out of his lungs, and watched with pleasure as his enemy wriggled trying to get the air he needed. June lay in unconsciousness, so there was no help from him. Wasp has always stayed out of the way. Her puppet did not interfere in the battle of these two either. Spider was enthusiastic about the future he had in store for the two of them. Wade couldn't allow to become a monster again. Now in the eyes of his friends from Nest, to let the past loneliness come back to him again. As his eyes rolled back from lack of air, he desperately begged Providence for salvation. And just at the edge of visibility, a dark blur flashed before his eyes. Sean was in time. Her fiery fist burned through the wet, and a torrent of water spurted out of the ball, tearing Wade from his executioner's grasp. The spider couldn't believe his eyes, the top of his creative mind. The aquarium had been destroyed in a single blow, and Wade had been held by a caring hand to keep him from being carried farther than he needed to go. He looked upon John as a divine messenger who had rushed in at the last moment. She had always come to his aid when he needed it most. And now she bent down to help him up from the puddle of water lapping from the balloon. He could not refrain from asking an untimely question, but she did tell him in a nutshell what had happened since they had gone missing, about how they had been searched for all night, until Professor Hen had reported the whereabouts of the head of the enemy group. Wade didn't understand at first how he could know that until he remembered the conversation he overheard in the woods. Nesta's intelligence team continued to follow OSA for several days, waiting for her to show the way to the head of the group. But she had been alone the whole time, until one day she disappeared from sight. In fact, she was then covered by Courier's mimicry hair. And the scouts thought their mission was irrevocably failed. If they hadn't spotted Wade flying, whom the rescuers had been searching for almost 24 hours. Sean had barely had time to regale Wade with news of the girl left on the road, as they had to urgently retreat to a very serious threat. Dorothy had been sent in to take out a new enemy, and she was inevitably approaching, swinging her claws and raising a cloud of spray. Sean was greatly surprised to see who Wade was saving her from her own friend, but he quickly explained to her that it wasn't Dorothy who was attacking them now, but Wasp, who had subjugated her mind. And the Wasp rushed to intervene, waving at Stinger to prevent the two from joining forces against her player. However, Sean managed to dodge. She was no less fast thanks to her symbiont, the cockroach. Immediately, the other side almost got a scorpion claw on her. She dodged to the side and decided that a two-front battle was not favorable to her. So she took a moment when Dorothy was crouching, preparing to jump again, and hit her hard on the head to render her unconscious so that Wasp had nothing to control. The blood from the cut wound splattered on Jean's face. She barely had time to squeeze her eyes shut. She almost missed the sting. She had to lean backwards to do so. Immediately after she staggered back, green lightning flashed past her face. It was Wade who rushed to his friend's defense, and this time he didn't hesitate to strike the woman with his fist. The Wasp had time to bounce back. The spider, who this time without any special intricacies began to simply entangle Dragonfly's movements with his web, thus preventing him from uniting with his friend against the Wasp. He skillfully manipulated his threads and Wade's movements became like those of a puppet guided by a puppeteer. As a result, Wade, who was spinning on the counterweights, bumped his forehead hard against Jean's. Jean didn't hesitate long and tore the strands of the web that bound Wade. The fried Wade rubbed his forehead after the blow and felt quite embarrassed that he had been caught in the spider's web again. Jean and Wade stopped for a break and looked at their opponents, looking for gaps in their defenses. Of course, those were stronger and more experienced than the freshman students. They had already divided the targets amongst themselves and moved to solve the problem definitively. Wade didn't want the enemies to get what they wanted, and therefore asked Jean to take Dorothy while it was still possible. But she refused with genuine amusement in her voice and what Wade hadn't expected at all. She smiled happily at him, reminded him of the day he'd rushed to her aid at the mountain lake. He had a good reason then to stay by her side and protect her from the Weeper. When Spider heard that the girl hadn't come here alone, he tensed up. Suddenly, Des jumped out and tore his water helmet around his head with his shin hooks. He was very angry, especially when he saw the unconscious Dorothy on the floor. Wasp was even glad the backup was only a bull. She'd already handled a guy once, but what she didn't expect was to see golden threads wrapped around her hands. It was the golden-haired one of her friends who showed her skill, who turned out to be Silkworm. Wasp had hurt her last time getting her out of the way. Now she returned the favor, swaddling her in strong silk threads like a caterpillar. Wade was amazed at the skillful handling of the seemingly harmless and frightened one of her friends. The other held her under her armpits and kept her safe from any unfortunate accidents. The spider had nothing to do in the meantime to restore his helmet. There was plenty of water around, so he was in his element, and the freshman team didn't impress him. The Wasp didn't hesitate either. Getting free of the threads with a sharp sting was a couple of trifles for her. But suddenly a thunderous voice sounded from behind her, and the heat from the explosion told who had come. After the students, the wave of fire grew wider and wider. Spider and Wasp were forced to move farther away and prepare to meet a more dangerous opponent. Because this enemy could not be ignored, the fire that everyone fears was his element. He approached, stepping through the flames. His appearance was sudden and so swift that it caused confusion among his enemies. The first to emerge from the smokescreen was a hand blazing with hellfire. Professor John stepped into the dilapidated pavilion. It was not only his hand that was burning. His eyes did not bode well for the kidnappers of his students either. The Wasp was incredibly angry. After all, she thought that she had outsmarted everyone and no one would find her. However, the figure of the professor was real. And now, instead of playing with the freshmen, there was a real battle to be fought. Professor John held his palm at the ready so that at the first attempt of resistance, he would clench it into a fist and strike with a shaft of fire. Meanwhile, a nurse hopped over to the unconscious Dorothy to administer first aid. Wasp listened to the professor's words with poorly concealed annoyance until he reminded her of the past. Now he was about to correct a mistake made years ago. This reminder angered Asa so much that she raised her hand to her hair and pushed back her long bangs, showing that her past was always with her. That long-ago burn was still reddening in the same place as before. A burning hatred, a desire to get even for her disfigured face, threw her into a deadly flight towards Professor John. If it hadn't been for Spider, he didn't want to lose his associate so foolishly burned in a fit of rage, so he swiftly swaddled her in his web and dragged her back to his side. The Wasp looked back, glaring angrily at his partner, but he had already thought of everything. So a rough male hand, appearing as if from nowhere, grabbed her across the chest. The courier heard the command, came and took the valuable cargo, despite the lady's resistance. It was the first time Professor John had seen such insect man abilities, so he was slightly surprised. The spider behaved quite friendly, trying to negotiate and avoid a fight. Therefore, the first wave of flames Professor John took aside, in order to ask Wade about the identity of the man standing in front of him. Hearing a positive answer, he relaxed slightly. because he had heard good news. Filling his hand with a new flame, he thanked the spider, then put him in a stupor. Clenching his fist, Professor John glared fiercely at the man who carried a considerable threat to all the citizens of Nest. He put his hand far behind his back to swing hard for the final blow, and released a jet of flame, aiming at his worst enemy in the face. The spider realized that no one was going to negotiate with him when the fire was already launched in his direction. The professor was very quick in his decisions. While Professor John waited for the fire to subside to see the roasted foe, the courier looked back in alarm. Such heat meant that a murderous technique had been used. Nesta staff also had to cover themselves with their hands from the blazing blast. Wade peered with one eye at the burning bonfire and spider's place and rejoiced that his enemy was finally finished. But behind the still bright light of the fire, a silhouette was vaguely visible. Professor John also noticed something that had not been there before. A giant millipede was curled up in a ring on the spot where a man had stood before. In the middle between its legs, hidden from the shaft of fire by his powerful body, was the spider holed up. As the heat died down, the hitherto hidden body segments of a huge scolopendra began to rise from the ground. Scorched by the heat, it wriggled wildly in pain and crushed everything around it. On its back, everyone present saw miraculously saved enemy. Professor John looked at the new object of destruction, impressed by its size. That killing such a huge creature was not yet possible, and the spider wasn't going to fight. Why fight against a crowd when you can catch them all one by one? Wade clutched on to him, intending to save her first, and looked fearfully at the monster, which had clearly once been human. The white cape covering the scolopendra head couldn't hide the bowed head, and the look of almost human eyes. Meanwhile, the spider was boasting of his brilliance but was still going to escape. At his command, the scolopendra promptly tore underground again, producing an earthquake. A giant-sized tunnel was left where it disappeared. Wade didn't want to leave it like that. He wanted to go after him. And he started talking about the farm where the children were kept, when his strength suddenly ran out, and he fell unconscious into the water beneath his feet. Professor John calmed John, who was frightened for Wade. He realized that the boy had put himself completely out for the day, and as she lifted his head out of the water, he gazed at the young man who had managed to impress him today with his resilience. He mentally pictured all the prospects that would arise from the fact that Wade had managed to uncover his complex. After all, it couldn't have been otherwise. Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived. When the evening dawn had almost completely faded, they returned home to Nest. Dorothy had a short stay in intensive care. Her bad temper had caused the staff to stutter, and then she had been sent to the general ward. Wade warmly said goodbye to his newfound little sister, and she left for new orphanage. Still, the girl had been a great help to all of them, and it saved him personally by pointing John in the right direction. Spider and Wasp had disappeared without a trace, but it was to be expected that they would reappear in the very near future. So everyone was on edge, assuming the worst of all possible scenarios. And even June couldn't help them. He wasn't trusted with that kind of information. Apparently, Spider had assumed that their roads would soon part, and so had written off his partner in advance. He and Wade found themselves in adjoining beds at Nesta Hospital. John's arm was rolled up in a cast and the band-aids were back on his cheeks. But the strange thing was different. How come their kidnapper hadn't been arrested? Death thought so too, unceremoniously placing a dirty sneak around Joan's clean bed. He had come to voice his displeasure about Dorothy's kidnapping. Wade was afraid his friend was quite capable of picking a fight in the hospital too. So he hastened to turn his attention to himself. But June wouldn't let the conversation drop. He preferred to find out everything at once. And, above all, their unfinished argument with Wade. He was the one he was addressing and not paying any attention to the angry Diaz. Wade hadn't realized what he was talking about. At first, he couldn't be blamed for his weakness yesterday when he revealed his dragonfly complex. Then he remembered the ideals June had fought for until he'd been betrayed by his own. In some ways, Wade agreed with June. In some ways he didn't. Even Des listened and sat on his enemy's bed. Behind the screen, Dorothy was quietly listening to the boys' conversation. Wade, based on the experience of his life, believed that origin does not ultimately affect a person's happiness and destiny. June looked intently in Wade's direction. Before he objected, he should have realized what he meant. He remembered his last night, when his mother was still alive, and the blow the fat man had given him for wanting to protect her. Then he picked up a stool to hit the annoying kid harder. The little boy didn't even think of running away. He squirmed on the floor, reliving the echoes of the previous pain. Then his mother covered him with her body and the stool hit her head, smashing it into blood and shattering it into pieces. Warm red drops began to drip onto Jun's face, making him stop crying. He was so scared to see the blood dripping down his mom's face. And even in this state, she continued to comfort him and spoke to him in an affectionate voice. She hugged him and promised that they would still be happy. At that time, he believed her words without limits, and later, he didn't understand why she deceived him. After all, they were never happy. Now he was trying to figure out what Wade had meant when he talked about happiness. Their conversation was interrupted by the Nesta police. They had come for a willing prisoner, and Jun without compulsion got up and went with them. Interrogation was inevitable, but he expected to return. The boys looked after him and were silent. Even Des did not hate him at that moment. John's last words were addressed to Dorothy, who carefully pretended not to be there. That was how hard it was for her. By evening, Wade was declared recovered and returned to his dorm room. The first thing he did was go to the bathroom, looked at his familiar self in the mirror and pondered his options. And already waiting for him in his room was a late guest who had shown up here despite the locked door. Wade watched in surprise as she rocked from toe to heel and took her time to explain her intrusion. Finally, she spoke, though she hid her eyes at first behind long bangs. Then suddenly she turned to face him, but she asked her question in a soft, sweet voice, though her locked hands said otherwise. Only Wade wasn't listening. He stared dumbfounded at her affectionate smile. His thoughts were completely out of his fantasy-filled head at that moment. Wade wasn't the only one back in his dorm room. Chang was drying her long hair and discussing the events of the previous day with Dorothy, who had made it back to her room for the night. And now playing with her toe, she chatted about anything she found interesting or simply amusing. As long as she didn't think about the horrors of that day. After another of her jokes, a hair dryer suddenly fell from her friend's hands to the floor. Chang wanted to ask something, even turned around and gathered air into her chest, but she changed her mind, and soon, hiding her face under her hood, was walking out the window to avoid being caught by security during curfew. Dorothy quickly put together in her mind her friend's fallen hair dryer and the words about Wade that had been spoken before. That was why she knew immediately where Jean was going. She had something to say to Wade too, but she wasn't ready yet to remember the time when she was weak and helpless and he was protecting her. So once again, she put the impending conversation aside and turned away from the wall. Why spoil her friend's evening with something she might say the next time she saw her? Jean waited a little longer to see if Dorothy would speak up, but then she went out the window to run across the neighbors' balconies, climbed through the window into the boys' room, and ask Wade about the thing that mattered most. He stood across the hall and smiled serenely, but soon the smile slipped from his face. When Jean's voice became a blatant threat, Wade had to make excuses for what had happened at the orphanage through no fault of his own. He even kneeled down to avoid hovering over his friend sitting in the chair. Jean even blushed at the thought that she had fantasized a lot of unnecessary things just based on Dorothy's joke. Wade had been so convincing in his candor that the second question had fallen away. He didn't remember that he had actually lied. Wade really hadn't paid much attention to that he'd held her hand when she was dying from the earwig's wound, or that he hugged her for Joe when she was unexpectedly resurrected after all. And that was important to Joan, but she didn't know how to say it. Even a hint of circumstance didn't compel him to tell her how he felt about her, which made her terribly angry. Wade, on the other hand, had something to say to Jean. He'd been thinking all day about how to thank her for saving him time after time in a deadly situation. She was very surprised. After all, she had never considered her help as something personal. She was just doing what she had to do. Therefore, all offenses were immediately forgiven. After all, his predicament could be easily resolved. Chang knelt down across from the kneeling Wade. Her head was more than obvious. All Wade had to do was accept the newly changed circumstances, not to say he minded. The tower was a special place for all of Nesta citizens. Like a town hall where state affairs were decided, it loomed over the city. The next day, the three professors who led the main areas of student learning gathered in the meeting room. Professor Hin took the lead because he coordinated Nesta's exploration and communicated directly with the rector on the matter. Professor John was doing for support and was therefore interested in the map of the area. John's interrogation didn't bring much information because he didn't have much communication with his head. That the professor still carefully watched the videotape, paying special attention to details. After all, he told without secrecy absolutely everything he knew. After the betrayal of his head, he was extremely sincere. He told us about the organization, its goals and methods, names and abilities of people who surrounded Spider. He did not forget to mention the orphanage where he grew up. Selection of children for further hybridization had been carried out for many years. It was scary even to think how many monsters Spider had raised for his army. Professor Olivia, who was in charge of the healing direction, was upset that so many children had suffered. And then June's story came to the part where he told where the Spider kept his monsters. The professors discussed this information and came to the conclusion that this is the only place in the existence of which there is no doubt, because there was indeed such an island on the map, and there was no point in John lying. Professor John suggested that it was worth a battlefield reconnaissance, but Professor Hun had conveyed the rector's wish to use freshmen. This made Professor John so angry that he pounded his fist on the table in anger. After all, the training hadn't even started properly yet, and already, there were such dangerous assignments. In response, Professor Hin hinted at specific freshmen who had already interfered in the story and would not want to be left out. He was supported by Professor Olivia. She had already scrutinized the capabilities of the newcomers and believed in them. Professor John tried to change their minds, even recalled the Wasp story, but he found himself in the minority. His colleagues proved to be more rigid in their demands on the students. Meanwhile, Sean was sampling her girlfriend's praised food for the first time at a local restaurant. She was accompanied by Wade, who immediately held out a life-saving water. Sean offered to show him the city of insect people, and of course, to taste the local food. Wade was very interested in looking at the streets and comparing them to ordinary human streets. Soon the conversation smoothly turned to dessert. John was surprised that she hadn't seen him once in 24 hours. Wade informed her that he had left Nest. It turned out that he had human parents who were okay with the fact that their son had changed a bit. Through the large windows was clearly visible who sits at the table in the cafe. Therefore, the unexpected meeting was inevitable and caused an involuntary blush on the cheeks of John and Wade. After all, they had been caught by their girlfriends Penny and Cherry having a conversation that looked a lot like a date. They wouldn't stop giggling at the couple's embarrassment. Sean was starting to get angry. Wade clenched his fists, not knowing how to stop the taunt. After all, the gossip could spread to the entire university that the good girlfriends stopped themselves, and John heard the startling news. Immediately grabbing Wade by the arm, she demanded to go to the lab with her. She described how many wonders lurked behind its inaccessible walls without a special pass. She also hinted that she could get something for herself. It was just what Wade needed to be happy. So they all soon found themselves at the receptionist's desk in the technical development lab. On the sides were mysterious devices for creating and testing new technical ideas. The chattering girlfriends immediately asked Wade what he wanted to order. But what they really wanted to brag about was what they wanted to buy themselves, because they didn't even listen to his answer. They were reminded of the day Professor John chased them with a chainsaw, and what conclusions they drew from being the weakest in the group. Wade listened to their chatter and marveled at the girls' determination to strengthen their character. He understood them because he'd felt weak in the face of a stronger opponent on more than one occasion, weak and helpless. And he realized very well that he would have to face Spider again. He was too annoyed with him that he had ruined all his plans. So he approached the receptionist with determination. He already knew what he needed. Sean watched him breathlessly. She saw his face darkened at once. She had been closest to him before he passed out and had seen him rushing after Spider to catch up with him. She thought that during her vacation, those horrible events had been put in the past. Wade had seemed so calm, so normal, but now she realized that was just her impression. It was just that Wade could separate the joy of the present from the planning of the future without getting discouraged beforehand, and she liked that about him. Professor Olivia was nervous, so she pulled an e-cigarette out of her pocket. Director's decisions were beyond her comprehension. She and Professor John had secluded themselves on the roof of the university to talk about the prospects of the selection competition. She was interested in the selection criteria. After all, the students had gotten different abilities from their symbionts. Some became stronger while others did not. But Professor John had a peculiar experience of real-life battles. He knew that strength wasn't the most important thing. Wade was convinced of that too, because all he needed to win was a pair of well-made dust-proof and breakable goggles. The main lab was usually quiet and deserted. Only the rare species of deadly insects that were kept in aquariums or improved here. And Spider's assistant was surprised to catch an unbelievable occurrence here. The Spider had bound Wasp's hands and feet, gagged her even, and was smiling and how furiously she was trying to free herself. To the assistant's unasked question, he cheerfully replied that he had to defend himself, but then he did let go of the subdued captive. The Wasp seemed so distraught that he didn't expect and missed her lunge with her stinger right on his forehead. However, she only wanted to demonstrate that she shouldn't be treated like that, because she only left him with a scratch to remember. And gazing intently into his eyes, she threatened that next time, she would not restrain herself if he interfered again. Only now Spider realized what had made his companion so angry. And so he was not offended, he respected other people's revenge. That's why he gave us a time to come to his senses and calm down. And he also knew that other people's secrets were very convenient for controlling people's behavior. Wasp still kept silent about the reasons why she had left Nest and joined Spider. But now she remembered Professor John's rage, his words spoken in anger, and she still hid beneath her long bangs the burn that had nearly taken away her eye then. Spider's generous offer to help had not pleased her, rather, had aroused a legitimate suspicion. He was so obliging that it was impossible to doubt his true intentions. However, it was still worth listening to him. The Wasp lacked the imagination to once again trap Professor John in such a vulnerable position, but Spider had plenty of imagination. The courier had shown up at the table at an inopportune moment because he was immediately drawn into planning revenge. The Wasp even laughed such genuine enthusiasm, heard Anne Spider's words, but she ran her finger around the circle of the cup and was in no hurry to take it. First, she inquired about her partner's true motives. Spider appreciated her insight. However, what was to stop her from telling her a half-truth? Professor John was giving a briefing and was showing another presentation too, to his freshmen. Zhang and Wei were sitting next to each other. But Dorothy and Des had had another fight, and were sitting on the sidelines. Wade was surprised at the strange name of Spider's organization. It meant something, but all he could think of was his extreme cynicism toward his subjects. The best students were to be chosen for the Black Island mission, and Professor John announced the competition. The girlfriends immediately discussed the novelty and shrugged their shoulders in surprise. The professor had no illusions about those who would win as a result. That the rector said to give everyone a chance. And now he did not hide the level of danger and importance of the future task. The students appreciated the fact that they would get good grades. In any case, even if they didn't win the competition, and Wade glowed and lowered his head, Zhang noticed as a typical reaction, and she wasn't at all surprised by his next words. She remembered how he torn after Spider back then, so she supported her friend unconditionally. Dorothy, sitting a row below, listened attentively to their conversation. She snorted. She didn't even doubt she'd hear it. Wade always wanted to be the best. Wade put his fists on the table with determination, showing how badly he wanted to win. Meanwhile, he was fearfully thinking that he had to catch up with his classmates, because at this rate, he was going to fall out of the student body. And while Wade was silently suffering, he was almost never in class. Thanks to his talent for getting into unbelievable situations and then recovering in the hospital, John admired his heroism just as silently. Dorothy was tormented by the fact that no one wanted her again. She had been sad a lot lately. She was also worried about John, whom she hadn't seen since. Meanwhile, Professor John switched the screen to a new presentation. The simple scheme of the qualifiers did not show the complexity of the task set before the students. For example, close combat in the presence of unequal opportunities for opponents. That sat closer to Dorothy to discuss the preliminaries, and immediately realized it was unnecessary. So much bloodthirsty excitement sounded in her voice. Professor John noticed it too, and immediately besieged the overly aggressive students with the news that the assignment was to prove themselves, not to discredit others. Team chemistry was determined by how the players were able to divide the responsibilities of defense and offense, so as not to lose their own flag and to get someone else's flag. Scouting and apprehension skills were expected. Strategy and tactics were new to Wade. He was used to the idea that here in Nesto, everything was decided by force. But John listened so attentively to the professor and nodded at his words that it was clear that she was not new to this business. At this point, Professor John considered the briefing to be over, The listeners were confused and silent. No one expected it to start right away. The students were allowed to use the amplifiers ordered from the lad. Wade and company that arrived in the forest to begin the first round of the competition. The other two groups were able to watch in reality TV mode. Evaluate the selection of players, the impact of their individual qualities on the game, and learn not to make unfortunate blunders that could ruin everything at the very beginning. Professor John furrowed his brow. There was a reason he had declared a team game. If everyone was strong on their own, then the inability to get along and negotiate would nullify their efforts. The boys had to see their strengths and weaknesses. On the second team were girlfriends, Penny and Cherry. They were the ones who could negotiate, but they were far inferior in strength and confidence to their classmates. The video cameras hanging in the forest made it possible to accurately assess everyone's location. The second team immediately split in half and each carried out their task. The girlfriends were in the attackers and circled a forest in search of the second team. It wasn't difficult. The heavy nose from Dorothy and Des's argument could be heard far away. Professor John was commenting on the accomplishments and blunders of both teams, because Wade and John took advantage of the attention-grabbing nose to pounce on the attackers from the second group. Wade swung his fist flying towards Penny and Cherry. After all, he really needed a result. The girlfriends were at first very frightened by his unexpected aerial attack, but then Cherry suddenly smiled and dramatically, she could finally show off her own talent. A strong kick unknown to her, but right in front of her nose, made the first team players bounce away from the girls. Chang and Wade caught their mouths in the air from the stress. They were under Cherry's lunge, as too unexpected for them. After all, she hadn't shown off her special abilities before. And where would she be able to smash things around with impunity? Sean has always relied on her quickness. All she had to do was run up and strike. But she got tangled in the thin golden web that spread across the ground. It was the other friend Penny who entered the fray, who could create very fine but strong silk threads. While one of them was holding back the advance, the second friend swung and struck a second blow at the bound Joan, who could not escape the trajectory of the mace. Wade came to the rescue. He picked up Chang, who was swaddled in silken threads, and pulled her out of the way. The girls joined together and confidently advanced on their opponents, who were taken by surprise by their friendly interaction. As Chang removed the silk threads wrapped around her body, Wade was ready to fly into the air with her at the first sign of danger. Because the girlfriends acted so coherently together, it was impossible to defeat them immediately. Professor John praised the advantage of the girls' teamwork. There was much to learn from them, while Des and Dorothy quietly guarded their flag. After all, they had accomplished the task of attracting attention, and the defenders of the second team carried theirs, not knowing where to stick it. On the clearing unfolded a serious battle between the attackers from both teams. The girlfriends attacked without delay, not giving time for the opponents to come to their senses from amazement and agree. Cherry swung her mace left and right, depending on where she saw the rudiments of movement. Chang and Wade had to constantly back up to avoid being hit by her sharp spikes. Wade was getting angry. He had no idea how such a weapon was even possible for an insect. Sean had been more knowledgeable about entomology and had suggested that horned spiders could do that. Wade immediately remembered the silver spider, the one that had nearly cost him his life, and he shuddered in disgust. As the mace broke another tree, John recalled the spider's vulnerabilities. Her last words drifted away at the speed of a cockroach's run. Just now she was here, and now it was already there, swinging to hit Cherry at close range. But before she could even touch her, she was wrapped in silk threads from head to toe. It was Penny who stepped forward. She was sure that her rival would never get out of the cocoon on her own. The threads of the mulberry silkworm are used to make silk, the strongest material in the world, and she could make an infinite amount of it. Wade rushed to his friend's rescue. He couldn't let her lose so easily. But a spiked cannonball whizzed right in front of him, causing him to slow down. Wade was confused. He alone could not stand up to the teamwork. He had to get past Cherry, who was swinging her mace, and Penny was already handcuffing herself to seal her own victory. But he had wrongly excluded Joan, who also had a lot of secrets. Penny even recalled when sharp thorns showed from beneath her silken strands. Sean tore her cocoon with brass knuckles that seemed to spring up on her hands. Her friends screamed in surprise. Their first reaction to run away caused them to back away. Wade hovered and stared at the transformed John. She was no longer a helpless victim. Cherry swung harder and tried once more to smack her opponent with the mace. But Jane activated her complex. Her eyes glowed red, and her knuckles glowed red hot. The cockroach's natural weapons didn't physically cross her. Good thing too, because spiked hands are yuck, but a semblance of it, capable of blowing an iron core to bit, could be ordered from a lab, which she did. Cherry had lost her main weapon and cried out in frustration, and John continued her onslaught. The glowing spikes of the brass knuckles were a serious argument for giving way to her. Cherry had already resigned herself to the fact that she would have to order a new mace, but she wasn't going to give up just yet. She waited for Penny to rush out enough threads for a new net. John decided to play a team game as well and pass the turn to Wade. Looking down at his girlfriends from above out at his entire arsenal, he chose his most winning strategy. The dragonfly obediently responded, and the emerald light of her eyes signaled her readiness. Wade launched downward at full speed, tearing half-eyed to make sure he didn't miss. When Cherry looked up at the whoosh of air, she was numb with terror. Professor John also froze. Such a trick was very dangerous. The Wade managed to stop in time, and changing direction hovered in front of the girl, who closed her eyes from fear. She opened her eyes a moment later, shivering with terror and not believing she was still alive. Her legs wouldn't hold her, and she fell to her knees in front of the guy towering over her. The handcuffs as evidence of losing were immediately on her wrists. The students watching the contest were excitedly talking about what had struck each of them about the battle. Professor John too was reflecting on the boys' demonstrated abilities and analyzing their blunders. Meanwhile, Wade helped Cherry, who was very weak after the stress she had been through, to stand up. Her friend clutched her head with her hands, seeing that she had lost. She was now all alone, and of course, she was scared. But she wasn't going to give up either. So she hurriedly ran away into the bushes and further into the forest. It seemed to her the right thing to do. John shouted after her, trying to tell her of the danger, but she was already gone. Only to run at full speed up the steep cliff face here. There, as usual, Penny tripped over her own shoe and began to fall. Ahead of her was a chasm where she would have fallen and, at best, crushed herself badly, if she hadn't been grabbed by the hand of John, who had come in time to save her classmate. She held her over the precipice and was going to pull her up, thus winning. Penny appreciated the head girl's noble impulse, but she wasn't going to lose that way, so she yanked her toward her, and they tumbled off the ledge together. Wade and Cherry rushed over at the same moment, but could only stare into the abyss and worrying about their friends. However, the cunning Penny had simply taken advantage of the head girl's weakness of increased responsibility for her classmates, and outplayed it. While still in the fall, she handcuffed her along with sincerely apologizing for it, then hugged Jean tighter, enveloping both of them with their silken threads, so that a large elastic silk cocoon fell to the foot of the cliff, from which two butterflies hatched. Penny was dying of belated fear, and John was immensely surprised. Wade breathed a sigh of relief, and Cherry looked down joyfully. Professor Jean declared a draw in this battle. Each group had lost one player, but the camera suddenly caught the lone pole of the second group left unprotected. Wade he heard the phone ring about that time, pulled it out, and he heard a familiar voice, only it was hoarse and choking. It was Des. He was alone, and he couldn't handle the current situation, because the defenders of the second group had come to the clearing for their flag, and Des could barely dodge the fat man's pudgy fist, which with a single blow sliced through the trunk of a tree. Wade was in shock. The situation was catastrophic. If the flag was taken, they had lost. It appeared that their opponents had accidentally stumbled into the base. Consequently, their own flag was left unprotected. Des, meanwhile, talked about the complexity of the confrontation. He went down on one knee because he missed the first warning blow and gasped in pain. Besides, he didn't know how to fight off a flag from such a strong opponent. Raising his eyes from the ground, he saw a thick palm reaching out to grab the flag by the shaft, and there was nothing he could do. Wade immediately looked back at the trunk of the nearest tree, wondering whether to open the case he'd been handed in the lab and use the amplifier. After all, he couldn't let the other team win by getting their flag, hence rushed to the briefcase and already started to open it to use his advantage. Professor John commented on the events, evaluating them properly and pointing out the flaws so that the students would learn from the mistakes of others. He was already ready to announce the end of the semifinal competition between the two teams. Wade hurriedly opened the briefcase and its green gut was already glistening through the slit. When a nimble hand pressed the flap, slamming the case back shut, Sean suggested that there was no hurry. She had faith in Dorothy not to let things go wrong. Then she left because she was out of the game as a loser, and Wade was left to act on the situation. John smiled encouragingly at him, inspiring him to do better. Dorothy did return to the clearing and saw the naked fat men reaching out to grab their flag and Dead squatting and not getting up from the ground. Des looked up at her with a look of pain in his eyes and almost growled. Dorothy was returning with the loot. Instead of doing her job, she was having fun. The defenders from the second group immediately turned around to face the new player, but Dorothy was not afraid of being outnumbered and pointing her finger at the newcomers asked why they were here. In response, the fat man demonstrated his skill on the trunk of a neighboring tree. He hit the trunk with his horns like a battering ram, causing it to snap in half. Looking around cheerfully, the guy expected shock screams and quick surrender from the fragile girl. At the same time, Dead shouted loudly warning Dorothy of another attack from the air. The second player, a nocturnal butterfly, scattered whitish flakes from above. Dorothy was surprised to catch them with her hands and did not understand what exactly the attack was. The girl with a satisfied look enlightened her, expecting that she immediately began to witch. But Dorothy only covered her eyes with her bangs and her nose with her hand to avoid inhaling the nasty stuff. Then she chuckled nervously. She was immune even to John's more dangerous bristles. Now it was her turn, and Dorothy immediately launched herself toward the fat man as the more dangerous of the two of them. Bianca was surprised that her surefire method didn't work, but Rhinoceros Beetle was already ready to attack. They grabbed onto each other's palms, trying to overpower and push each other out like sumo wrestlers. The Rhinoceros Beetle tried its best, even growling through clenched teeth. However, the fragile girl only pushed her heels harder into the ground. Von Leonka cheered for her partner. She did not doubt his victory. But an unexpected parity had been established. No one moved. They stood like that, pressing each other's hands. Des opened his mouth to shout something encouraging. He never closed it, because he'd never seen Dorothy's complex before. He was shaken to the core. Dorothy was also very pleased. After all, after her complex had been forcibly revealed by the wasp, she hadn't tried using her new skills. Now she made sure she had them all to herself. She struck a sudden blow with her tail, aiming at the fat man's neck, and he flew a few meters away in an arc, while Bianca was shocked that the girl so easily coped with her huge friend, and was about to fly away from the clearing on her way to grab someone else's flag. But Dorothy did not give her that opportunity, knocking her down on the fly and sending her after the Rhinoceros Beetle. Now they were both lying on the ground, unable to believe that such a thing could have happened to them. Dorothy stood over them with a look of triumph. Her hands were covered in armor-piercing gloves from tail to fingertips. Meanwhile, Penny was rushing to her flag to protect it, as her partners had left it unattended. She wasn't the only one who realized this. A green lightning bolt whizzed past her, picking up wind and muscling her hair. Wade was the first to grab the flag, and that was the end of the competition. The audience emotionally experienced the last moments of the reality show. Professor John folded his arms on his chest and thought about the strange things he had noticed during the competition. The two had grown so much in their abilities in a short time that it demanded close attention. Jean watched the final footage of her group's victory with satisfaction. Cherry was suffering next door, so much to her chagrin. They had really tried, hadn't they? The other classmates whispered excitedly. They had appreciated the power of the first group and were now trying on the role of their next opponents. Only one guy in the back row was swaying quietly in his chair and not at all worried about it. While Dorothy chatted with her barely up on her feet, Des glumly turned away from them and walked back alone. He felt like he did when he caught the ball with his hands at the high school championship soccer game, and listened to the humiliating comments from the other players because he had caused the team to lose. Everyone was extremely upset and didn't spare his ego. Not a single sympathetic word, only merciless criticism. And he felt so worthless, a ballast who had let his team down at the most important moment of the game. Like now, the palm that dropped to his shoulder brought Des back to reality. Wade had told him that it was getting close to time for the final competition. Des had missed the competition of the other two groups and was surprised to see everyone banging their heads against the table in unison. Wade explained to him that it was because it was over too quickly. Everyone was also scared that there had been no casualties this time. Just couldn't believe that someone could play so hard to win. Their conversation was interrupted by the jolly guy from the top row. He was from the winning team. A deep cut was visible on his palm, but his smile shone with friendliness. Des didn't immediately like this playful cheerfulness of his, especially because their team had played hard and there was an injured girl in the ICU. Besides, the guy appeared to be a little too clingy. First he squeezed John's shoulder with his palm. Then he rubbed Dorothy's shoulder, all with a sweet smile and the same annoyingly friendly words. Only once did his voice change to stain sounded in it. When he passed us without calling his name, he tried to hurt him with a word. Des kept silent. He himself knew he'd fallen short in the last game, but he was going to make up for it. The red flag of the first group was flying proudly in the fresh wind that had risen after lunch. Only the losing teams remained in the auditorium. They were to watch the final of the competition and find out who would fulfill the task from Nest. At the red flag, the players from the first team had already gathered. John and Wade looked serious and anxious. Dorothy, as always, was showing off for the crowd. Des kept behind everyone. Sean gave the last orders of relative group interaction. Des dutifully accepted the mild criticism of his blunder in the last game. He was standing with his back, and therefore did not see the gaze of Dorothy, who was looking at him imploringly. Professor John announced the start of the final round of the competition. He stopped talking, staring at the screen in shock, because there were incredible things happening. First, Dorothy came very close to Des. She put her hands on his shoulders. Then she reached for his lips, insisting on a kiss, and he tried in vain to throw off her tail, which was tightly wrapped around their bodies. Meanwhile, the players of the second group were discussing the event without even seeing it, because that was the way it was planned. The guy didn't pretend to be friendly for nothing. On his fingers was applied a special pollen, which he applied in such a way that the girls would inhale it. It was a plan suggested to him by his partner. After all, a guy wouldn't be suspected of such deviousness. Her symbiont, the spotted lanternfly, excreted a poison that in small doses acted as a strong aphrodisiac. Wei too felt John's intense gaze on him, which was accompanied by rapid breathing. Her fingers pulled down the zipper, unbuttoning the jacket over his chest, and on until the sports underwear showed. Then she began to throw the jacket off her shoulders, complaining about the stuffiness. Soon her jacket was in Hui's face along with a seductive, inviting smile. Jean was flirting with him, but the fact that it didn't end there frightened Wade more than a little, because breathing nosily with excitement, she hooked her fingers into her bra and pulled it up. At this point, the eyes of the entire audience closed. Even Professor John was getting more than a little angry. There was foul play at hand, which had started even before the final stage was announced. While he was thinking about what he could do, the Lantern Lady was triumphant. After all, she had taken half the team out of the game in one fell swoop, and the other half was the victim of the consequences in the form of sexual harassment. Des tried to fight back. Wade hastily tied the sleeves of Jean's jacket as a straitjacket. He had no idea what to do with the loopy girls who seemed to have lost their minds and wouldn't hear any axe rotations. And the final game, which had to be won somehow, had begun. Together Wade and Des had tied up the girls. Now the plans were changing. Wade saw only one option. He would use his complex and Des would stand in defense. But the man scratched the back of his head thoughtfully and suggested another solution. He would go scouting and Wade would stay behind to guard the flag and the girls beneath it. Wade tried to stop him because he thought such a plan was irrational, but Des wouldn't listen to him. He was trying to solve several problems in one fell swoop. When he'd gone home last weekend, his mom had greeted him warmly, and of course, she started asking him how he was doing in school. Her motherly heart was restless. The representatives from Nest had frightened her. She didn't know why, but she secretly sensed that something was amiss. After her son had changed in appearance, though it wasn't noticeable under his pants, she had to accept the help of strangers. But she still hoped it wouldn't last long and her beau would go back to normal, and everything would be as it was before. After all, her whole life was about making her son happy, and his personal happiness was to play soccer. He'd been doing it since he was a kid. Even the ensuing failure at a match didn't make him forget his dream, so we had a very good reason to want to win. And more than one Des clenched his teeth and anger as he remembered the look on his face as the guy from the opposing team walked past him. At that time, there was a rustle of leaves and from the top of a tree, he was attacked by a guy with cicada wings on his head. A terrific feature passed to him: ultrasound at ultra-high frequencies. Des bounced out of the line of impact of the acoustic wave. It still hit him though. The ringing in his ears and temporary disorientation nearly sent him tumbling to the ground. But he remembered his friends, each of whom had mastered their complexes and were doing everything they could to be the best, and engage his amplifier to its fullest capacity. his jump became unusually high, so his opponent didn't immediately realize that what jumped over the top of him was the one he had to hold off. But then all Des had time to do was dodge the acoustic blows, because the cicada, though flying from below, was emitting ultrasonic waves in his direction. Wade got a sudden text message on his phone. He wasn't expecting anything good from it. It meant someone had been caught and the base was considered declassified. He supposed it could very well be Izzo. This time, however, Des managed it and buckled the cuff first. There was a larger bruise on Cicada's cheek, and the map on the phone flashed out showing the opponent's base of operations. Des headed toward it alone. He had arrogantly decided to do it all himself and be a hero. He walked out into the market clearing and started looking around for the opponent's flag, but he didn't see anything even remotely similar here, only fresh pits from the last competition. He stood in the center of the clearing and decided to check the map again. Suddenly, a strong hand yanked his leg down to the nearest pit. Des only had time to look at his feet before he began to fall. Into the hole at the bottom of the pit he was standing near, a hand was pulling him steadily down. The guy who had mocked him in the auditorium was pulling his leg under the ground. There was a pathway dug into an underground grotto. He himself clung to its wall, and Des dropped to the bottom of it from a great height without even giving him a chance to regroup. Then he grinned at his fooled opponent. After all, he was at home here, and jumped to him on the floor of the underground grotto, activating his complex on the way. On the other side, a girl in a construction helmet jumped towards Des. She was waving her creepy clawed hands, which she got from her symbiont the bear. In fact, she'd made her way into the grotto. She licked her lips contentedly, holding the shaft of her own flag and her rough fingers. Mockingbird froze and a half-crouch and explained their original twist on the condition to protect their base. Keeping the flag underground was not forbidden by the terms. Then he threw dust from beneath his feet at Diaz, aiming to cover his eyes, and then he began to advance, both physically showering Des with sharp stones knocked out of the walls, and morally crushing his self-esteem in the simplest way possible, destroying him with words. The last kick in the chest when the enemy could see nothing in the dust cloud reminded Des how much it hurt him to hear the same words from his soccer teammates. He couldn't stand it any longer. He lunged forward toward the taunter to hit him back, but that's all he was waiting for his opponent to rush out him with an open face, arms folded in a lock, and at the moment of impact spewed a corrosive substance into his eyes. His eyes went black in an instant. He could no longer see anything around him, so he raised his hand to wipe them, but the corrosive liquid was corroding his eyes, burning them mercilessly. The fans in the auditorium grimaced, empathizing with the pain the boy's cry brought to them. Professor John immediately contacted the group, keep reminding them of the rules of the competition. But all he heard in response was a mocking excuse. The mocker had no remorse for what he had done and was really going to do whatever it took to win. Professor John turned gloomy. This guy was challenging him personally in this way, despising the rules of the university. Meanwhile, Des ducked to the ground in voluntary tears, washing the liquid that was corroding his eyes. The mocker stood over his defeated opponent with his hands in his pockets, and continued to mock everyone who was weaker than him, including the previously injured girl. He justified his actions even though Des's eyes were already bleeding. He had no compassion for the pain of others. Then he took the handcuffs out of his pocket. He jingled them to make him realize that he had lost completely, and was about to put them on, thus taking him out of the game and opening access to their base. But at that time, a small silhouette with wings over his shoulders appeared in the window of the failure. Faster than lightning it swept past the mocker's hand, changing direction on the fly, and the handcuffs were no longer in danger of being put on Death's arm, because they were in Wade's hand. The taunter stopped laughing at once and gawked at the unprecedented miracle. The handcuffs disappeared from his hands so fast he didn't even feel it. Wade was wearing new glasses made in the lab on special order. His capabilities were now greatly increased. He crouched in a dragonfly stance, and no sand attacks were a hindrance for him to see well. The moment Wade received a message of the exact coordinates of the enemy's base, and realized that Des had managed to single-handedly defeat the opponent, thus doing half the work, he had to decide what to do. Whether to fly to help because he could not cope with two defenders at once, or stay to guard his flag. Wade decided it was time to use the amplifier created in the lab. He put on the goggles made for it and activated them immediately. The world around him immediately became brighter. The palette of colors expanded. There was something else he hadn't ordered: additional options, which were built in by a concerned installer. The receptionist had warned him about it, but he hadn't even expected to get that. The fact that a dragonfly has faceted vision is common knowledge, so the choice of such a base to improve its eyesight was not accidental. But here's a wheel on the side was embedded by its creator sort of to improve the quality of vision. Explanations of the administrator did not at understanding why such an addition for him. The audience flinch every now and then as Wade learned to fly with the new gadget on the bridge of his nose. Eventually, he threw up under a nearby tree just as the administrator had promised, whereupon Wade turned the dial to position 0 and breathed a sigh of relief. That's when the world went back to normal and it was possible to go to Desert 8. He climbed as high as he could so that the trees below looked like a map. He looked up the direction of the enemy base so we could fly to it in a straight line. He headed there at maximum acceleration, praying to himself that he wouldn't be too late. Caught a kneeling Des bowing to the guy who'd come to talk to them before the contest. Wade looked at him and realized that the girl's strange state of mind was probably his doing. And then there was Des moaning on the floor and a categorical verdict on his eyesight. Wade immediately rushed to his friend's aid. The taunter was just waiting. A new portion of corrosive liquid immediately flew at Wade as soon as he came within the necessary distance. But Wade's eyes were protected by his glasses, so he didn't realize what had happened at first, until his hand began to burn where the largest amount of acid had hit. The formic acid of the world's most dangerous fire ant, capable of harming even humans, not to mention the other small creatures that feed on it. A jet of formic acid, and even predators, give way to these small creatures. Wade didn't wait for the next shot of formic acid. He went as fast as he could, and flew around the enemy, trying to figure out the best way to take him out. The easiest way was to fly sideways, and while he slowly turned around, give him a well-deserved punch to the jaw without sparing him to death his eyes. Ant got up spitting blood out of his shattered mouth and cursing foully, then set his jaw crushing it properly. He didn't seem too concerned, because he shouted a strange command to someone upstairs, while Wade pondered what it could have been. And Nat gloated from the side. Wade didn't know where to look from which side danger would come. Meanwhile, Lanternness was dragging with all her might a flat stone boulder braided with chains. It was to cover the entrance hole to the grotto. Wade watched as the gap slowly closed and the lights in the grotto slowly diminished. Soon it was completely dark, and there were rustles all around. The sound of footsteps stood out. It was the first time Wade had been in a situation where he could see nothing. At first he had convinced himself that the others were on equal footing with him, until a return blow to the jaw showed that this was not at all the case. Ant had perfect night vision passed down to him from the sim diet, and he delivered the next crushing blow to his temporarily confused opponent. Wade began his run up to fly over the heads of his opponents. It would be impossible to hit him in the air. But then something grabbed his knees and a girlish voice told him he couldn't do it. Wade instinctively looked down and jerked his legs up trying to free himself. Of course, he couldn't see anything, but he heard Dant coming toward him. He had already released his next dose of formic acid, and swung around to smear it on his opponent, causing painful shock. The screen in the auditorium went dark as the lights in the grotto went out, and the audience whispered excitedly. Professor John was forced to explain the immutable rule of all contests, when at all costs. Wade managed to protect his face with his hands in front of him, but a painful burning sensation told him he couldn't hold out much longer. He hissed in pain and even dropped to one knee, trying to adapt, but it wasn't working out well. Ant pulled out the handcuffs again and carried them to Dragonfly with a look of triumph. Wade got to his feet when he heard a familiar sound and prepared to defend himself. But what could he do in the pitch darkness? So he resolutely put his finger to the wheel he had forbidden to touch. His head was again disturbed by the change from human vision to dragonfly vision. After his outrage at the uninvited additions, the receptionist flatly refused to change anything. She explained exactly what the end result was supposed to be, and Wade listened carefully. So it was no surprise now that he was albeit vaguely beginning to see a raking hand heading for his face. So he managed to bounce aside, and time for Ant's swing to pass him by. While Ant was looking back, Wade was already hovering over his shoulder, getting used to his new vision, and even trying to move at super speed. So far, he was only trying out the powers, but he had already managed to scare Bear when he flew right next to her nose. Then he began to dash around the grotto, constantly changing direction to avoid crashing into the walls. The ant even blushed with anger. His prey was no longer an obedient victim. The ant hurriedly burrowed into the ground to hide from the incessant attacks from the air. The ant had no time to turn his head and fight off Wade. He wasn't interested in dragonflies and couldn't know that they weren't just daytime insects, that they see better than humans. Their eyes are designed to hunt at dusk. That's what made Wade sick. It's not easy to adapt to dragonfly vision. The faceted eyes are a special way of looking at the world that takes some getting used to. They're standing there, Ant-Man. He raises his arm to protect his face from the next blow, and his eyes see as 100 hexagonal windows, and each at a different angle of view, with different light intensity and in different spectra. The guys in the auditorium even got bored. There was no sound before, but now the total darkness was oppressive, until the lid that Lentinus was guarding twitched. She supposed it should be over by now. After all, so much time had passed. The boulder shattered into pieces and two male figures flew upward from the grotto. From above, shards from the rock and chains that no longer held anything together sprinkled down on her. But it wasn't them she was staring at with her mouth open in amazement. She was looking at a battle that was impossible in her mind. Everyone in the audience even stood up after a long lack of information, such as sight at once. Professor John stroked his beard, wondering how what he had seen was possible. How Wade had punched the fire ants face time after time, preventing it from falling, because it was high above the ground and would have crashed. But still the inevitable happened, and after another blow the fire ant flew down. The ground was approaching rapidly and he was helpless, just like his victims, before him in total darkness. The girls on the opposing team, however, quickly oriented themselves and raced to the flag to protect it. Dare was closest and she could have hidden the flag deeper into the ground if it hadn't been pulled out in front of her by Wade, who swooped down from above like a kite, grabbed it and flew away, leaving her lying on the ground. Lantern has managed to pull a tranquilizer out of her sinus as a last resort to win, and fired a shot at Wade as he flew upward with an awkward pole. He noticed the Ampio will immediately and was flying surprisingly slow compared to him, so we just swung the pole, knocking it off course so that it hit the floor. The girl froze with her mouth open. She could not have imagined such a thing. And then she saw the aerobatics when the guy's body first disappeared, and then whizzed past her, making her fall to the ground and cover herself with her hands in fear. Professor John nodded his head in satisfaction. The winner had been decided. The blue flag of the defeated team was flying in the air, not dusting beneath the ground, and it was in the hand of the only remaining intact member of the group. The girlfriend stared with amorous eyes at today's hero. Wade suddenly recovered from his sense of triumph and remembered that somewhere out there Des remained suffering and helpless. It was necessary to go back. Des was lying on the dirt floor at this time, and was indeed suffering, only not for the reason Wade had in mind. He was tormented by the same situation over and over again, when he'd made mistakes and let others down. His pride couldn't stand the fact that he was the weakest link on the team. He felt that today was also his fault for falling into Ant's trap and failing to overpower him. His tears had partially washed away the acid, but his vision only discerned a faint light. Des only fully opened his eyes when Professor Olivia arrived and healed him. Wade, meanwhile, washed the acid off his hands and listened to what the doctor had to say. Des was greatly surprised to hear that their group had won after all. Next to him, Wade was smiling at him as the doctor treated the acid burns on his hands. Des looked at him almost in awe. After all, he had done something that was beyond his reach. Wade held out his hand to help him up off the ground, but his hand hung in the air. Des was in no hurry to accept his hand. He stared at the newcomer, who could become stronger than him in just a few weeks, and envy overcame him, so much so that he bit his lower lip with his teeth and anger. Professor John noticed this and folded his arms across his chest in displeasure. History was repeating itself, so he immediately kicked Wade out of the grotto. Dawes was his concern from now on. Wade had to obey his teacher. He put on his goggles and went to take off. Des sat there with a gloomy face, reliving not the most pleasant moments in his life. Professor John explained to him how it was that Wade's level had increased in such a short time. He touched on the philosophical point that for every force, there is an even stronger force. That the problem they saw was something else entirely. Lack of patience and wounded pride caused him to stop fighting even where he could still flounder. Des even raised himself on his knees when he heard the professor's honest opinion of his shortcoming. It was not at all what he had supposed, but the man didn't go into details. He only said that the Black Island would not pass their group by. All that remained was to prepare properly. Des didn't realize that the best doping for a jump and abilities was mortal danger. First of all, for people you cared about, but the professor knew it. That's why he left it with a cryptic phrase. In the evening, the student dormitory shuddered with the sound of a woman's scream. Sean had learned of her unacceptable behavior during the finals. Wade tried to reassure her that nothing was wrong, but the girlfriends kept at it, spelling out the details of her and Dorothy's actions and the guys' reactions to it. It would have been funny if it hadn't been so embarrassing. Soon, the conversation turned to discussing their accomplishments. They drank to their success. However, Wade made everyone sad that no one had added any extra points to their ranking. He knew this for a fact because he had asked Professor John about it. While working out in the weight room with a barbell, he had quietly informed them of the rector's orders. Cherry knew that sometimes the rector would intervene with strange suggestions, and always for educational purposes. Wade pretended not to care at all. He wasn't, though he really wasn't. The girlfriends looked at each other. They asked a question Wade hadn't thought of yet, as he pondered how to answer. Tenny offered her services and even provided a sample of her skill by weaving something out of her clothes in front of him. She had the amazing ability to produce threads of given parameters and colors simply by eating a piece of such fabric. Sean wasn't averse to an upgrade either, and Penny handed her a notepad for taking notes of the right sizes. While Wade and John agreed on how they were going to measure up, the friends watched their squabble with amusement. Then they clicked glasses and winked conspiratorially at each other. A few days later, the boys sailed to Black Island. It seemed quite settled. At any rate, there were plenty of boats at the docks. Wade hid his wings under a long fancy cloak. Sean didn't have much to hide. She had her antennae tucked into a long ponytail this time. The opposite situation was true for their friends. Des only needed to wear loose pants to hide his legs. Dorothy, on the other hand, flaunted a bouffant dress to conceal her scorpion tail. They were to be met, and they looked around the dock for a chaperone. It turned out to be a young man, a little older than they were. He seemed extremely disguised. The beaux stared in amazement at the man who in their minds was not supposed to stand out from the crowd. His brightly colored Hawaii sunglasses and long hair made him as inconspicuous as a traffic light at an intersection. While Wade suffered at the thought that they might be tracked thanks to their escort's conspicuousness, Des glanced at him. He kept thinking about what the professor was interpreting to him. How Wade was different from him because he didn't see him as particularly diligent, just a regular guy. Now he decided to put those thoughts aside and just try to be the best. And so he strolled ashore first ahead of everyone else, almost hitting Wade with his shoulder. He had been looking so glum lately that Wade was beginning to worry. As he watched Des moving away from them, and puzzlement, Dorothy came up. She too didn't like her friend's behavior lately. The attendant led them to a small hotel at the sea, where rooms had been reserved, and held out for small bags of clothes for them to change into. The beaux took each one in bewilderment. They figured they had taken enough care of their appearance as it was. Wade asked before he printed out an update. He almost tapped himself on the forehead. He'd completely forgotten about Penny's promise, and she hadn't reminded him, so he'd forgotten. Sonny's attendant adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose as he waited for the group to change. Wade pulled an ordinary pair of shorts out of his bag and bit his lip in confusion. The girls pulled stunningly beautiful swimsuits out of their bags and stared at them in amazement. And then they went to the beach as a group. Indeed, the beaches on Black Island were wonderful, fine sand and warm sea. Sonny had brought them here for a reason, but Wade did not yet understand why such precautions were necessary. The girls looked marvelous, only Jin was a little self-conscious about her appearance. Dorothy, on the other hand, was confidently pretending that she couldn't swim, walking around with an inflatable lap on her hips. Finally, Jin looked up and looked at Wade with embarrassment, blushing very sweetly as she did so. He blushed back and couldn't even get a word out, so stunningly beautiful. She looked in the swimsuit that Penny had designed for her, while Gin and Wade tried to compliment each other's looks, stammering and repeating themselves. Dorothy was once again lamenting her ponytail, which always made her feel like a full human being. She spotted a lone Des up ahead by the water and called out to him. He turned to her with a disgruntled look as always. It was familiar. It was the same as always. Dorothy covered her mouth in thoughtfulness. After all this time, she had done nothing to deserve rudeness, which meant the bad mood was his own doing. Finally, Wade couldn't stand it and turned to Sonny for clarification. However, why they were here was of interest to everyone. The answer was extremely laconic, so Wade even scratched the back of his head with confusion, just to bathe. But the mention of June dispelled all doubts. If he had warned about the patrol, The information should have been taken into account. They were on a mission to find out, not to scare the bad guys. It would be a shame to find only an empty room. Therefore, get accepted. The first task for them was to be no different from the vacationers. That's why they came to the beach. That's what all tourists do, relax and swim. Therefore, they immediately dived into the warm surf of the gentle sea and tried to get maximum pleasure from it. Then the guys lay on the sand, and the girls molded a sand penguin. A photo as a keepsake is an obligatory ritual of an ordinary tourist. A delicious lunch, and nothing else is needed for happiness. Just a nap in the shade. We talked about the locals in general. There were surprisingly few people here. A beautiful place, but boring in its monotony, and even far away, was not attractive for young people. Suddenly Wade hesitated to answer and looked toward the opposite shore. Jen noticed this at once, because he was staring fixedly at one point. Wade's eyesight had changed so much that he could normally see things that others could not. For example, this time, he noticed the glow of binoculars in the hands of a man who was on the opposite shore, about a kilometer away from them. Looking more closely, he saw an old man looking in their direction. Of course, my first thought was that an observer from the patrol was watching for new people on the island. So with his hand covering his face, Wade secretly informed his friends that they were being watched. Everyone became alarmed. Only Sonny demanded to remain calm. They looked too suspicious as it was. It was clear that they had to be watched. It wasn't worth aggravating it any further. The man looked through his binoculars for a while longer, examining the young man. Then he lowered the binoculars and hummed indifferently. He didn't see what he wanted to see, so he stood up and slowly walked away from the pier, taking his time and not looking back. After Wade's message that the watcher had left, everyone relaxed, but the mood was already ruined. Sonny suggested where he might be headed, but suggested not to force things. They weren't ready right now. Anyway, Des stared fixedly in the direction of the distant observer and remained silent. His gaze, however, was more than expressive. He really wanted to be the best. It was getting evening. In this quiet hotel, the sounds of nature could be heard very well. The rustle of the surf, the evening song of the crickets, and it set a peaceful mood. Wade had washed himself from the salt water of the sea and was now wiping his head thoughtfully, going over the memories of the day. A smile appeared on his lips as he remembered them goofing around on the beach. And the picture on his phone was proof that the day hadn't been wasted. A refreshed GYN walked in. She invited everyone into the common living room. Wade peeked into the sleeping room where Des was supposed to be resting. The fluttering curtain suggested where his friend had disappeared from the room. Wade didn't think for long. All the answers were why and why not were already forming in his mind. The watcher sat at his old post, except that his binoculars were standing next to him, and he was just watching the sunset. Without even turning around at the sound of footsteps, he asked what the one who came to him wanted. Des had no intention of being polite. Lifting his pant leg, he raised his foot to the height of the old man's neck. A sharp iron-shod spike pressed into his jugular, warning him not to twitch. Even then on the beach, Des noticed the old man turn and walk toward their hotel. And that evening, he passed his hotel window and headed onward. It was foolish not to follow. And now Des was trying to beat the location of the lap out of him with threats. The old man suddenly turned around, looked at Des with his blinded eyes and whispered his name and a broken voice. Then his enthusiastic exclamations grew louder. Des did not realize what was happening. The old man was happy to see him as his own. He even called him grandson and cried with happiness as he continued to babble nonsense. Des for a minute even believed that it was some distant relative of his, and began to remember who it could be. The way the old man clung to the young man was seen by the cafe owner who was cleaning the terrace. While Des was urgently hiding the spikes, which were not needed from a casual glance, Des drew near enough to explain to the visiting men the situation. The old man was lonely and parasite, and age-related memory loss caused him to see his grandson and every young lad. During their conversation, the old man returned to his seat on the pier again and seemed to forget everything. He swayed and gazed at the sunset. One could only sympathize with him, waiting every day for someone who would not return. Des looked at the hunched figure of the old man, dejected and patiently waiting for the return of his grandson, and saw himself, after all, he too had been left behind, discarded as an unwanted thing when he became redundant. While he was thinking about it, the old man's tenacious fingers grasped his jacket again. Once again, he forgot everything and saw his grandson in front of him. How could Des refuse him? Des escorted the old man to his shabby hut, looked at his household, fed him what he could find and put him to bed. He realized that tomorrow, he would forget everything and go to the pier to wait again, but that only made him sadder. The only relief Des felt was when he remembered what he suspected the old man if he couldn't have been a watcher so his friends could sleep well. But the fact that he was again unable to do anything important and heroic upset him. So we left the old man's house rubbing his forehead anxiously. There were spider watchers somewhere, weren't there? The old man's binoculars were left forgotten on the pier. No one had remembered to take it, and it was for the best because it was seen and held in his hand. Wade, who ran to the pier as soon as he didn't find Des in his room. He put the binoculars to his eyes, but saw only a fuzzy blurry picture. The one appeared to be very old and appeared to be broken. This suggested that something was wrong here. So Wade ran on to look for his friend in the same direction the old man had gone last time. The sun was dipping behind the sea and its last rays were turning red, for a huge black cloud appeared on the horizon. From there, with the last rays of sunset, a motorboat was rushing toward the island. It was being driven at top speed toward Black Island by a young man. He had been urgently summoned here, so he was trying to reach the shore before dark. Large dragonfly wings were spread out behind his back. They were a dark red color like cake blood. A soccer match was being broadcast. The players were playing to their full potential, and so the game kept the entire audience in suspense until the wrestled ball still did not fly into the corner of the opposing team's goal. The soccer player who scored the goal received thanks from the team and enthusiastic applause from the crowd. But little Des didn't turn off the TV immediately after the match was over. He listened carefully to the interview of the very player who scored the decisive goal, his idol. Then he didn't understand half of what was said. He was too young. But there was something that he remembered forever and constantly recalled in moments of defeat and failure. His idol, just like him, had once fallen short and let his team down. But he continued to train hard and managed to become the best soccer player ever. And Des trained hard, running in the morning and evening on the deserted streets of the town where he lived. What happened that evening he never realized, not right away. It wasn't until a few days later that he had to go to his coach with bandaged legs and ask for an indefinite leave of absence. He couldn't admit to him what had happened to him. How could he explain such a thing? Even bandaged, his legs didn't look damaged, and that seemed like a liar even to himself. Coach probably thought so too, because he didn't ask any more questions. He just let him go without a word of advice or wish to come back soon. Des was stunned. He stood at the edge of the soccer field on crutches, and none of his former friends paid any attention to him. Only unpleasant, angry whispers came to him from all directions, somewhat unintelligible, and from behind a door that was slightly ajar. He stepped through it and saw his friends talking to John and asking him to be eliminated from their team as the weakest player. At that moment, Des jumped up on the bed and woke up, breathing frantically and having a bad perception of reality. But his friends were sleeping peacefully nearby. What he saw was just an ordinary nightmare. He covered his eyes with his hand and tried to reassure himself that it was just a dream. Only the pre-dawn silence surrounded the hotel. The clouds had broken into a light rain, and a light storm was raging on the sea. Apparently the change in weather had an effect and he had a nightmare. The next day, they walked a lot, asking questions and taking pictures of the simple life of the local people. Wade flew around, Jin ran around the forest looking for some buildings, and Des remained grimly silent all day, though his friends were chatting and joking. And he kept glancing toward the old man who sat in the same place and waited. The seafood was browning on the grill. The smell of them spread all around. Sonny was working on the grill while the three friends discussed the results of their search. When Wade suggested that Yon had lied, Dorothy was outraged and deliberately threw a drink at him. She trusted her old friend like she trusted herself. Then she pretended it had been an accident. Jin watched their altercation thoughtfully. Someone was missing here. When asked where Des was, Dorothy grudgingly frowned. She didn't believe he'd gone to get drinks. And while Jin wiped Wade's face with a damp napkin from the sweet syrup, she asked the question that had been plaguing everyone. The new topic was so pertinent that everyone involuntarily moved closer. Since Dorothy was always near death, as her opinion was listened to carefully. Dorothy put her hand to her cheek and looked subtly at the screen of her phone. She no longer remembered how long ago the two of them had fooled around with Des. Lately, he'd gotten too serious and distant from her. Des was indeed walking alone on the beach, and no drinks were in his hands. It didn't seem like anything was wrong, but he didn't want to be among his friends, couldn't bring himself to smile and joke. much less listen to delicate questions about his condition. His gaze came across the old man again, who kept waiting for his grandson to return. He decided to be merciful and told him that there would be no transportation from the big earth today, and that he could leave early. But the old man only covered his eyes and, swaying slightly, said that he would wait. Des got angry, such gullibility, and told him more roughly to go home. Only the old man believed the words of his only kinsman, and he said he was waiting because he needed him. His words echoed and Des's memory. Exactly what he needed, thought Des before, when he tried. And now the memory of that pain of realization, when all his efforts had turned out to be for naught, made his fists clench so that his nails dug into his palms. He couldn't help but speak his heart to the old man. The pain came out in a cry of despair. He shouted the truth to him, pointing out the futility of his efforts. That if a man has become a burden, he is discarded and soon forgotten. His cry went unanswered. Then he grabbed the old man by the shoulder to shake him properly, and froze at the sound he heard. The old man was sleeping peacefully and snoring in his sleep. He didn't even hear what Des was yelling to him. Des looked regretfully at his unwilling interlocutor, not to talk, nor to leave. The cafe owner, who was just taking out the trash, sympathized with the guy, and then he offered to take the old man home if he wasn't busy. And Des did, supporting him from the back so he wouldn't fall. He walked away. He'd walked yesterday. He wondered why he was so hurt by the old man's words. He brought him to his home when dusk had fallen and the shadows had thickened. He put the old man to bed. Suddenly, he noticed something at the head of the bed that he hadn't noticed last time. A smartphone was lying on the nightstand. The presence of modern communication added new questions. But the smartphone was low on battery and Des hurriedly put it on the charger. A message was waiting for him on the screen. He read it and couldn't believe his eyes. This phone could not belong to a helpless old man, so it belonged to his grandson. His musings were interrupted by a new sound, but he paid no attention to it. It was as important for him to tell the news to his comrades. He rushed out of the house, and suddenly met on his doorstep a black monster with red eyes. Meanwhile, Dorothy wandered nervously by the water's edge and waited for Des to talk. She irritably splashed seawater on the shore sand with her foot and thought of various punishments. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind wrapped strands of hair around her face so that she had to squeeze her eyes shut. As she pulled them back, a man with dragonfly wings landed behind her. Des narrowly missed the pair of horns that closed behind him. He jumped up on a tree branch and turned around to look at the black silhouette to see what he was up against. But the tree wobbled and began to topple to the ground, so we had to jump off it quickly, because its trunk accelerated and rammed a huge beetle with its forehead. Des jumped to the ground away from the tree and turned to face the monster. It was now clearly visible to him that they had come to this island for a reason, because in front of him was undoubtedly an insect man, or rather, a stag beetle with a human head, arms and legs. Dorothy turned around quietly enough at the strange nose behind her back. Even a man with wings didn't scare her much. Having a scorpion symbiote, she was not afraid of anyone or anything. Before traveling to Black Island, their group had a short briefing with Professor John. What he said was already known to them, but it didn't hurt to hear it again to confirm their assumptions. Spider's charges were no longer human, and now Des was recalling his words as he kept the horns from closing around his waist, doing somersaults upward, holding the super valuable foe in his hands so we wouldn't lose it. And Stag Beetle was waiting below, moving his horns in hopes of catching him. He managed to grab hold of a tree branch with his feet and look down from above. As the sickles of his horns approached him, and his mouth curved and a carnivorous smile, there was definitely nothing human left in his appearance. His eyes were those of a beast smelling prey. Another flick of the horns did not bring Stag Beetle the expected prey. The bow was too fast and managed to jump out of his grasp. Des ran away and sat down to catch his breath and figure out what to do next. He had in his hands an important proof of where on Black Isle and the secret laboratory was located, so the most sensible thing to do in his position was to run to the hotel where his friends were waiting. And he would handle that without a doubt. His grasshopper complex allowed him to outrun the Stag Beetle. It made him happy to think that he had finally done something that not only his friends would appreciate, so he ran as hard as he could. And then suddenly he braked so sharply that he spun backwards. He stopped, he listened. There was no more heavy footsteps behind him. And then he wondered where the Stag Beetle would go if it didn't catch up with him. Where had it come to before it ran into him? Meanwhile, it was now fully dusk and the lights were on in the hotel. Sean and Wade were left alone. They were just finishing cleaning up when the phone rang. Jun picked it up to see who was calling and saw that it was Desert's phone. And the caller was Sonny, who was worried that it was already evening and he still hadn't returned. Wade heard that Dorothy wasn't at the hotel either, because she'd gone to wait for Des on the beach. Meanwhile, Stag Beetle, of course, couldn't catch up with the fast grasshopper, but he wasn't stomping around. He was moving toward easier prey, heading back toward home. With a powerful kick at the jambs, whitened the doorway for his broad shoulders, tilted his head lower to see his victim, who was lying on a low bed, and his hand reached up to the old man's neck. He muttered scraps of words about quota and gilding that he had not yet forgotten. But suddenly something struck him on the back. A sharp-edged stone crashed into his back and then bounced off the elastic exoskeleton. It was enough to turn around. Outside, under the light of the moon, a fellow blacksmith stood and tossed a second stone defiantly, and then back into him, offering to go out and catch him if he could. Stag Beetle immediately changed its mind about eating the old man and turned toward the more tempting young and juicy prey, and then ran hard right towards it, and even developed a decent speed. Except Grasshopper didn't wait, it jumped up and disappeared from the place where it was before. Stag Beetle chased after him, trying to catch him with his jagged horns. But Des knew how to use his grasshopper complex and the strong legs he had gotten from it, so he jumped right on top of the head of the bug chasing him, and kicked his legs as hard as he could at the head. Then he jumped down and watched it fall to the ground with a groan. Des wondered why this subhuman had come here today, and what did he want? Meanwhile, he began to rise, first on his knees and holding his head. It was clear that the old man was probably his target, and if Des hadn't been there, Des roared with anger. It was inhuman to kill a helpless old man, and his stupid conscience didn't allow him to leave the man in trouble. So he did another somersault over the bug, kicking it repeatedly. He flew and realized that he was unable to deal with such a giant finally. But still he jumped up, hit it again with a sidekick. I deliberately hit him with the spikes, blood spurted. Then his jumps became faster, and now the blows came at Stag Beetle from all sides, and each time it was accompanied by cuts and blood spurting from it. The angry beetle still managed to move his horns sharply when Des was nearby, and the one this time jumped farther away. He landed holding his stomach. There was a cut on him, but thankfully not a deep one. It couldn't cut through the layers of muscle, only scraped the skin. But the blood and pain was real. Des got angry and looked in the direction of his enemy to see that he was gone. Only a wide pit was visible in its place. Escaped? No, it had popped up behind him and was already flying overhead to flatten him with its considerable weight. A small earthquake shook the forest as the Stag Beetle landed. He then grabbed the stunned Des by the head and lifted him up on his outstretched arm to his eye level. Des has grasped his arm, pulling himself up so as not to break his neck under his own weight, and berated himself for being stupid. After all, even with his own life threatened, his first thought was that he might fail. His team failed to deliver the news. While the mind-deprived half-human tried to speak and carnivorously scowled, Des had time to think things over and make a decision. He would fight so that no one else could call him a weakling. So he grasped tighter the arm of the giant, who was almost twice his height. Resolutely, he rocked his body and, during the pain of the hand clutching his head, and then did a somersault upward in such a way that Stag Beetle became uncomfortable holding his head in his hand. The monster's fingers involuntarily unclenched when his arm was twisted, and Des slipped out of the grip almost uninjured. While Stag Beetle looked at his fingers in surprise, his victim hurriedly jumped high up, and then the guy started falling plumb downward right onto his already injured head. Stag Beetle was afraid it would hurt again, and put out his horns to protect his head. Des was falling upside down and his speed was greatly increased by gravity. It was a risky move, but he couldn't do otherwise. His enemy was waiting for him below and his horns were at the ready to grab and pounce on a resisting victim, and his mouth full of sharp teeth opened in a bloodthirsty grin. Des did everything very quickly. A moment and he was on the ground. Stag Beetle didn't even realize what had happened, except that both of his horns flew to the ground, cut off by a sharp spike on Grasshopper's leg. That this time decided not to retreat into everything to defeat his opponent. The thorn on his foot responded to his fervent desire. It enlarged and became like a sharp saber. Deprived of his advantage, Stag Beetle was terribly angry. He was ready to tear the boy with his bare hands, and he had the power to do it. But this time Des had gained confidence in his abilities. He knew he could do it, And once again he could do what it took to wing. So we ran straight at the stag beetle, howling in pain and rage. Except he wasn't comfortable running. Something was getting in the way on his right leg. He looked down and only now he noticed the ornamentation on his shin. The spikes had been sharp before, but the blade of this one was like a real saber. While he was examining his feet, a huge carcass was looming over him from above. To fist the guy who had mortally offended him, Des still managed to jump back. Then he leapt to the ground, aiming to leap like a straightened spring, and reach the head of a creature nearly twice his height. This was an opportunity to be seized. As the spikes of his left foot dug into stag beetle's arm as a fulcrum, he swung his other leg more forcefully with a sharp saber on his shin, and slashed the beast around the neck, while the stag beetle squealed in surprise. Des returned to the ground, sprinted harder again, jumped up to try again and eliminate the threat for good. Stag beetle felt something akin to panic fear for the first time when he saw the desperate determination in the eyes of the guy rushing at him. The grasshopper complex was very dangerous even for such a giant, because the spikes on its legs could both hold prey and guard it. And the rapid adaptation to unfavorable conditions of creatures capable of devouring prey even twice their size. It was in this region that they began to grow additional spines, like Dad's, now long and deadly sharp. Now it could not only stab but also deliver chopping blows. Des assumed that a single blow to the monster's neck would be enough, so he glanced around to see how he was doing. Had it been enough, or did it need to be repeated? That the stag beetle was still standing, covered in his own blood. He looked pitifully at his much-needed prey. Suddenly, a bottle flew into his head and shattered, showering him with shards. As the opponents stood opposite, setting up for the next fight, an elderly, rattling but menacing voice was heard from the side. The old man was running from the pier, waving a second bottle and shouting at the monster who was about to hurt his grandson. Des bit his lip in horror. The old man's appearance was more than inappropriate. It was a disaster, because stag beetle didn't care who the prey was, and if the young one resisted. So he lifted his severed horn from the ground, preparing to settle for the old one, and brought it over the head of the old man who could not resist him. He struck the horn in front of him without aiming and hot red blood spurted. Des fell to the ground. His pants were stained with blood pouring from the wound, because he jumped out at the last moment and covered the old man with his body. The horn had pierced his shoulder. The old man froze with his mouth open. He was rushing to save his grandson, and as a result, he was wounded. Des was breathing heavily and tried to say something more encouraging to the old man, but he fell to the ground from the painful shock and briefly lost consciousness. Stag beetle was extremely satisfied. Instead of an old prey, he would have a young one after all. He grasped with his hand the fragment of horn that had pierced the lad's shoulder and pulled it toward him, but it was so deeply lodged between the bones that instead of pulling it out, he lifted it off the ground. Des pried one eye open. His vision was hazy with piercing pain that we tried to be conscious. The old man immediately ran out of the clearing to call for help from anyone. A little earlier at the hotel, the boys had been very much frightened, and that Des and Dorothy were missing. It raised the worst suspicions. Wade ran to look around the woods. He looked around, hoping to see something that would tell him where his friends had gone. Suddenly, he noticed unusual footprints that led deep into the forest. He recalled seeing such before where Des ran with his grasshopper complex. It was a good lead, and Wade had already rushed purposefully to where the footprints pointed. In the dark forest, even a firefly would have gotten his attention, not like a bright light from the screen of a cell phone lost in the low grass of the undergrowth. Wade picked it up and read the single message purposely left on the screen. It spelled out the specific location of the lab on Black Island. And more than that, it became clear that the young men weren't leaving here in search of a better life. They were disappearing. A lot of them, a lot of islanders disappeared. Some were found murdered. The old people were afraid to even talk about it. And Wade has now found out exactly where the people were disappearing. To the man who wrote this had done their work and followed the strange aliens to their island. At that time, a branch crunched behind him and quick footsteps were heard. Out of the bushes came an old man from the pier, whom he had first mistook for a watcher. His appearance was horrible, covered in blood spatters, though he had no obvious injuries. But here was the name he uttered. If he took Des for his grandson, Wade froze, realizing reality, and rushed back to the dock, back to where they'd first set foot on Black Island. The unknown man had indicated that this was where the lab they were looking for was located. But Wade looked around, jawed back and forth, and saw nothing of the sort. What caught his attention were the bumps and indentations in the bottom of the coastal stretch of sea. At low tide, they looked suspicious. He hurriedly stepped over to the edge of the jetty, gazed into the sand-covered wheel tracks. Wade jumped down. It was shallow, barely ankle deep. The night tide had taken all the water, that the huge gate in the wharf wall was bare, and it was clear where Spider was conducting his experiments and holding his prisoners. It was ingenious in its simplicity, who searches at night, and the lab was impossible to find during the day. It was hidden by the tide. Wade pulled out his cell phone to dial an urgent message about where the lab was hiding, but a voice that came from behind interrupted this important business. Wade turned around cautiously. While Wade looked around the forest, went to the beach to look for where Dorothy had disappeared to. On the beach she didn't see anything, but she looked toward the sea and marveled. The tide had partially exposed the seabed, but these huge holes in the sand had only recently appeared. Otherwise, they would have been wiped out by the water long ago. Wade looked at the enemy. It could not have been otherwise. Otherwise he would not have mentioned Wast. The man was young, cocky, and most importantly, he was a dragonfly of an unknown species. His red wings seemed longer and brighter than Wade's. In all likelihood, he was stronger. Wade couldn't help but accept the challenge, but he also had to save his friends. He looked at his opponent boasting of his strength, and his thoughts were only on how to get to the glasses. When he left to find Des, he had thoughtfully taken with him the case in which they were kept. But then he remembered that everyone, both Professor John and Sonny, had repeatedly told him that if he met the enemy, he should not fight but run for help. So Red Dragonfly had to interrupt his monologue. His interlocutor was gone. Wade rushed away with all the speed he could manage, holding his glasses case tightly in his hand. But Reed was no less fast and soon caught up with him, raising his fist. 2-pound Wade like a game of catch-up and rushed forward. Wade slowed down and looked at him with frustration. There was no escape. Red hovered in his path, but most important of all, he suddenly said something about Dorothy. Wade shrieked involuntarily at the fact that this one who was an enemy had seen Dorothy. This did not bode well. Red pretended to be thoroughly embarrassed, but really, he was scheming, wanting to throw the young men off balance. With the story of how he and the girl had met and what had happened afterward, Wade turned away to hide his true feelings from Red, but he didn't back down. He kept pushing, and meanwhile, he flew up quietly behind him, and then with a lightning bolt, he came at the boy, just to grab him with his hand just above the elbow and squeeze. It was like Wade was struck by real lightning. He even dropped the case from his hand. But when Red thought about grabbing the guy, he caught only air with his hands. Wade fell down with a stone. He couldn't lose the briefcase with the glasses he needed so badly. There was a depth below them that the tide had not opened. So Wade dived with acceleration to the very bottom, and soon he surfaced to breathe a sigh of relief. He was able to reach the case. At that moment, Red swooped down on him, grabbed him by the face on the fly, and dragged him toward the shore so fast that his feet left a frothy trail on the water. He left him on the shoulder so we could catch his breath after a deep dive, and decided without reservation that now that he had learned too much, he could not leave this place. A large hermetically sealed door led into the water spider's laboratory, hidden from human eyes. It was there that Des came to his senses. He had passed out from the pain after all, and hadn't seen him being dragged in here. But now he was behind bars. His shoulder was carefully bandaged with something resembling bandages. He sat up abruptly and immediately grabbed his shoulder with his hand, which was sore from the effort. His leg was shackled and heavy leg irons, and the chain from them was chained to the wall. Now he could look around a dark dungeon and high bars and earthen floor and no amenities. From the side came the clinking of shackles like his. He was approached by, well, it was hard to call them a man, because his head was an ant's head entirely, but he was calm and complacent, also gave him medical attention. Behind him came another ringing and another. Out of the darkness protruded half human and half insect. Des eyed them warily. After all, these victims of Spider's experiments could have pounced on him, but they just stood in a haggard crowd and looked pityingly at the newly arrived loser. Des involuntarily backed away. The doctor shouted at him, warning him against unnecessary movements. Immediately, it became clear why, when the long fangs which were bleeding with saliva caught the bars on the other side. In the next cell were creatures that had once been human, but they had been fed on Spider's special methodology, meat from hybrids just like them, and now they were trying to get food through the bars of the cage. The doctor explained the orders that existed in the dungeon. It was brutal, but all here that remained normal was destined to feed on these creatures. At the nose and roar of the hungry spawns of spiders' wild imagination, a man entered the dungeon. All the prisoners took a step back fearfully. An ordinary man wearing ordinary rubber boots calmly walked into the cell and took the first chain in his hand. Des seen that face not so long ago, that calm friendly voice, belonged to the coastal cafe owner who had personally directed him to the old man's house. Des matched his ingratiating words with the appearance of the stag beetle in the old man's hut. Stag beetle. They had searched in vain for the patrol. He had always been close by, and now this man was dragging indifferently along the floor a prisoner begging for leniency. Des rushed to his aid, wanting to get even with the cafe owner himself, but the short chain tightened and prevented him from taking even a few steps. Then he shouted with indignation at the other prisoners, "There are many of them. Why can't they take a comrade from one man?" But then the jailer suddenly turned and through gritted teeth promised the doctor that he was next in line to be shouted down, instead of his grandfather. That's how Des learned that this trembling with fear of imminent punishment ant was the grandson the old man had been waiting for, which means he was the one who left a message on his phone before he got here. The message that his grandfather was still alive, calm and down a bit, but his legs wouldn't hold him, and he sat down on the ground. Des was outraged that the prisoner wouldn't even think about walking out of here to freedom. Sloth nodded at the jailer and the stag beetle walking freely around the corridor. He was really afraid of them. Des looked back, slightly surprised that Beetle's horns were roughly but repair, and went on talking about resistance. But the captive sat shivering in fear and didn't even react to his fiery speech. All those who were at least a bit more resolute were exterminated first. Des tried to inspire them with the story that there was a place where they wouldn't be outcasts, so they had something to fight for. Only Ant shook his head hopelessly. He saw no point in rebelling. He looked like he didn't want to live with that appearance. Not even his grandfather could choke his face now. Des watched the monster who had retained a human heart cry inconsolably, and he felt inexpressibly sorry for him. The other prisoners sobbed after him. Soon there was a quiet, unrestrained crying in the cell. Des was confused how to stop this flow of tears and restore people's will to live. A childhood memory came to his aid. That interview with a famous soccer player. He was talking about how to win. In his life too, there were moments when the whole team lost faith in victory and seemed especially helpless. Des remembered what the man had advised in such a case: go out and do it. He clenched his teeth with wild anger at the situation, ran his leg with the chain vertically upward. The spikes with the chain did a great job. It was cut in several places at once. The captives froze and even stopped crying as they watched this phenomenon. It was enough to bring a glimmer of hope pinned to their eyes. This is what the lifelong soccer player was talking about. You need to set an example and then people will follow you. Des smiled happily at those weary people. He was going to go, and when would they follow him? Meanwhile, red and green fireworks flashed in the sky above Black Island. It was Red catching up and trying to hit Wade to knock him to the ground. The Wade had managed to put on his goggles and was now able to dodge and outrun his opponent, even for a fraction of a second. But it was enough. Suddenly Red was hitting the jaw by Wade, and now he was trying to solve the mystery of this strange phenomenon. He finally noticed the glasses on Wade's eyes, and they piqued his genuine interest. Only Wade was interested in something else entirely. Who Red symbiote was, for the sake of that he even complimented him on his skill. The one thought himself unique to such an extent that he immediately got cocky. This did not please Wade. He didn't consider himself inferior to the arrogant man. Red had to agree with that and, in turn, tried to figure out his kind of symbiote. To deprive himself of the surprise factor, Wade could not only to joke that they were students who had been promised a good grade for defeating the enemy. Jin ran toward the dock. On the way she looked all around to see the person she was looking for, because the message she received from Wade was short, and he wasn't answering his phone anymore. Suddenly, her path was blocked by a creature that was definitely not human. Shun slowed down and heard incoherent speech in which only single words could be guessed. The scrawny creature staggered with exhaustion, but pulled its claws towards her to catch her. Its face was devoid of any glimmer of reason, only an animalistic stare and saliva from its mouth. It had already undergone training from Spider and was irretrievably lost. And this skeleton with hungry eyes rushed again, but he was met by puffs of smoke, obscuring his view and causing him to cough unbearably. Soon the monster got lost and didn't know which way to run after his prey. And then he received a sudden blow to the jaw. That was enough. Shun had been watching Wade closely for a reason. His crowning blow had saved her now, but the smoke was making her worried. Something that had no explanation was frightening. Luckily, Sonny caught up with her. It was his smoke. The advantage of his symbiont Manduka sexta, he was able to release nicotine from his pores as a defense, and it is known to be a strong neurotoxic poison. Sonny was annoyed. He had to smoke a cigarette again. Though he hoped that his exploration of the island would be uneventful, Shun approached him to exchange information and plan the way forward. Because there was no communication with Nast either, and they found themselves cut off from the world. While Sonny was talking to more monsters appeared behind his back, then there were many more. The monsters surrounded them from all sides. It was unclear where they had come from, and why they were wandering around like this. After all, until now, Spider had kept the secret of the existence of humans with insect genes. Jane immediately began to remove the rubber band from her hair to release her captive antennae and hear the space better. Sonny also took another drag on a cigarette, preparing to defend himself against the crowd of hungry monsters. They stood back to back and prepared to force their way to the dock. Meanwhile, Red was coming to his senses from Wade's unexpected revelation. He hovered in the air and scratched the back of his head, realizing what students were willing to do for good grades. And then he quickly darted upward before his opponent could expect such an act, and fell on top of him, wanting to tear off and take a closer look at the glasses that interested him so much. It didn't work. Wade deflected his head just in time. Then Red threw a series of blows, while speculating on the similarities between the methods of their organizations, all based on the same training. Only the bait is different. Wade listened to his reasoning and marveled at how deluded Spider's friends were. It was worth at least comparing the behavior of his own and others before taking his propaganda at face value. Perpetually hungry animals and superhumans who cherished their humanity. Dodging another blow from a fist that was moving towards him much slower than Red would have liked. Wade in turn launched himself upward, while his opponent missed and flew by inertia farther away. And rushing at him from above, shouted his answer to his rhetorical question. As Red tried to keep track of the guy's ever-changing flight path, he was flying around, and his voice came from all directions at once. Wade was preparing his fist for his crowning blow with an amplified falling body kick. With the last word of his speech, he struck at Red's body, and hovered in the air watching the result. He had never had to use an amplified blow in the air before, and it was something to behold. It was something he hadn't even counted on, because Red hit the ground as well, splashing the returning tidewater in all directions. Wade thought it was all over, and so he intended to go to rescue his friends. But a familiar voice was heard, and Red started to rise to his feet. Now he looked real. The games were over. He had learned everything he wanted to know about Dragonfly's abilities and recognized his speed advantage. Wade turned toward him cautiously. It was clear he had a surprise in store for him. And it was a surprise he was not going to like very much. He had already pulled the torn t-shirt off his shoulders. The mark on his back was definitely not from a dragonfly. Then sharp spikes burst through the skin on his shoulders and began to lengthen rapidly. His symbiont antlion had two forms, and the larva stage was now demonstrating to Wade. Wade hadn't realized before that a flying fellow that looked like him might not be a dragonfly, even though they're very similar like twins. Wings, body, legs, that they belong to different species. Antlion matures in sunny soil. He's a master of traps and architect of sand traps that trap unwary prey. The sand serves as his additional weapon in the hunt. He casts it over his prey, and when it is exhausted, he drags it to him. And now Wade could feel the strong currents of sand, whipping his body and ducking his wings. And Antlion was organizing a real sandstorm to show his advantage in all its glory. Wade couldn't see where he was flying, because the sand swirls were constantly throwing him off course, circling and obscuring his view. Antlion laughed loudly, generously throwing more and more jets of sand into the air, which nailed the dragonfly to the ground, causing it to fall and no longer resist. Wade could feel the sand in motion pulling him in like quicksand, and there was no way he could get out of it. Antlion towered over him like a victor. He even removed his horns to flaunt his irresistible manhood. Wade teased him in return. He needed to stall for time, and for that he was willing to talk for hours. He grudgingly grinned at his bluff, but he wasn't too upset that the Nest stormtroopers would be here soon. He went straight to the gate to the lab. On the way he told about the real reason of his business trip here on Black Island. He pushed open the airtight door and pushed it open with effort. Then he looked back at Wade with arrogance, superiority. A cleaner, That's what he was. Wade didn't immediately realize what that meant or what he was doing just now, but he heard a suspicious noise from the sea and looked back to see. A huge mass of sea water was rushing towards them. A whole wave was ready to overwhelm Wade, and the laboratory door opened wide. When Antlion had used sand, he had held back the tidal wave slightly, but now they were returning to their proper place. Now that the situation was desperate, he deigned to say why he had been sent to this island. The meeting had been unplanned. The wasp had been very convincing when she led him to Spider. Wade couldn't believe his ears upon hearing that their organization was going to wipe out all their supporters who were here simply by opening the door to the tie. But he had forgotten that Spider treated everyone as expendable in his experiments. And now he couldn't even say anything in response, because the water had risen to the level of his mouth. Antlion rose into the sky, quite pleased with the sight of the tide rushing toward the open door of the laboratory. Dragonfly tried in vain to free himself from the wet sand pressing down on him, hoping to escape imminent death. The last thing Wade heard was Antlion threatening his friends, and hypocritically regretting the two of them would drown without his help, since they were in the cages of the laboratory, which was about to be flooded by the tide. Wade's head was already completely hidden under the water. Because of this, Antlion did not see how his eyes suddenly glowed green. Around this time that people in the prison were waiting to be rescued, the shackles were removed from their feet, and Des had been trying to cut the prison bars the same way he had done with the shackles for some time now, and he was angry because he couldn't do it. He thought it would be easy, he just had to want to. That the steel of the prison bars was better and only shook in response to his desperate attempts to saw through them. He crouched down to rub his stiff leg. The men behind him murmured that it was hopeless. Des remembered that even the monsters, with their enhanced strength, couldn't do anything about the grate, and he became discouraged. Suddenly, there was a thud, and at the same time the lights went out. Fortunately, emergency lighting was provided here. The people only squirmed helplessly in response, expecting the worst. Des looked at them angrily. He was beginning to get annoyed with this resignation to fate, and suddenly rose to his feet. He had a secret that he had never revealed to anyone before. But first he approached Des to check something with him about Nast. He had considered his words about them having a place to go if they were released, and now he grasped the bars of the bars and rang them. The captives raised their heads to see what he was about to do and whispered anxiously. Des nodded his head in agreement. He had indeed spoken before about Nast, and now confirmed that they would be safe there, and they would even have a chance to regain their former appearance. And that story was enough. They had no choice anyway, and this way, there was some hope. Then he clutched the bars and pressed his feet to the floor. Shuddering and grunting, he pulled the bars apart enough for a man to fit through. The captives even stood up in surprise. They had no idea it had such strength. But he pushed a little harder and made a free passage for everyone. After all, ants are the strongest creatures compared to their own weight. Des looked admiringly at his namesake. This is what even a ghostly hope does to people. The humans were also encouraged after all. Now they could get out of here. Their way out was free. Well, almost Des and stopped in front of a new problem. The stag beetle blocked their way and towered over their heads like a mountain. Des remembered that he had almost defeated it before if it hadn't been for the old man. And now he was not alone. All the prisoners stood at his back, for they had hope. Moreover, they unanimously rushed to attack their jailer. Stag Beetle opened his mouth, wanting to frighten the fugitives into becoming as submissive as before. But no one feared him anymore. The captives pounced on him from all sides. In a flash, their hands were shackled with the chains from their own shackles. A frail girl pulled his leg. The others piled on top of him, pushing with all their weight, pulling him backwards. Ant finished the job. He went behind the monster's back, trying to get a better grip on him to bring him down, and simply lifted it above him, confirming the myth that ants are the strongest creatures in the world. After all, he held without straining not only the huge carcass of stag beetle, but all his comrades hanging on him. This is where Des was able to make his contribution with his side, which he had on his shin. He struck at the neck of the roaring monster. Of course he couldn't cut off its head, but he could inflict a fatal wound by cutting open the blood-bearing veins. Ant then threw the agonizing carcass of stag beetle to the ground. Des watched his new comrades with pride. They had won. Defeated above all themselves in their fear. Tears of triumph glistened in their eyes. People were happy to be alive for the first time in many months, and this was only the beginning. They now had the courage to take out even an iron door, face 100 of the same monsters and defeat them. So they all rushed towards the previously impregnable door to the outside. On pure enthusiasm, they began to open it manually. Des was in no hurry, though his attention was drawn to the observation window, or rather, who was peeping at them from there and what they could expect from him. But when he took a closer look, he saw dead bodies floating in the water. Des immediately shouted a warning not to touch the door and ran forward. He didn't make it in time. The broken electronic lock was already sparking and the door began to open. A powerful stream opened it wide open, knocked everyone off their feet, swirled them around, and began to fill the room. This was something the captives had not expected, and were very much frightened. Now instead of a slow death, a very quick death awaited them. Des tried to close the flap of the door, pressing on it from the inside. He pushed as hard as he could, wanting to stop the relentless waterfall that filled the room. Ant joined him with his inhuman strength. The rest of the captives ran up after him. Together, they even managed to cover the door somewhat. They tried their best, pressing and squeezing, narrowing the gap, and they had almost succeeded. There was only a small gap between the gen and the door, but the lock was already broken, and the power of the sea was beyond the power of anyone living on Earth. The tide opened the door again, filling all the space available to it. People were floating in the sea water, and the last hope of survival was lost. Between the living people floated the corpses of the drowned, which the tide had squeezed through the open door. And it was clear that the same fate awaited them. Their hands were already resting on the ceiling, and there was very little air left. At times like this, everyone remembers the most important thing in their lives. Des remembered his mother. How sorry he was that it had ended so stupidly, and she would never see him again, for the water now covered even his nose. While he was suffering, he felt the torrent of water jerk him again and hit him against the wall. Immediately the water level began to drop. Soon, he was able to draw in air with his nose again. Soon the water level was even lower, so much so that his shoulders were free. It was clear that the water had found another way out. The strong current showed the way the water was leaving the room. There was hope that where there was an exit for the water, people could pass through. Everyone swam to where the current was taking them, even though there should have been a dead end. But now there was a huge hole in the wall of the ordinary chamber and the water was flowing through it. Of course, they went to where they could see the only way out of their prison. The hole led them into a huge main sewer through which all the city's sewage was drained. That was a victory. After all, there was always a way out of the sewer, and Des sight. And at the same time, a familiarly cursing maiden figure with a scorpion tail, which was moving in the same direction. He was so immensely pleased to meet her here that he shouted loudly to get her attention. At this time, Wade rose up from the sea waters. His wings flashed with emerald flames. Dragonfly with his instincts flew his light once more. The first thing Antlion did was to receive an uppercut from the left. He wiped away the blood, and watched as a devilish smile spread his opponent's lips. Des had caught up with Dorothy and they were now walking together. He was surprised to meet her here, even assumed she had come to rescue him. He was immediately hitting the jaw with an armored fist. That was the Dorothy he knew, the one who slapped like she was breathing. He didn't recognize the old frightened girl, but her enthusiastic comment about the one who had thrown her into the dungeon was even more unpleasant to him than the slap. At this time, the Wade was going for a ramming alley and hovered, eager to see what new thing his opponent had in store for him. Only he had not expected the sharp dragonfly jaws at his ear. He barely had time to dodge and run away from the suddenly furious guy. He hovered on top of him, and couldn't recover from his astonishment. He didn't behave like a reasonable person. On the contrary, his appearance spoke of being out of his mind. He was moving, looking, turning his head, like a dragonfly. The Adlian remembered what that particular state was called. Wasp was like that, a berserker, oblivious to himself in the midst of battle. His bloodlust was the instinct of the beast, and now Adlian had to defend himself against a wild animal whose habits were instinctive and therefore precise and ruthless. A wild beast was hard to resist, but he clenched his teeth tighter and looked for a gap in the enemy's defense. The battle in the air was cruel and merciless. After all, a berserker does not think about his own safety, and Antlion was already insane on the grounds of his power. Because he was now enjoying the fight and continued to tease his enemy. The leg kick to his jaw was powerful, and Dragonfly was momentarily thrown off its trajectory, but then lunged at him again, opening her mouth to bite. Only the horns kept her at a safe distance. Antlion pushed away from her and then Free Flight shouted delightedly with the thrill of battle. Dragonfly's eyes were completely distraught, and her mouth was wide open as she rushed after her prey. Meanwhile, the captives had escaped from the collector pipe and climbed up the embankment. Des and Dorothy didn't have to figure out what they should do next, because Gin and Sunny were rushing towards them. It was a great stroke of luck that they met. After all, such a large number of rescued people had to be housed somehow. Though their friends didn't look any better, and then had to tell how they had fought the mob of monsters that had surrounded them not far away on the waterfront. Though she had to admit that the main striking for us was the Manduka Sexta Sani complex, which had just rendered everyone unconscious and sent everyone into nicotine-fueled nightmares. As they were about to leave, something fell loudly on the embankment behind them. Jen turned around and did not immediately recognize her friend. So different he was from himself. Only his clothes and hair were the same. He sat, bowed and moved on naturally abruptly to stand up. At the sound of his name, he turned around. Covered in blood, he bared his teeth and growled. Jen was startled to see him like this. There wasn't an ounce of understanding in his eyes about who he was talking to. The guys couldn't believe their eyes either. It was as if their friend Wade had been replaced. Sani fixed his glasses in confusion. He realized what was going on, but he hadn't expected to see it here. And freshman Berserk adopted fully and merged mind to mind with his symbiont, and his beast was now dominating him, controlling his mind and actions. Jing walked uncertainly towards Wade to reassure him to bring him back to consciousness and help him cope with his condition. But he didn't recognize her and jumped, attacking in response to her desire to help. His hand was already very close to her head. Jen squeezed her eyes shut in fear. But then Wade's figure was enveloped in blue smoke, obscuring his view. Sani surrounded their company with a ring of smoke so Dragonfly couldn't attack. People began to look around and fear what had happened and where to expect an attack from. Sani pulled another cigarette from the pack and tried to reassure them all that he was doing this for their protection. He nodded at the silhouette of Wade and explained that he knew how to counteract that. Wasp had studied with him in his senior year, because he had seen such a condition once before. Suddenly, a voice from the sky was heard, wondering how they all ended up here. Dragonfly immediately reacted to the enemy's voice. Antlion stood in the air covered in cuts from last night's matchmaking, and angrily regarded those he was supposed to kill. Dorothy enlightened everyone as to who this man was. After all, he was the one she had fought and lost. Dragonfly, meanwhile, rushed faster than the wind at the sound of the hated voice. Shun tried to hold him back. She called out and even ran into the smoky veil. Sani held her hand and tried to explain that Wade was not himself right now and was driven by instincts. A fierce battle ensued in the sky. Dragonfly was fierce and fast, and her bloodlust Antlion acted more deliberate, forcing her to make mistakes and taking advantage of it. Sani was convincing, given that she shouldn't go beyond his defense and interfere in their fight. But Jin didn't want to listen. She saw how hurt Wade was and wanted to help him. After all, blood splattered from Dragonfly with every movement, like dew in the morning from the grass. And Jing really didn't understand why Sani didn't want her to help her friend, resentfully chiding him for his cruelty. She called Dorothy along with her. She was glad to return Antlion's mean blow. Jin ran through the smoke, but she suddenly began to feel very dizzy. A second later, both girls fell unconscious to the ground. It was Sani who did this, so he fulfilled his duties as a chaperone and saved the girls from doing something stupid. The rescued people were frightened by such a quick reprisal, and Des was angry. He thought it unworthy to stand by and do nothing for his team. As for what to do, a thought flashed through his mind as he looked at the ground. There lay Wade's glasses. How they'd gotten there, he didn't know, but he had figured out how to help Wade in this battle where his dragonfly instincts were failing him. He couldn't stand up to the human mind with his strength, so Des called out to his namesake, and was surprised to be called that. But he immediately agreed to help. He considered himself indebted to this guy who had rescued them from the dungeon and promised them a new life. So when Des used his grasshopper complex and jumped high up, and Sani raised his hand to stop the guy in his suicidal venture, and held Sani down, preventing him from doing anything against his savior's will, Des jumped to where his friend was thrashing to death in the air towards him, and along the way, pondered how he could make what he had once witnessed come true. When the hunting falcon had been furious, pecking and clawing, he had only had a cloth thrown over his head, and he had calmed down immediately. He remembered Sani's words that Wade was now fully consciously merged with the dragonfly, and was acting on animal instincts, so Des hoped that his plan would work and tried to make the highest jump of his life to reach Wade, who hovered in the air just above him. He held his goggles in his hand, intending to put them over his eyes and thus subdue the frantic dragonfly, so we grabbed Wade by the shoulder, hanging on to him to keep him from falling down. S started yelling at his friend to look back and look at him. Immediately after, Dragonfly dived down and at the very ground rushed parallel to the sea. The people on the waterfront watched in shock to see how Des' desire to help with turned out. Antlion covered his nose from the hallucinogenic smoke with his hand and lowered himself to watch as well. He hoped they would both get killed. He would have less to worry about. After all, he still had a mission to fulfill. The bows landed only at the lighthouse. Wade deliberately gave Des a hand to help him up. His glasses were back on his eyes and his human mind returned to him. Sonny had even forgotten about smoking, so intensely was he watching the lad's conversation. Wade marveled at his hands and small cuts and scratches. A deeper wound was visible on his shoulder, but now he was sure he could stand up to Antlion.